Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は216日目. It is day 216. Let's get right into our topics here at our last two sections. Suggesting and requesting. Okay, shall we? Okay, so we're going to do the volitional and invitational, probably. So, ましょう. Polite, volitional. ましょうか? Shall we? That's the I guess actually I'm not entirely sure. This is suggesting it's proclamation. This is suggesting a bit more suggestive, and then we have the invitation, right? Masenka. Make invitation and suggestion in a variety of ways. In this topic, we're going to learn about how to make invitations and suggestions using different forms of the auxiliary verb mas, right? We went over the categorization, some of the categorizations from yesterday. Specifically, we'll see the pattern masho and masholka used for suggestion and masenka used for invitation. With these, we'll be able to make social plans and soften our statements.
皆さん、ここで休みましょう。みんなで野球をしましょうか？今日の午後、お茶をしませんか？
Okay, and this is actually interesting pseudo use here. Okay. I think we're okay with masho. And the difference here is that won't you do has a stronger nuance of being a direct invitation, while mashoka is closer to let's do, yeah. They'll probably contrast it. Compare and contrast it. Okay. In some cases, the phrases in this topic are relatively interchangeable in some cases, right? But in others, they are distinct. Let's clarify the nuances and look at some points of difference. They went with contrast. Where there's a will, there's a way. Interesting. As mentioned on the grammar page, masho is technically the volitional form of mas. Checks out because of the all part. This just means that it shows some specific will or intention to do the action. We'll learn more about the volitional form, right, in N4, the all ending. One consequence of this is that only verbs representing actions someone can intend to do, oh my gosh, can use masho. Wow, that writing. One consequence of this is the only. Somehow this statement reads so weirdly. One consequence of this is that only verbs representing actions someone can intend to do and use masho. I feel like that's hard to read. Some verbs describe actions or states that cannot be deliberate and therefore cannot be used. Right. Like maybe intransitive? Some of the intransitive verbs.
夏に沖縄に行きましょう。
Right.
あの川が見えましょう。
Yeah, 見えましょう is being able to be perceivable. It's not that they're perceiving something. In almost all cases, it is okay to not be consciously aware of these differences, as it will naturally feel strange to use masho with the wrong sort of verb, even as a language learner. Miemasho. Well, okay. I'll give you that. Let's, right? Although masho and mashoka look similar, they differ in social function. Masho is more proactive, while mashoka acts as a check on whether the listener is on board with the idea or action. more so of a suggestion, right? Despite this, they can feel somewhat similar in some cases.
富士山に登りましょう。富士山に登りましょうか？
And Masenka sets apart from both as a true polite invitation by framing it as a negative question, right? A classic negative question. It gives the listener a much softer and easier way to decline. That's one way to look at it, actually.
日曜日、男だけで飲みましょう。日曜日、男だけで飲みましょうか？日曜日、男だけで飲みませんか？
Okay, all three next to each other. What do you want? As mentioned when we initially learned about Thai want to do, invitations in Japanese cannot be formed by asking if someone wants to do something. This sounds like a direct inquiry about someone's internal psychology, and depending on the context, quite possibly an odd question.
一緒に映画を見たい？
Yep.
一緒に映画を見ませんか？
Mm-hmm. All right. There's no picture. What happened to the picture? All right. After the date, we can use our imagination.
女、映画面白かったですね。男、はい、男も女も関係ない世界で面白かったです。女、最後はみんな結婚しましたね。みんなが幸せで嬉しい。男、今からどこに行きましょうか？お腹空きましたか？女、そうですね。カフェに行きましょう。男、そうしましょう。苦手な食べ物はありますか？女、ないです。外は雨が降っているので、ここから近いカフェに行きませんか？男、いいですね。あそこはどうですか？女、空いてますね。そこにしましょうか。
空いてますね? Okay. Okay. So, the woman, onna, right? Onna, the movie, right? The movie, it was interesting, right? Or entertaining. It's fair enough. And then the man was like, yep. The men also, this one was a little weird. So it was interesting. I don't know. I don't remember. It's like also the relationship between the man and the woman, like both the man and the woman was interesting. Like their world, right? Sekai. Oh no, wait. Where it doesn't matter if you're a man or... Oh, that's how that works. The relationship doesn't matter in the world. I see. Yeah, I'm like, world or their connection to what? So this is how does that work? So it's A-B relation is used to mean it doesn't matter if A or B. Oh, literally means no relation. Yeah. Oh, is used. Okay. And then the world is interesting because of that. A world where, oh no, actually it's world de. So it was entertaining that, oh, right, because this whole phrase is modifying the world. All I gathered was it's interesting that there was something, that there is some connection on the world between men and women, but the nai is negative. I'm not familiar with this point. To do it this way. Interesting. So a woman said that at the end they got married. Everyone was happy, right? 幸せで欲しい or everyone wanted to be happy. I'm glad, I guess. Oh, okay. de using 嬉しい de because everyone was happy. I'm glad 嬉しい so I'm glad. And why? Because everyone was happy. The man says, from here, where should we go? Right? This is the invitational. Imashou ka? So where? Doko. And are you hungry? Right? This is sukimashita ka? Oh, onaka. Stomach. Or did you get hungry? Oh, interesting. Oh, I suppose this is in the past tense, so did you get hungry is good. Yeah, so he asked in the past tense. Did you become hungry? Oh, as opposed to using the instead of using like ski sk or like suiteita or something like that, where like it's the change of state. Interesting. So yeah, that's right. Shall we, right? Or we guess we're gonna go with like let's go to a cafe, so that it sounds a little stronger. I don't really say let's go to a cafe too often in English. It's generally like should we go to a cafe, shall we go to a cafe, which defaults to desho ka as a Japanese equivalent. I'm rarely very strong in English either. So shimashou. So right. Let's. Right, let's. Right. And then he asks whether nigate na, like, do you is there any like bitter food? I don't understand why he's asking that. Or oh, food that you're not, oh, that makes sense. You're not great with. That as in disagreeable. Nigate na. Okay. There's like food that you find bitter, as in like not good. Not great. So he's asking in the sense of checking for her for anything to avoid. So saying the negative as opposed to asking the positive, like, are there any foods you like, right? As opposed to asking, are there anything you're not great with? And it's like, nope, there isn't. Nai desu. Right. It's about to rain outside, or because it's going to rain, or it's raining outside, I guess. This is saying it's currently raining. Because it's raining outside, from here, let's go find, like, how do you invite someone? Shall we, I guess, shall we go to a nearby cafe, right? Can we not go to, wait, oh yeah, can we not go to a cafe close to here? Oh, wait. No. That's they're literally translating. Sorry. So, this is, I have a problem. I have a disagreement with this type of thing. This is what it literally says. However, when I hear that, it's, can we go to a cafe close? Like, can we not go to a cafe close to here is like here, as in the opposite, as in we should go to like, should we go somewhere close? Despite it's the negative form, right? So that's a little bit, I'm not sure if I agree with trying to directly translate this, unless they really do mean since it's raining outside, the logical thing is to go farther away. That's not the case, right? So this translation is actually more confusing than the Japanese. Like, reading the Japanese follows through more than translating as, can we not go to a cafe close to here? Right? It's the negative to make the positive invitation. Like, nope, since it's raining outside, can we not go to a cafe close to here? As in, can we go to a cafe? Shall we go to a cafe close by? Right? From here or to here. At least that's kind of how I would take it. And then it's like, oh, okay. How about the one over there? Right? What about that place over there, right? And then I guess this just says it's empty. No, wait. Aite we shall go, shall we? Like, let's go over there. It's empty? Yeah, okay. It's fine. I wasn't sure why it matters if it was empty. I'm like, okay, that's fine. It's empty. And then let's go. Yeah, this questionable. Questionable. Like, won't you come drink with just the boys on Sunday? I'm not sure if how much I like. I get the reminding yourself that it's in the negative form. Right? Can we not go to the cafe close to here? Which that means that they're looking for a cafe close to where they are. It's kind of the thing about Japanese double negatives, and then a negative being a positive in reverse when asked as a question situation. Like in English, that's happened a couple of times. Like, do you can we play a game can we not play a game that we both dislike? Like, what does that even mean, honestly? Or can we not play a game that we like, right? So then it becomes ambiguous because by context, most people are trying to ask, can we play a game that we both like? Or like, shall we play a game that we both like? And regardless if it's a double negative or a singular negative, they're asking the same contextual question. It's kind of reminds me of that little bit that I was talking about. Oh, do you mind if I sit here? And the person says, yes, go right ahead. Right? That's not, if you took it literally, it doesn't make any sense. If you took it contextually, it makes sense. So like, do you mind? It would be, no, I don't mind. Feel free. Not, yes, go right ahead. That's the opposite. You literally just said, yes, you do mind. Right? This is the same problem here. Or the same like contextual thing. The contextualness, if I hear this, it sounds like, since it's raining outside, shall we find a cafe close? Shall we go to a cafe that is close to here? Right? That's what I would do. That's what I would understand internally. If you were to literally translate it, to me, it's both. You can say it in both directions and it will still be inferring by context that you're talking about something close, not something far away. Like if it's raining outside, it's illogical, or it can be very unnatural to insist by context that you're asking for close by, for something far away, right? And it happens in English a couple of times. I think do you mind is the really, really obvious one. Or do you mind, and it's hard. It's actually over 50% of people would answer it in the affirmative, as opposed to negating the question, which this is a question using a negation, and then you're confirming it, right? So pretty. That's how I remember Masenka most of the time. Anyways, I was alright. It was pretty good. Let's see. Please, may I ask and give permission? Ask and give permission, and learn more ways to say please. All right. So we have probably MOE kudasai, right? And then probably positive and negative. Let's see. Verb. It's okay to do something. It's all right. Wait. Oh, with a verb and without a verb. How's this different? Wait, hold up. Okay. And then we have te kudasai, and then naide kudasai. Huh. In this topic, we're going to learn about how the A form can be used to make phrases giving or asking for permission, and meaning please do or please don't. With these phrases, we'll be able to navigate social and customer service situations more. Yeah.
先に風呂に入ってもいい ?1 時に公園に来てください。ここには入らないでください。
Okay. They didn't give an example of the second point. Hang on. I gotta look at this. Yeah. So that one makes sense. As this grammar point uses a te form of a verb, it is important to remember that some verbs will use de instead of te. That's fine. And then, okay, noun, e-adjectives, and non-adjectives plus te mo e is a construction. Okay, so the other side, and then what are their examples? Non-adjectives use de, right? E-adjectives need ku, the conjugation in the ku form, the conjunctive form, and then they still use te. And then, why do they give a third example? Oh, that's a noun. Sorry, that's a noun. This is a non-adjective. That's a noun. Okay. Maybe they were separate points because of the modifications, right? E-adjectives typically require ku for conjunctive. Still use te. And then non-nouns use de. Which was technically this is a different point, but some verbs, right, their verb endings, their verb forms require de, depending on which row. Alright. Kudasai requires the te form. I don't think there's anything particular. And then naide, I think although kudasai is the polite form of kureru, kudasai is considered the base form of this phrase, and naide kure, the conjunctive form of kureru, naide kure would be considered far too casual in most cases. Okay. I think you take the stem, right? You just take the stem. Sorry, it's another bot. Man, bots are getting more elaborate. Okay, yeah, stem, ichidan, has ichidan as well. Is it? Yeah. Alright. Let's more fully compare the phrases we've learned in this topic and look at some extra details. You know what's interesting about language in general or behavioral things? When you send a text, right? I wonder how often that works. Where when someone says like a bunch of things and they say, mind you, this is not a bot message. It makes it a bot message. Oftentimes, especially semantical things nowadays, especially online, in my opinion, when you go out of your way to state and try to convince someone verbally the obvious thing they're trying to do, it raises more suspicion than it does not. So we got this new type of bot message now where they try to sound grounded by injecting interjections. So let's do like a language related thing, right? When you use bro and you put like bro in, you inject nowadays bot messages are very strategically injecting colloquialism. So words like bro, drop, respect the hustle, like they tend to strategically inject colloquialism while placing it right next to a opportunistic observation, and then use trusting algorithm. So trusting algorithm as in they would spam something that would be considered relatively personal with a high opportunity chance. So it is written in a way that's like, oh, hey, bro, I just came by you. This is a rare opportunity. And then they would say something about how it's a rare opportunity and then just drop the link. And then assure you it's not a bot message. I don't know how well LLMs are nowadays and all that stuff, but this is worse than LLMs because it doesn't have behavioral logic. Now, I wouldn't take it with a grain of salt if someone falls for these things. I'm not saying that you might be. I hope I'm not like indirectly having people catch strays. Generally speaking, I really do hope that when I'm talking to someone, they're able to glean the difference of someone's motivations. So when you speak and you read from someone, it has to follow logically. So for example, the bot message says like, bro, I just came across your stream. Well, if you just came across my stream, logically you would not be forthcoming about rare opportunities. So then they actually went through how rare the opportunity is and then randomly drop a Discord link. That is logically fallacious. You do not drop rare opportunities and spam personal opportunity links if you just cross someone as a stranger, right? That is behaviorally illogical and objectively illogical. And then opportunities like this don't come around often. Well, if it doesn't come around often, you don't spam it publicly to a streamer or a stranger that you just randomly come across. And then the cherry on top is right at the end is like, mind you, this is not a bot message. That is easily the most obvious red flag. Stating something that it obviously is by denying what it isn't, that gives it all away, right? So hopefully, in my opinion, people who are scammers and arguably, in my opinion, incredibly pathetic human beings, right? I rarely speak very negatively about other individuals. It might not even be a pathetic human being who actually generated that message. Very much could be a low effort LLM nowadays. They're rarely ever have a coherent motivational behavioral motivation, like logical or even rational behavioral motivation behind the text. It's 4 contradictory points together, and again, hopefully no one's catching strays from these type of bot spams, largely because I do genuinely believe people who behave, understand people, right, talk to people, would realize the inherent low effort contradiction that, in my opinion, LLMs cannot process at the moment. So maybe it will change in the future, but the use of hyper spammy algorithm based things to create unnatural amalgamations of leap of logic and irrational conclusions in order to try to scam people. I actually don't want to encourage those people to do better, right? Because these are malicious attempts at harvesting low-hanging fruit. Am I low-hanging fruit? Apparently, the last week of Twitch bot spams would suggest that any person who reaches a particular algorithmic metric is considered desperate enough and ignorant enough to not understand the fallacious nature of the message, at least in my opinion. So you could consider that as a bit of a PSA, but it's a regular thing that happens. I think it's pretty disappointing that there are actual individuals, human beings, who find that, honestly, I would even be willing to participate if it did demonstrate some level of effort, right? Some level of effort, linguistic know-how, some sort of rapport or investment. Usually not. And that goes to all the individuals who consistently try to leverage LLMs to spam people in Discord and stuff, and try to use facsimiles, really not impressive facsimiles of human interaction, in order to manufacture a quick rapport. You can break the logic by hopefully using litmus tests, right? This is my personal encouragement to anyone who likes language, right? Language learning and understanding cultural lines, social normatives, and whatnot. Learning a language can promote a lot of these insights. At least that's a bit of a hard sell, right? I'm hard selling the idea that sometimes learning another language can also point out the obvious things in the linguistic models. Now, take it with a grain of salt. Maybe in another 2 or 3 years, the LLMs will get fantastic and it'll be hard to discern. For now, though, I think oftentimes these disappointing and I would say incredibly pathetic use cases is kind of what makes the imagery and the stigma grow. So it's very difficult to know what it's going to look like in 2 or 3 years. For myself, at the moment, in this last week, you've seen all range of bot messages. In fact, I don't mind the bot messages that are here's a link, get great viewers link, because they're short. They're not masquerading and pretending to be a pathetic facsimile of people who actually speak and talk. But at the same time, it makes me wonder how detached the person who's running these scams are, right? I do commend the effort, not this particular effort. I'm talking about, it would be, I don't want to encourage them because these are scams. It's hard to deny that these aren't scams. I don't want to encourage them to get better. Honestly, they can do whatever they want. Low effort is the way they go. I like to encourage other people, hopefully that those who are learning a language, right, understanding how to exercise critical thinking, take the opportunity to think about things as you engage with such low effort, disappointing display of human opportunism. Personal thought. It happens on a daily basis, so it's not like I don't think about it on a daily basis. Now, I speak quite neutrally despite using pretty direct words, like pathetic. I think there are very few things that are genuinely and nearly universally pathetic, and opportunistic scamming with low effort ability to construct and do their task well is hard to defend. Incredibly hard to defend. Now, there is a silver lining, though. I suppose, at the expense of people who do get scammed. So sorry to those who catch strays from these scamming opportunities. But the silver lining is they're very low effort right now, and they are arguably disappointingly obvious. And let's continue, in my opinion, somewhat hopefully as a silver lining that they stay that way. And stay safe, everyone, right? All right. So let's more fully compare the phrases we've learned in this topic and look at some extra details. Please, please, please. We now have quite a few ways to say please in Japanese. Let's review them below. What was the other way? Oh, no, they're referring to the top. First, we have ways to ask someone to do a specific action both regularly and more casually. Oh, te.
ここで靴を脱いでください。
Okay, so this is my usual. This is where I start. Yeah, nui is nuku, right? Nuku. So it becomes nuite. Okay.
あの橋を渡ってね。
I don't do this too often, but it makes sense. It's a command, right? Command, and the ne is extra. But this is the casual command. I guess the please is understood. Right? Watasu. Wait. Is it watasu? Yes. Watasu and then watatte. Yes. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no. This is not a command. It's something else. So, I guess you take the... So, watasu would end up being watashite, right? So, in this case, it's a different form. I don't remember this one. So, watasu is a godan, and then it dropped the su and added te. Can I click on this? I can't. So, oh, they do talk about it, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Huh. Don't remember this point. And then...
走らないでください。
This is the negative. So you take the negative stem. So hashiru. So hashirara. And then nai. Hashiranai. And then is de. De kudasai. De being for... I guess is it always de? Yeah, it's always de. Wait, is it? Yes. I think.
電車で電話をしないで。
And then this is without the kudasai, so it becomes more casual. Second, we have ways of saying please in general without being attached to a verb. Right, you may recall that kudasai can sound more demanding, like a polite command, while onegaishimasu, right? Onegaishimasu feels more like a soft request for a favor.
お水をください。
Right. That's actually, this is probably one of the first Duolingo phrases. One of the earliest Duolingo. Actually, omizu o is probably the even more casual. They might have started with omizu o. Actually, they might have started with omizu o kudasai and then talk about how omizu o, it can be shortened to omizu o. Atatakai ocha o onegai shimasu. Okay. Note that sometimes onegaishimasu is shortened to onegai, yeah, when making a more casual request or when making a prayer or a supplication. Actually, I just say onegaishimasu most of the time because onegai could be interpreted as that. Actually, crucially, note that onegaishimasu is not normally used after the te form. Yep. Okay. The way that kudasai is. Fair enough.
タオルをお願い。
Yeah. So basically in this format. And then
待ってお願いします。
unnatural. 待ってお願いします. Okay. That explains an exception. Now I understand why onegaishimasu is not used particularly after nouns. Sorry, particularly after verbs. And then used with kudasai. Finally, in some cases, the verb, like tanomu, right, for request or please. Oh, is please. Oh, interesting. Yeah, as a request, tanomu. It is not dissimilar. Oh man, that double negative. It is not dissimilar in literal meaning to onegaishimasu, but tanomu tends to be used in a much more casual situations. Okay.
今日の宿題ちょっと見せて。頼む。
Okay. I'm not sure if I've heard that often, tanomu. Well, so what happens if you write instead of tanomu, tanomimasu? Like just soften it even more? Huh. Alright. When the temoi construct, with the temoi construction, there are actually a couple of other adjectives which are also commonly used in place of e. Yep. 大丈夫. よろしい. Ne? 大丈夫 meaning alright or okay is used in more casual context. Oh, it's more yeah, sure. You ask if something will cause a problem. And よろしい is a more formal than e. Okay. Yeah. Yep. It's used in respectful, polite. Yeah. Respectful, polite. Sonkeigo. Polite language. Actually, not honorific. My bad. That's just tene. Yeah. So, 寒くても大丈夫?
寒くても大丈夫?
Oh, 寒くても大丈夫? So what? We have 寒い, e adjective, 寒く, and then te, because it's just a te from temo, and then e in place in 大丈夫. Okay, and then
ここに座ってもいい?
What is this demonstrating? I guess maybe as a... Oh, they're organizing it from most casual to formal. So this is the most casual form. And we're gonna call E the neutral, just like the in-between. And then yoroshi is even more formal.
この本を借りてもよろしいですか?
And then, of course, yoroshi, right? Yoroshi, there's also combining it with volitional? No. Not volitional. Confirmation. So, でしょうか?
窓を開けてもよろしいでしょうか?
でしょうか? Interesting. Yeah. So, even more, でしょう and か. They're asking if it's alright. Like, if it is alright. Like, literally trying to ask even more. Instead of ですか? Got でしょうか? I wonder if you can go even further. Or is there something in between here too? Like, だろうか? Where's だろうか? Interesting. I wonder how far, how deep that goes. All right, so we don't have any more pictures. So these must be like newly added, and they don't have little interesting little diagrams. All right. So okay, so we got a police officer, a lady, right? Keikan, and oh, the mother, a mother, actually.
警官。おはようございます、田中さん。今日も元気ですか？母。ええ、元気ですよ。今日は娘が遊びに来ているから賑やかだよ。警官。それはいいですね。何日までいるんですか？母。娘は明日までいるよ。夜は一緒に映画館に行くんだ。警官。それは楽しみですね。娘さんと少し話してもよろしいですか？母。ええ。あ、娘は今シャワーをしているんだ。あの子は風呂が長いんだよ。警官。じゃあ、明日の朝にもう一度来てもいいですか？母。うん、いいよ。いつもありがとう。警官。いいえ、今日は風呂の窓を閉めるのを忘れないでくださいね。母。わかってるよ。じゃあ、明日の朝お願いします。警官。はい、じゃあ寒いから体に気をつけてくださいね。母。ありがとう。お元気で。
Okay. What that was the thing about the shower, taking the bath and stuff is interesting. So, the police officer, they didn't ask why the police officer is there, but okay, so police officer said, "Good morning, Tanaka-san," right? That's the name of the mother. And how are you doing today? Or are you doing well? Right? Are you well today too, right? 今日も元気ですか? And like, yeah, oh, yeah, 元気ですか? ですよ. Right? ですよ. I am well. And because my daughter, this one's a little, my daughter just went out, like just went out. It's very lively, or might spend some time outside today. It is lively. Yeah, I don't know what that sentiment is. It is, yeah, because my daughter has come to spend time today. It is lively. Oh, she's come to spend time as in with me. I see. The subject is infer that she's talking about she came to hang out with me. I see. The mother. It is lively. Okay. Now it makes a little sense. I dropped the subject in this. I'm like, so she arrived in hanging out, but why? We're going. Okay, that's a little tougher for like I forgot the subject here, the proper subject here, or yes, topic subject. That's good, right? That's good. I lost something here. What day was she here? Or here to? Like, what day is she, yeah, here until, yeah. Then it's like she's here, she's been here since yesterday. Or my daughter, in sense of 娘は right? 昨日までいるよ. And tomorrow, during the night, right? Last night, we went, or during the night we went to a movie theater. We will go to a movie. Oh no, it is. We will go, like, tonight. How does that work? ikunda. Oh, I guess it's the emphasis. Oh yeah, it is. Iku then unda. Okay. To emphasize. That sounds great. Or that sounds fun, right? それは楽しみですね。And娘さんと can I talk to, like, is it okay if I also talk to your daughter for a bit? Right. 少し話してもよろしいですか? Right. Do you mind? Right. This is what I mean by do you mind, why I brought up the English do you mind if you have a word with your daughter as well. That's a coincidence. That's a coincidence that the following topic, because the topic that I was talking about, invitation and request, was the topic before, right? Masenka. It does line up, and it's grouped with te mo ii, right? Or yoroshi. And he used the polite, or this person used the polite, the officer. The mother was like, oh, she's currently taking a shower, or yes, she's currently taking a shower, because they use the aspect, right? The present progressive aspect. So, currently taking a shower. している and then だ right? 娘は今シャワーをしているんだ and then oh no, I don't. So it is a long bath is what I gathered from that. That girl has long baths. Yeah. Cool. That girl. Okay, that's interesting. I'm just saying that child. So take long baths. And the officer's like, oh, okay. Well, yesterday morning, oh no, not yesterday morning, sorry. 明日? Why does that say 明日? Is that special? Oh, it's the whole phrase? Is that how you say next morning? Okay, well, he says, is it okay if I try back again next morning? Right. Right, if I come back again tomorrow morning. 明日の朝? As opposed to, okay. I can kind of see that. 明日の朝, next morning. I didn't know the read of this. When it's attached like this to next morning, it is understood as next morning though. And then もう一度, once again, right? There's one thing if you can get from playing a Persona game is もう一度, because that's one more. That's how they express the game mechanic when you knock something down in the Shin Megami Tensei game like Persona. They often yell もう一度. Anyways, the mother said, oh, okay. Yes, it's fine. Or いいよ, as opposed to like 大丈夫よ, or something like that, right? いいよ. And then いつも, I don't know how いつもありがとう, like thanks as always. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Thanks as always. And then it's like, いいえ, like, don't worry about it, right? いいえ. And then, today, please don't forget, right? Don't forget to close the window the bathroom window. I don't understand what that means. Oh my God. Yeah, and oh, like I don't know why it went over here. Like, please don't forget, because he does say tomorrow is gonna be very cold. So, but it's weird. Please don't forget to close. I'm not sure if that's a euphemism or something like that, right? So, anyways, the mother says, "Oh, I understand. Anyways, tomorrow morning, please, right? Please, tomorrow morning. See you tomorrow morning." Basically, onegai shimasu is contextual, so just see you tomorrow. And the officer said, "Hi, well then, it's gonna be cold, right? Cold, so take care of yourself, right?" This is the full fat phrase. Karada, is it karada? Or, yeah, karada ni ki o tsuke, oh my god, ni ki o tsukete kudasai ne. Like, to take care of yourself. Like, make sure you take care of your health, right? And then, arigato o genki de is the other way to say when someone is healthy and to remain healthy. Adding karada ni kyo tsukete is kind of a, doesn't roll off the tongue until I read a warm up. Okay. So this part, when I heard this part, I'm like, I don't understand. Maybe it's one of those things like, if you, so here's my subtextual read of this. It is very common wisdom, or quote unquote, like proverbial sort of conventional wisdom in Asian cultures, at least in my opinion. In the Chinese culture, when you are taking a shower, or when you are wet, when the body is wet, you want to make sure that you are not outside in the cold, because your body temperature tanks when that happens. So my guess is that this is a common, like, oh, do take care, like, no worries, do take care, because her daughter is taking a long bath, and if you leave the window open, it can be drafty, you can get a cold. It's one of those old conventional wisdom things. Like, my parents would say things like this as another way to express their empathy, like their compassion or their worrisome. Like, when your hair is wet and then you decide to walk outside, you're going to catch a cold, right? Or whenever your body's wet. And it does happen where, like, for example, if you go to an onsen, for example, and then you quickly change out of your clothes and then you go outside, if it's windy at all, your body temperature is going to tank, because your skin is going to give off a lot, it's going to radiate a lot of heat into the moisture on your skin. So that's kind of what I think this was trying to do. It's a very, to me, when I'm translating and I'm thinking about it on, kind of a coherent way, it can be a little bit like, what? And then at the same time, it feels very natural to say something like this, especially if you're someone who is meant to sound friendly or caring, like an officer of the law. This is a sentiment that I don't necessarily think is the same in Western cultures. However, I can appreciate this, in my opinion, largely because my parents say that a lot. When you're like, if your body is wet, like if you take a shower, make sure you dry up, stay away from wind outdoors because you could get sick. So maybe that's where they were going, this one. And then there was this later down the road, the officer, it says it's cold, so you can translate to that. It's interesting. I don't usually talk about this art too much. Okay. To me, it's another way to say, oh, that's okay, do take care, in a different way, right? Needs, must. Oh, are we doing the must do and may not? Oh yeah, we worked on this so much, this particular way too. Because later on there's another form using the potential form, using ba, nareba or nakereba. Might as well go. Learn a range of ways to say something must or must not be done. Let's go through this one. In this topic, we're going to learn about a variety of ways to say that someone must or must not do something. We'll learn how these phrases come down to the same core idea and how they vary based on formality, right? That was something, it was a guess and check for the formality, because when you're filling in the blank, it's gonna say something like must, but it doesn't really say how polite and how not, like how casual, and there's varying degrees of them.
この海で泳いではいけない。
And then this uses a double negative to create the must. So the negative is must not, right? Like the negative is must not. However, the double negative is must. This one is dewa ikenai, so kind of casual. Ikenai is more casual. And we have to use the te form. Or the te form in that sense, because the de is coming from the te form, the ending, so it's oyoide wa ikenai. So then this would be the wa, as in the topic, like the wa article, and then ikenai, ike is iku in ke, and then negation, right? I guess you could call it the negative potential, but must not.
これを全部売らなくてはいけない。
And then this is the must, where you use the negative form of, in this case, the negative form of sell. So uru. So it becomes uranai. But in order for nai to be conjunctive, it has to be ku. So uranaku, right? Because we already talked about nai. Nai is actually an auxiliary verb that we come to understand it as the auxiliary verb, like this nai. And in order to make it into the conjunctive form, it's ku. And then you add te, which is what ikenai, right? Like ikenai wa ikenai is attached to. And this uses te because... Is it always te? No. Yes. I'll have to get back. I have to double check that. If it's always te, like this, in the negative form, instead of te. Okay.
僕は毎晩薬を飲まなくてはならない。
Right, and then naranai is a swap up for ikenai. So this is, oh, now I can understand the relationship between these, because iku is, like, I would call it the neutral, and then nara is elevated. A lot of the nara, like especially using like sonkeigo versus like just tene and stuff, nara tends to be of higher, so naranai, interesting. And then we have the truncation, where we drop the anything, the ending, basically the ending to the te, and then wa naranai or wa ikenai for cha or kya.
お母さんに手紙を渡さなくちゃ。
which I do hear this far more frequently now that I know what they meant by that ending. Alright, apart from ikenai, naranai, and yeah, there's also dame, are also frequently used to get across the same meaning. However, they are used in different situations, right? Ikenai, fairly neutral, naranai, formal, and dame, super casual. Dame yo. Let's see, and then we have, that was the, okay, and then we have the must. So tewa in nakutewa, right, is often converted to cha. We know that, as this is easier to say. So nakcha may be followed by ikenai, or ikenai may be omitted without changing the meaning, right? So it would be considered neutral or more casual than neutral. Like these casual structures are very similar to where like gotta, yeah. What do we have here? Then we have naranai, which is the formal one, and then dewa in nakutewa is often shortened to cha, and this can be easier said, and you can also use it for naranai. However, due to naranai being formal, nakucha, a casual structure, would not be used with naranai on a regular basis. It's more common to see nakucha paired with ikenai or dame. Yep. Despite you could technically do it, but it's not that common. You're kind of doing the opposite of what you're intending to. You're trying to be more formal, and then you're like diminishing, so you can simply switch over to cha, ikenai, right, or dame. Dame dane. Let's see, and then we have the note about nakucha, and oh, is it yeah? No, there's yeah, there's kya, and then there's another one. Wait, I don't remember this one. There are several other ways that are common abbreviations that can appear. Oh, and based on region. So nake dia. Oh wait, I think I might know which region this is from. Anyways, other ways to shorten things. This particular group of phrases is initially hard to memorize as they can be rather long. Yeah, now it's not, because it's one unit. So although when they say it, it's still really fast. I don't read it that fast. Like tote wa na 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 na. Like it was like, it feels like it runs together because obviously they say it over and over again. It's not too bad listening to it. These are like that point they made earlier about remembering stock phrases, right? Combinatory. This is pretty good one. Technically, these are combo phrases because they're combining 3 elements, or at least what I think are separate elements. No can do. For those phrases meaning must not, the core logic is always ewa shortened to cha in fast casual speech, right? Followed by a word which means no good, right? Naranai, ikenai, dame, right? The literal meaning is similar to doing a is not good, is no good. Of the words that follow, naranai is the most formal, right? Objective sounding option literally means doesn't become, right? Doesn't become is used in a bunch of sonkeigo equivalents too, to substitute for suru. Actually, suru is sometimes, and then iku and iku, right? But it is synonymous with no good here. It tends to be used for rules or facts of nature.
ここで写真を撮ってはならない。
I see. Ikenai is the most neutral option, acting as a fixed phrase meaning no good and used in both speech and writing, and sounds more subjective than naranai does.
図書館で走ってはいけない。知らない人にお金を貸しちゃいけない。
To add in the variant, right? Cha variant. Dame is the most casual of these 3 options and is even used as a word to scold someone. Yeah, or say something is wrong or no good on its own, right? Dame da yo. Or just dame. Okay.
友達のお菓子を食べちゃダメ。それはダメ。
Must I? For the phrases in this topic meaning must, the core logic is much the same as the must not phrases, but they use the negative form of the verb in question. As mentioned on the grammar page, this makes a double negative with a literal meaning similar to not doing A is no good, which means that you must do it, kind of inferring that it's good to do it. The logic of tewa becoming cha and the three options for expressing no good is exactly the same here. One major difference is that we also am able to omit the final no good word and maintain the meaning. This is most common in speech, right?
毎日仕事に行かなくてはならない。病院では静かにしなくてはいけない。
静かに、it uses 静かにする, right? To be quiet. This is special. Suru defining something that deals with the senses. So nisuru for senses, sensory related things. So quiet is a hearing thing. Hence the suru and the nisuru.
今日の夜ご飯は絶対に7時に食べなくちゃいけない。
Okay.
子供は早く寝なくちゃダメ。
Yeah, になっちゃダメ. That's interesting.
シャワーを浴びなくちゃ。
A bit needy. When listed, it can seem like there are a dizzying amount of phrases for must and to a lesser extent must not. Unbelievably, there are actually even more than this, yeah, which is in the N4 we learned about kereba or not kereba because it's the negation. So it's usually talking in the need form. So the na form as in the negative form, and then use kereba. So it's the negative potential linked with naranai, ikenai, and dame, right? That's what I had to group together in N4, and we've only covered up to the N4 block. So, and then there should be one, yeah, and even in N2 we'll still come across new alternatives. Although this particular set of phrases can feel intimidating, they're actually not so bad once you get used to them. Really, though. The idea of being able to group them together and see the similarities between them makes you repeat them, right? Like even nakereba, every time I see like dewa, right, the tewa ikenai, I also see nakereba ikenai, right? So if you're grouping them together, you're getting multiple exposures of related things. If you're doing it the same way I'm doing it, I suppose. I learn things by association, redundancy, and organization. So the more instances of related things create associations that strengthen each one. So oftentimes, in my opinion, the vast majority of the people I've come across, they focus on distinction. So when they focus on distinction, anything that's very similar becomes confusing as opposed to an opportunity to group them together. So for example, it would be confusing. The thing that they're talking about is like, unbelievably, there are even more than this. The sentiment is negative when there are more things to express the same thing with bits of nuance. I typically think that it becomes easier and easier to remember, personally, when there are more similar things with subtle nuances. Because, as I focused on before, when someone describes a bit of their problem, it's more like they're avoiding similar things and only focusing on distinctions. So when the distinctions are very minimal, you can't tell the difference anymore. So like things, it could be something like this, right? So this is the litmus test, right? If you're looking for what makes these two different, but you don't see what makes them the same, then that's what I mean. So when someone says like, right, hi or dai, tai or all, right, and then you have 10, right, 10, And all you see is, oh yeah, I can't mistaken this for this because this looks different. It looks different because of this stroke up here. Yeah, but they are also the same underneath. It's important because then you have things like this, right? This is fu for husband, or among other things. So this is fu, right? Then you can notice that, oh, this looks different because the top is different. Yeah, but you can see there's an element that is still the same between all three of these. That is one thing that I've come to notice dramatically as a, let's just say, it's not necessarily a deficiency unless it leads to problem resolving differences. So what I mean by that is I have seen increasingly, because of how the internet works most of the time, especially logic, anything that deals with logic online, like review and stuff, they always talk about the absence. Like nearly, I would say more than 70 to 80%. The straightforward way of learning something is through the absence and presence of something. So what I mean by that is it's either there or it's not. So to remember, like, usually when someone says to remember these two things are different, they only have to remember what is not there and what is there. And what happens is then when writing the rest, it's a blank. You just know that they look alike. And it happens very often. And one of these things is this way, because when you do association, you associate based on their, in my opinion, you associate based on their similarities. And then you differentiate by comparative. So this is comparison. You're making a comparison. And the habit, the most common habit, is to only recognize why it's different, not why they are similar or how they are similar. So when learning another language, that presents a really, in the beginning, right? When you're beginning, and what I mean is beginning in knowledge, not beginning in wisdom. Beginning in knowledge, it can be seen as easier because you have enough, you have less, so most things are distinct. So when it comes to kanji, for example, the most when I test someone, when I ask someone, like, what is this, what is that, can you recall it, this is purely for active recall, not I show someone a character as like, what is this? That's a different, that's input observation and it's triggered on recognition. So when I ask someone, okay, so what's the difference between, right, I'm showing this, but like I would ask a person, what's the difference between day and ear? Not ear, sorry, eyes. Eyes. What's the difference between hi and me? Can you think of two hi? Can you think of one hi and one me that is different by one stroke? Right? I'm going a roundabout way of describing something to challenge someone to see their observational skills. Are they seeing just the differences, or are they seeing both, the whole thing? Are they actually comparing things? Because if I didn't show them this, their response would be, well, there's a lot of he's. There are a lot of he. There are more than one he, and there are more than one me, right? But I gave you an additional condition. I gave you that they are very similar in kanji. So can you narrow that down? And the most common two you will see is probably these two. And you know what's funny? The thing about this is, the irony here is, where can you absorb this observation the most? Like very early on in language learning, when it comes to the online exposure, Duolingo actually does this. It's part of one of their exercises. All of their kanji exercises does this type of thing. And hear me out. usually most people say, well, it's a waste of time, right? It's a waste of time because it's so easy to tell the difference. I'm like, it's easy because you're focusing on the differences. Now, when I ask you to produce these characters, right, or write these characters and output these characters, it will fall apart, in my opinion. This might not be the one that will fall apart, right? Obviously, but as like you could argue, oh, that's easy. I always know the difference between them, but your knowledge will continue to increase. So the question is, are you going to keep on relying on seeing just the differences? Or are you going to also observe the rest of it? Because if you look at how this works, the easiest way to know the difference between these and to know, like, to differentiate between these two is to only use your effort to notice the least amount of things. So that means by reaction, those are the only parts that you're going to remember very vividly. Now, I'm using these basic, you could argue I'm using these basic examples. What happens when you start doing like the stuff in traditional Chinese, which Japanese have plenty of examples, right? Like this being attached versus this, right? Versus this, and then they're being attached to a like another radical that is the larger element, right? A larger element could be, I don't know, like this, right? So this element will get lost, while this element will be noticeable. So then when I go ask someone, hey, can you write something with this radical in it? And I'm looking to see if they recognize it. They would tell me what they remember that is different. So I was like, oh yeah, it kind of looks like this. I'm like, why do you remember this part as opposed to like the large part, the part that has more detail? And it's because how frequently it shows up. If it frequently shows up, then it's forgettable, right? And that is one of the bigger obstacles when someone tries to what do they call this? Getting over the N5 plus N4 hump. Often, and it's probably not hump, it's more like the wall or a mountain, where when the way they learn, no scaling, doesn't scale up. As in, you're not putting in the effort to notice more of the things. You're noticing less and less. You're paying attention to less and less. And that does follow through, because if you're trying to remember the least amount of things possible, then you only remember the least possible things possible. And that's where I get back to this point. The way in my opinion, I do it is I do more when I can, when I'm learning, practicing and learning. And then when I go to use it, I can pick the easiest route. Because there are many ways to go about it. So when I practice, I'm doing more. When I go to use it, then you focus on using the easiest. Some people may argue, well, if you don't practice the easiest way, aren't you going to be slower? Like, yeah, you're going to be slower. But the thing is, which one would I choose? I would choose slower and more consistent first over fast and risky. Fast and risky. Why is it risky? Because you have 1 point of failure. So if you forget something, there's less to rely on. You only have one way of knowing something. You don't have multiple ways of knowing something or getting around something. This creates inflexibility, which me and Prokal talked about using the metaphor of a box. This is a rigid box. And then this way is more of a squishy. It's a bit of a squishy box. Right? The box can warp and accommodate things. So, and then when you throw more and more knowledge in the box, it can be less and less accommodating over time. I think it's one of, if I were to test something, when someone says, I think I've tried everything to learn kanji, or I tried everything to learn grammar, I just can't seem to negotiate the differences, the different use cases for all these phrases. I can't remember what makes them different. And I'm like, have you tried remembering what makes them similar? Because the most important thing is you need a point of reference. That's what I would suggest to the person. Like, if you're having trouble resolving similar things based on their differences, right? That's your focus. I think I would say well over more than 50% of the people, they would try to remember things based on their differences without considering or practicing why they are similar. So without the point of reference, the anchor for the similarities, how do you even appreciate the similarities? Right? And I'm gonna be real here. I struggle with that. That's the thing that I work and practice against most of the time, because after having 4,000 Hanzi, right, and then 2,000 plus Kanji, it's still fairly tough to keep vigilant about keep making sure to look at the whole thing. You're looking at everything. You're looking at the similarities and the differences. You know, vigilant. In order to appreciate the differences, you also have to keep account of the similarities, not just like wash over it as though it's not important. I think oftentimes the thing about being same is it leads to complacency. Right? When you become complacent, it's forgettable. So no matter how often you do something, when you are practicing and trying to improve upon something, it requires your due diligence, not hand-wavingly being, I don't know, gesturing stuff. You can gesture things when you're using the stuff, at least in my opinion. That's kind of where I have encountered much resistance whenever I ask someone like, oh, well, you know something about this, right? You know something about this character. You know what this radical is, right? You probably know what this radical is, and you probably know what this radical is. And then someone would say, well, yeah, I know all the radicals, but I don't know when they come together what they create. There are so many characters that have this radical and these, so they don't help me. And I'm like, well, you don't pay attention to the whole picture. You only pay attention to a comparison of differences. So like, what is the, actually, I'm not, see, like, I have a problem with this. I'm not sure if this is a thing, and then obviously the comparison would be a character like this, because this stands alone, right? So do you know the difference? I mean, I'm a bit hard-pressed myself, so one of the, at least for myself, retrospectively and introspectively, I've noticed that as how expansive something becomes, the similarities become important. They are the anchor. So in order for me to remember this bigger group, it becomes easier and easier, actually. the more similar things that pile on top of each other makes it easier to remember, because then when you know the similarities, you can differentiate based on the differences. I would say it requires nearly double the effort or more. Sometimes it might feel like it's triple the effort. And for myself, if you don't practice that, then don't, in my opinion, at least expect that you will forget those things or not notice those things. I recently read a thread on someone who was asking for advice on how to remember grammar, right? Like grammar points. And the examples they listed are all examples where there are subtle differences, right? Nuance differences. And the problem they were having is they kept confusing them. So when they described what they were confusing them because the subtle differences was not enough to help them remember the problem of how they're similar, right? When they say, oh, I know I'm supposed to remember these differences like this way, and then part of the difference is that you need to know what they're similar in. If you knew what they were similar in, it would help you differentiate them, because what is different is related to what is similar. So, naranai and ikenai relates to nakereba, and dewa and naksha, right? So if you remember naranai and ikenai, you can anchor naranai and ikenai and dame to something else it can be attached to. That's kind of my long-winded way of saying try not to get too complacent on what is similar, because what is similar might be the very thing that will help you appreciate the differences. It's not one or the other. I mean, you can get away with focusing on differences if the pool of things is small, I suppose. And grain of salt, I use similarities to form association. So my major technique, right, my reliance on my memory technique personally, the routine that I do, I take the similarities and create and lead to the differences. So in order to remember something like a story, I connect the story based on how they are related to each other. So what their connections are with each other. Oftentimes that means what they're similar. So like an analogy, I use analogies, similes, and metaphors to remember complex nuances of other things. It is based on the simile, the metaphor, the analogy that I can branch out. So they form the foundation. So what makes them similar can form the root or the seed to branch out to other combinations. You can definitely do it the other way too. Take two distinct things and find where they converge. I think that's usually how most people practice online, right? Like when they look at information, the way they remember it is they find two different instances and see how they converge. That is a way of doing things. It's not the only way of doing things. So you can approach things more than one way in order to create redundancy. So you don't have like one point of failure. And it takes time. Obviously, it takes time, which is probably the most unattractive phrase. I would say it's probably easily one of the most unattractive phrases online. Whenever someone tells other person, how do you learn this? It takes time. And then you go and explain how many different ways you can use that time to improve, your association or your memories. For myself, I even take my time, right? That's even worse. In my opinion, that might even be worse and unattractive to hear for someone who spends more time online, because everything is all quick, fast, hustle culture, right? And then when you hear, oh yeah, I just take my time to learn and be as deeply comprehensive as I can, and then you can already see someone saying, nah, that's not for me. I want my Japanese fluency in 6 months or something like that, right? Anyways,
僕は毎朝妹を起こさなければならない。
Yeah. And how does the right? We take the so we got okosu, right? Okosu, so then it becomes okosanai, and then you get the potential or the conditional form. It becomes the nai, which is the auxiliary verb, becomes kereba, so nakereba, and ba being the clue in on the conditional, right? So not, right, it cannot be the condition of not getting up. So if I don't wake up, right, if I don't wake up, the condition of not waking up, it cannot be the condition of not waking up. So if I don't wake up, it cannot be
今日は一日勉強しないとダメ。
Shinaito. Oh, interesting. So this has to use, so this is a for I didn't cover dame yet. So this is the conditional to. So the generalized to, in order to, which is analogous to kereba. So the ba and the to are both conditionals. To is the I want to say the more casual general purpose one. I think ba is a little bit more above. I'm not sure actually. This will be I'm pretty sure this is more casual because of dame, and then they use to and dame versus ba and naranai. So these are like on the opposite spectrum. Or how the logic applies to this archaic sounding N2 version. Oh, okay, this is a teaser.
私は行かねばならぬ。
Naranu. Oh, it shall not be. Naranu. Interesting. Is that like, is this related to naru? Like a naru, but then it becomes narai or something weird, and then add a new. I mean, that's interesting. It kind of reminds me of nara still, but they decided to change the ending, so maybe it's a, this is what they're substituting, the auxiliary is changing. Interesting. It's gonna be N2, so that's not gonna be for maybe another year. It's probably the end of, if I am vigilant and consistent, I probably won't come over this, like encounter this until the second half of 2027. So it'll be a bit. Or how the logic even applies to dialects. Oh, Kansai-ben. Alright, Kansai-ben. What is that? What do they use? Akan? Oh yeah, Akan.
お母さんを大事にせなあかん。
Akan. Yeah. I heard this occasionally. In Like a Dragon games. Occasionally. Alright, so it looks like the last two lessons don't have illustrations for them. Okay. Wait. Oh, it doesn't even have audio yet. Aw. Darn it. Wait. Does it have translations though? It does. Oh, you can see that. Oh, okay. Alright. So, what do we got? 動物を飼ってはいけません. So, wait. いけません? Okay. But that's more polite. So, instead of いけない, they went with ません. So, please do not maybe touch the animals? Or keep the animals, okay. I was thinking this is ownership, but I don't understand why you would say you cannot keep animals. So I was thinking maybe they're at a zoo and this is a different way of saying don't pet the animals or something. I guess not. I read a little too much into it. So this literally does say do not You cannot keep animals. The question is why? Oh, is this like reading? Are they like reading a sign or something? Whoa, this is incomplete. Yeah, this is incomplete. Okay, what about this? Okane wo kashitari, right? Karitari shita ga ikemasen. So you cannot or you must not lend or borrow money. Okay. みんなでつもの Oh no, 使うもの not つもの使うもの like use stuff 使うものを売ってはいけません You must not sell used items to everyone amongst everyone, yeah. That are being used amongst everyone. Oh, by everyone. I see. Fair enough. Kitchen. Okay, kitchen wa... Okay, you must clean the kitchen every day. We might as well. Kitchen wa 毎日掃除 right? 掃除をしなくてはなりません I wonder why they're preferring the enego for most of these. Are they reading? I feel like they're reading a sign. Like these are, I don't know, a motivation poster, or they're reading like a pamphlet of things to live by or something, because now there's dialogue at the end. 高いもの, okay, expensive stuff. Okay, like an expensive watch. 高い時間, oh no, wait. Just kidding. No, yeah, that's not 時間. 高い時計, ne? That's 時計. Am I crazy? Expensive watch, okay. カバン, bag, and then パソコン, computer. Whoa, okay, like these things. Whoa, 持ちとは, so people who have expensive stuff or have expensive stuff. 先生に教えてください. Please like inform or tell the teacher people who have expensive items. Okay, fair enough. 1階の人 no 1階の人 first floor people は1階のトイレを first floor toilet where? Like, or please? And then second floor people 2階の人は2階のトイレを使ってください. Oh, like first floor people please use the second floor, like people like first floor use the first floor bathroom, and then second floor use the second floor bathroom. They're definitely reading a sign of some sort. Then we have Kenkan. Oh yeah, Kenkan. We used something earlier. What was it? Not related. Kenkan nai. Kenkan wa 20日に閉まります. So it's closed at 10, or the entrance is closed. Okay. Kenkan. Different Kenkan. Not the same. The homonym. 部屋の鍵? Kagi? Like kagi key? Kagi, I guess. Oh yeah, it would be written in hiragana or katakana or hiragana because kagi is a really complicated kanji, I suppose. Wa hitori hitori itsudo no no itsudo itsu watashimasu. No hitotsu no hitotsu. So hand over one of the hand over a key to the person, like the key to per person. Oh, okay. Yeah, hand out one key per person. And then, all right. So maybe they're in a hotel. This kind of looks like a rental place or like an apartment, maybe like an apartment or a hotel place or a rental place, and they're talking about the conditions. You cannot keep animals in this place. I don't know about the lend and borrow money. Maybe something like that. You cannot sell. It looks like it's a list of stuff, and then they're handing over, like, maybe it's a list of instructions, and then suddenly, no. I think these are separate things. This is just incomplete. I'm overthinking this. Maybe they're giving some examples. I don't know why these examples are linked here. And then it looks like this is just the teacher and the students. Let's see what the sensei says. 가質問がある人はいますか? Are there people who have any questions? It's probably a list of instructions or something like that, maybe. So the first student, right? 生徒は夜 night 遅く帰らなくちゃいけないのは難しいです。It's difficult to return late or to must it's difficult to come back early. Oh no, osoku. Wait, early at night? Wait, how's that early? Wait. Am I crazy? How's that early? Is it because it's reflexively negative? Okay, hold up. Let me interpret. So tonight, this is returning late. So one must not return late. Oh, okay. Yeah, then it's early. Okay. So it's difficult. I see. So this part is attached. It does flip this. I didn't think of it that way, but all right, fair enough. That throws my brain for a loop. So it's the negation of returning late. So what is not returning late? Early. So one must not return, one must return late, early. Oh my gosh, early, and it's difficult to do that. Right. Nai no. Oh, no is the generative. Sensei says, from 8, every day from 8. Every day from 8. Oh yeah, so 毎日, right? 毎日8時から、夜は the night 20時まで until 10. 授業があるから because there are assignments or class, there are class until 10. 出かける時間はないと思う. I don't think there's a lot of time, right, to go out. Right, so I don't think there's a lot of time. Sorry, not 10, 8. We're doing 24-hour things. 8, not 10. I can't subtract 12. I ended up subtracting 10. Don't at me. Math's hard. I don't know if some people talk about something like, oh yeah, the metric system and right, the SI, the metric system making things easier and whatnot. And it's funny because I often see it as a crutch as well, because when you think of time is not the metric system. Time is one of the few things that are universally used, right? To a great extent, but it's not metric. Like 12 hours, right? 60. And then some occasional days I would like subtract 10 and subtract 100 out of 100, as opposed to anyways, that's a digression for another day. And then second student, 生徒 B? I guess you could say B. Yeah, you could say B. 洗濯をするところ、so place to do laundry はどこにありますか? Where's the place to do laundry, right? 先生、洗濯は外です。でするんだ。Wait. Oh no. 外でするんだ。It's... I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, でするんだ. You can do it outside. Or it is outside, sorry. The laundry is outside. You do it outside. This is 向こう. So in the direction. 向こうある大きい oh. Towards the big tree? わかるか? Oh, わかるか? And towards the big tree. Wait. Do you know the big tree? It's towards there. そこでお願い. Oh, please do it there. Okay. You do laundry outside. Yeah, you know the big tree. Yeah, over on the other side. And please do it there. Okay. 生徒 B says, 外に行かなくちゃいけないの? 行かなくちゃいけないの? Like, wait, do we have to go outside? 先生 said, そうだ。よろしく。That's correct, thanks. Alright. I still think this is a dormitory. Let's just imagine what the scene is. It's a dormitory. Maybe this is a list of things the kids are permitted to do, right? Or should do. It's a list of things that the kids have to be reminded of. And then the sensei is like, okay, do you have any questions? And those kids are living there, right? Like this is, what's not on this list is how laundry is being done. That's one of the things. And then like curfew, they were talking about curfew and whatnot. So that might be the dormitory. So it must be a scene about a dormitory. Like a boarding school situation, or maybe a university situation, like a campus. At least that's how I'm gonna put this all together. It seems it obviously looks a little bit incomplete, but maybe it's not. Now I'm genuinely curious what... Hang on, let's quickly preview. That was my last lesson. Let's look at the bottom. Yeah, I think it was intentional. It kind of reminds me of a list, like a laundry list of things. And almost all of them, except for you can't lend or borrow money. That's interesting. It's not quite a list of just what you can do at a dormitory, or maybe it's student life advice deal while they're standing in front of the dormitory. All right, that's kind of neat, very neat. We don't necessarily have to go over the ikenai stuff. It's an ongoing process. Alright folks, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, talk about things, share, right? And deeply discuss. I think the topic that I mentioned today is a very, I say this in like maybe 7 different ways now about the whole idea of creating associations in order to create comprehension or to aid in comprehension or aid. Association, it deals with a lot of things. They form the foundation. I'm like a broken record when it comes to association. When someone says, hey, how do you comprehend things? Association. How do you form new habits? Association. How do you keep motivated? Association. So most of my stuff frames, the framework is about association, which is to incentivize yourself to see the similarities and the differences of things, because comparative analyses, thinking at a, encouraging yourself when you can, right, when you have enough energy and all that, to think above, like a more deeper relation when you have the energy to do so. Usually it can lead to, it often leads to solutions and different, encourages what I think is one of the greatest assets of humanity, to be able to think, right, and solve things. Now, again, I keep emphasizing if you have enough energy, because sometimes it's the chicken or the egg. If you don't have enough energy to do this, then it can be difficult to start, right? And without a start, it's kind of like, how do you make money? By having money first, or by using money, that type of situation. You can be locked into a thing like, well, then how do you ever start in the first place? Yeah, we'll cross that road when we, I do have to answer these questions and find clever ways of doing it. The thing about association is that usually I interact with people who already have things going on. So like, I'm not interacting with like a 5-year-old or a 13-year-old even when they are experiencing things for the first time. Usually I'm talking to young adults and around like 18 to 25 years old, and they have a lot of things that are already going on. So we use those as starting points. And that's usually why I rely on pedantically talking about association. Use what you can. How do you find motivation? Well, where did you get motivation to do the things you want in the first place? Right? When someone says, oh, I really love this video game, but I can't ever play this video game. It's like, why not? What can you understand about the video games you want to play, and how can that exist in the video games that you don't want to play? That's a very trivial, like one could say that's a very trivial example. However, I typically use less risky, trivial examples in order to create a thought exercise, right? So then you're wondering, why are you talking about video games? You could be talking about language learning. It's like they're related. Most of the stuff that I talk about day in and day out, like when I'm playing Persona 3 Portable and I read this social link, right, for the second time in a row. Like, it's the second time I've seen this dialogue and this story, but I don't talk about the same thing the second time around, or the third time around, or the fourth time around. The idea is, do not, in my opinion, one does not underestimate the human's ability to spin it up, mix it up, because of association. You can build and consistently build regardless of how static things are around you. In a TLDR or a Gen Z hot take, use your imagination. Imagination is fantastic. It is built around all of your existing knowledge, and that knowledge can lead to emergent properties, and that is more so wisdom than knowledge itself, right? Anyways, just thought I laid that out there, and that's what I mean by you're more than welcome to come on by, yap, discuss. We're gonna try to challenge the box. Constantly challenging the box. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for today. 皆さん、またね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第560天. It's day 569. Let's get into our lessons.
煎鱼
Okay, 煎鱼 sedan chair, and this is the sedan chair here, and then yu is like the carriage, right? Oh my gosh, carriage is kind of a rough one. But there is a car in there. A car with the... It's kind of a car with a space capsule, but they probably broke it down, didn't they? Yeah. Is there a Yi that looks like this? The closest one is yikes. Nah. The closest I can think of is this one. Right, this is you. Right. Should be you. With, yeah, with. Or bestow. Like offer. Okay. So those are our two closest things. Yeah. Alright. This is carriage though. Alright. Not sure. Jiang is the counter for kind of... Wait. Is that also the counter for car? Maybe. Yijiang... something Li. Hua Li. 还是 okay. I'm gonna say 华丽，华丽的监狱，华丽 okay. 华丽的监狱。So very this is like China, but it's also meaning like something really fine or elegant, and then with beautiful you can get the ornate feeling there. Bride, heck, 新什么？新女啊，新娘，这是新娘，新娘被 heck. I don't want to say. Why do I have two possibilities here. Thai, not Thai. Oh no, it is Thai. Thai, yeah, okay. But which Thai is this? Thai Shang. So the right hand is Thai, and I get the lift, but it's closer to yang. How do we get lift? Just the machine helps him lift, yeah. Alright. Thai and Yang, Thai and Yang are Thai grouped together here. Servant. What was servant? 仆人 仆人台看 台下 or 看 no 台下 台下 or 台着等了台着就是这台着见于走过街道 yeah 台着past tense sort of past tense. Okay.
监狱玉立
玉立 I don't get the Li part. Oh, wait, Li is official. And then the other one's prison. Yi. Ooh, that Yi is really rough. What is that? Goku? I don't think so. Is it? I'll think about it later. And then Li is special. It kind of looks, from time to time, I kind of think of it as a shirt, right? But it's Li, special Li, officer Li. It's prison official. Yi Li, kan shou. No, kan shou. Heck. What is the person opinion? Qing? Qing. Oh no, Qing what? Qing Fan. Okay. Oh no, Qiu. Oh no, it's not Qing, it's Qiu. Shou. Or protect or guard against. Qiu is not in the right location. I constantly think it's the infirmary. Han is a little bit weak too. Criminal. Oh, that's the dog with the paperclip thing. Okay. 那个玉立很I'm gonna say 严格 No,严格 Okay, 严格 Okay, I'm not losing my mind here. 严格 This is strict and status of strict. Oh, strict. 玉立命令 ordered 命令命令囚 right 囚犯背对 no 排队 Oh, it's 4 命令 not 命令 This is 4
玉立节约
So 约 is to say 接 is everything or all. Okay. 节约 all say. How do you all say? Everybody says. Oh. Yeah, this is the fat 约 not 热 not 热约节约古人节约诚心 Is that 未来 or 还是未来 No 为本 Oh no, not 来 为本 Wait Oh, fundamental I don't know how way is being used.巨人还是玉人 Oh no. 助人智人 Oh, it could be wait. No, this is 智人节约他是个好人。Wrong place. It's not the beach house. That's a big fail. 对吃还是吃？对吃食no 对吃食官员节约布置 Oh, it's 此事 not 此对此事 or this 此事 Oh man, it's not 官 it's 官员节约布置 I don't know, okay. Oh, those are really rough.
节约蘸墨
Jan is dip, and then mo is black or black ink. Yeah, black ink specifically. Black is on top too, but black ink. The dip in ink is good. Jan is on the weaker side. Mo is fine. It could be mistaken for a hay as opposed to a mo. However, there are other moles with black in it. Ta man 慢慢的降墨，请把笔降墨再写，yeah, or 再写，not 再写 before。我用 furry and furry implements, so brush. What is that? Why do I think it's Mao? Mao B? Mao, yeah, Mao B. Mao B 降墨学字。Okay.
蘸墨。借庄。
夜庄 that is like boundary. 庄 a stick? A stake? Oh, a marker, I see. Or a world, sure, world. But it also means boundary, like the world itself is the boundary. 夜庄这里有一个这旧的芥庄，他们在地上 insert, what is that? Chala, yeah, chala几什么？几根叶庄，几根 ，okay， 插了 that insert， okay， 它是两地，还是两地的借庄，不可什么？不可heck, lots of 移动 shift, right? 移动 shift move.
借庄。
Okay. Heck. I need to reevaluate that.
接约。蘸墨。
So,
玉立。
those two are really tough. Okay, what did I do here? I thought it was Jian. Not Jian. No, Jiao. What the heck? Not Jiao. Oh, no, wait. It's Jian. Oh, no, that's shoulder. That's not sedan chair. I'm thinking of Jiao for sedan. Oh, it's not sedan. Jiao is sedan. So I was thinking like I misread that entirely. It's actually shoulder. Jian. Now that I look at it more closely. Dang. Wow. That's my bad.
借庄。
Yeah, that's shoulder.
监语。
That's so... I don't know about that. I think that one's gonna be wild. I have no idea if I'm gonna get
朱
that.
砂。
So, Zhu Sha, you have vermilion, and Sha like gravel, cinnabar. What color is cinnabar? Is it close to vermilion? Is that why they're using that? Oh, yeah. That is, yeah, that's cinnabar. And then I guess gravel could be used for placement of any type of stone or mineral related thing. It's a red. It has a vermilion color to it. 这颗岩浆是用朱砂固的做的，哪固的？岩浆 seal used cinnabar to make. 朱砂有高红 is that no 鲜红的 base color? Wait. 颜色鲜红 fresh red? Oh, like brightly vibrant red. 颜色 which is another way to say color, but it's using face color. Interesting. 颜色 or like surface color. Surface. 颜色 wait, right? That's an interesting way to say things. 中药 Chinese medicine? Oh, 中药中药里有时会用到还是用到朱砂got the tone incorrect. Dang it. I 50-50 the Dao versus Dao. 中药 interesting. Chinese medicine.
朱砂蜀绣
Oh no, that's just Sichuan 蜀绣. How does this work? It's because so there are multiple ways to refer to a region in China, right? Either the historical dynastic region, like Shu, Guan, like Gong, like or Xie, like Qing, right? Like all of those things, and then when they translate it, they become what I would say contemporified, like the English references. What do they call these? Toponyms? Maybe you could qualify them as toponyms, where so geographically you have to translate them to the contemporary form. So like Sichuan has Sichuan. Sichuan is a name too. However, the Shu, that's the Shu region, which creates a really weird dynamic where the character represents the toponym in English, but it actually represents the original region name, like Shu. And you can kind of appreciate them based on, like, if you go back to watch a lot of dynastic periods, like imperial Chinese periods, all of the regions are named historically still with their kingdom, like the kingdom, the people, the regional people that they were. And I recognize the Shu because of the Sichuan area. I don't know if the shu area, like shu, song, tang, hang, like all those like areas are also have more than one region, like more than one contemporary area attached to them. Like this is shu bigger than Sichuan, or is it the other way around and whatnot? Such a complicated, like this is such a it's a detached way of learning this stuff. If it wasn't for like shows, you know, like Chinese drama shows and Three Kingdoms content and video games and stuff, I wouldn't be as inclined to understand why there are, like, why is Shu Sichuan when Sichuan is Sichuan? Or Sichuan, not Sichuan. Sichuan. Forgot. I'm reading this and I'm like, oh no, English comes to like Szechuan, right? Szechuan is also Sichuan, right? Like Si, but it's Si, right? Sichuan, right? Sichuan. Imagine having a conversation now with some people. It's like, oh yeah, let's go to a Sichuan place. It's like, a what? A Szechuan place. What? Wait. Rick and Morty, they use this term, right? Szechuan sauce? Was that what they said? I swear that's probably what they used. But yeah, and it's spelled differently too. How did Sichuan was it spelled? It's like Z. Oh yeah, SZ E as opposed to S, which does sound like Szechuan. Szechuan. And then embroidery. Xiu, the other embroidery. Su, there's no other way other than knowing that it's, yeah, Su. Shu. Shu is the historical area that Sichuan is residing in. I don't know if the entirety of Shu is the entirety of Sichuan, or is Shu bigger, because the properties and the regions and how big the kingdoms are, they kind of varied through the warring periods. 他正在学习属校的don't know 技工技巧 oh wait double skill 技巧 how did 巧 work right 他用属校做了一个枕头 or pillow 枕头。属校是中国四大名 I saw when I see Ming I think of Yo Ming as opposed to just shortening it to Ming 明秀之一 one of four famous embroideries. Yeah, so I gotta remember that you can say 大名 right? 大名 or just 名 attached to something else instead of saying 有名的秀. Okay.
蜀绣 脂肪肝
脂肪肝 Fatty liver. Oh, fat liver. Yeah, fatty liver. That's a disease. I think this is referring to the disease, not like a fat liver, you know, like something that's consumed. This is referring to the disease. Yeah, fatty liver. 脂肪肝，脂肪肝，多运动，right？多运动有帮于助于那帮于助于改善 to like improve 改善 become better 脂肪肝，他因为常喝酒而 heck 而什么而得 no 而得了 what 而得了 that sounds so weird 而得了脂肪肝 okay hold on I need to hear this
他因为常喝酒而得了脂肪肝。
而得了 man I don't hear this very often 而得了 it's like three functional words put together. How does that work? Is it because? No, yes. So because interesting. And this seems a little bit so because of no I don't know what Ardella is so because he drinks alcohol often as a result right this is 因为 and R he has I guess just he acquired or has gotten right got this is acquire past tense got fatty liver I guess that's a way to say like it resulted in something combined with Ardella 医生说我得了 okay got yeah okay have 得了什么是精度 mild 精度脂肪肝 like a light case a mild case a mild degree
脂肪肝，灌溉渠，
灌溉渠灌 irrigate 盖 irrigate 渠 channel oh irrigation channel okay yeah I already have Guangai linked together because they're kind of really tough. One looks like Guan with water. The other one, Guy, is actually not that great. The Silver Butler. Okay. And then Chi is pretty rough too. This is a special one. It kind of looks like Ji on the top, but it's Chi. Channel. 这条灌溉渠帮助农田得到学分。not 学分，水分。全民们一起 一起什么？一起休息，no 修理灌溉渠。Oh no, it's one 村民们一起修理灌溉渠。他他 fall over. How do you fall over? 他摔还是拽 or is it 摔进了灌溉渠？掉 Oh no, it's the other thing. It's 掉 Dang it. I was thinking of like trip or topple. 掉 to drop. Then drop 进 interesting for fell. Drop into okay. This one's tough.
灌溉渠
That help.
核讹诈
That's nucleus. The heck and 诈 swindle. Extort plus swindle is blackmail, yeah. And then nuclear blackmail? Is that like something with deterrence or something? Like nuclear deterrence? Deny using nuclear blackmail. I think this is like nuclear deterrence. Yeah. I mean, it can be seen as blackmail. I get it. But like to pressure someone using nuclear power. Lingzhen, right? Lingzhen Ren. No, Ling Dao Ren. That's the Ling Dao Ren leader guide. Dao Ling Dao Ren. An 还是法 An. Oh no, is that Fo? Oh no, I think that's Fo. 否认是用核讹诈来捣成木的。Oh no, 打成 not 捣成。I don't know why I added a O. 打成 to acquire, like acquire and become, achieve. 核讹起oh no, 遗起是 no 遗起 yeah 世界 or 借势 wrong way 借势什么国？壳国 no 德国 oh 德国 no 德国壳国的 something 有担忧 what is 担忧 oh I set them backwards 世界 not 也是世界oh it's just 各国的担忧 what is 担忧 All right, let's think about this for a moment. So nuclear blackmail 引起 fall and rise caused world nations concern. So yeah, this is concern, right? Yo is concern. Dan, what is Dan? Like like raise up. Oh, carry on this burden to carry concern. Well, that one sucked. And Tommen Bay let's Kong. I want to say it was supposed to be 指控使用核加 oh goodness. I don't remember you. Facial opponent. Why do I think it's xia? I mean 胁. Oh, 威胁. Wei is might, right? Threaten. Oh yeah, 威胁 might. Threaten. Intimidate with might. This is more like cooperate. I thought this was cooperate with might. And then did I screw this up? It's 指. Oh, 指控. No. 指控, right? 指控, yeah. 威胁. Oh, wait. Do the might thing. Or was this coerce? Yeah, it's coerce. So coerce with might. Okay.
核讹诈
We're getting into some heavy stuff. The heck, man. Oops, that's Sha. What? Oh, I forgot the other word. I've got to add the other word. What? What did I write there?
脂肪肝蜀绣
Oh no. One. Oh, guy. I don't know why I wrote die there. What am I? Oh, I keep writing S. What am I? Talk about it. Is it 4?
灌溉渠
Yeah. I kept typing 猪 instead of 猪。
朱砂、
Okay. Okay, I'm okay with that. Several plants. Okay, what do we have? 王字。院子。
几颗、
That startled me. 院子里种了。Okay. 种 wait. What did they use for this? There's a tone shift here. Or using it for planted. Is it 种了？种了几棵树 right? It's 4. It shifts to 4. Yeah. 院子里种了几棵树。公园里有几棵高的树。Okay, very tall, I suppose. 他种下几棵什么？几棵苹果树。
几颗遵从、
遵从what is that? To obey and follow. To defer to. It almost feels like the other way around. But to follow, to comply. Okay. Okay, it's in the same direction. I see. 炫意。诶？炫意遵从医生的建议。Oh no, 选择. Oh no, it's not 选择. Alright, hang on. We gotta go look at this. I keep thinking it's what E am I thinking of? Translate? Why do I think is it because of totem? Let's think. So this is where's Yi? Okay, Yi is words. And then Shi is explain or instruct. Okay. Further 3. And then we have one more Yi. What is this Yi? Unravel? Okie dokie. 遵从老师的 That's a judgment. What is that? 判还是判断 Okay. 我们遵从庄家的意见。Yeah. 庄家 Interesting. Expert. 庄家
遵从、承办、
惩 punish 办 punish or manage. Oh wait, 办 is manage more so. Ooh, I'm not sure if I. Ooh, I get the ban part. I don't get the manage part. What is it? Manage? What are those? Peppers? Pepper power? Huh. 丈夫决定承办corrupt something guan. Corrupt. Tangguan. Yeah, Tangguan. Wow, Tan is hard. Tan is very tough. Common Quinn. No. That is Ying. Common Ying. Ying Fan Fa. Bei Cheng Ban. Right. They caused crime, therefore punished, right? So breaking the law, they broke the law or caused crime. So 法律会工匠的承办它 the law will fairly punish him. Okay. Got it.
承办胁迫
Oh, okay. Speaking of force, and 迫 is to pressure or compel, so that's kind of a coercion too, by force. 胁迫他不想胁迫任还是主任 what the that's 任何人 oh stranger no anyone oh yeah okay 任何人 interesting this is a special that's kind of hard too well the 和人 actually helps I feel like there is another phrase called using 人 that means stranger. I don't remember what the other character is, but it's hard to remember. Because the characters kind of throw me into a different path. 他被胁迫做决定 Oh, forced into making a decision. Or coerced into. 没有人应该胁迫别人 Yeah, no one should coerce others.
胁迫蹬腿
That's just 蹬 is to kick, no, to step. And 腿 leg. To kick one's leg? Okay, that's a little... To kick the leg, really? Step on leg. That's a bit of a pivot. 蹬腿. What the heck am I looking at? 宝宝? What the 宝宝? 宝宝喜欢what is that? 喜欢躺着蹬腿 lie down, like to lie down and kick the legs. 宝宝 The treasure? The baby? This is treasure, right? Am I crazy? Precious? Yeah, okay. Bao, interesting. I mean, that is apt to refer to the baby. 他一边笑一边蹬腿 蹬腿 One while doing something else simultaneously. Smiling and kicking. 他在游泳时用力蹬腿 that's pretty good. another way to use it.
蹬腿，
蹬腿 not 蹬腿，蹬腿蹬腿。Okay.
几颗，承办，
Okay.
胁迫，蹬腿，遵从，
Okay. All right.
探戈，
唱歌 oh, okay, that's the transliteration. 唱歌 to seek out a halberd. 唱歌 is 唱歌 it's probably transliteration. 他喜欢要唱歌 okay. 我们报名 no 我们什么 Yeah 报名了唱歌课程报名 sign as opposed to okay 报名 okay I kind of see where that sign up comes from. And then 课程 for class. 程 is in 程 is procedure. Okay, I was gonna say petition. 唱歌是一种拉 Oh man, that's transliteration too. 拉丁舞 拉丁舞 Latin for Latin.
探戈，未卜，
未卜 Not yet divinity or not yet determined or uncertain, unpredictable. Yeah, 未卜它的名语它的名图 Dang it 图 It's not you it's a 50-50 either 图 or you oh and 钱 not 名钱 I'm thinking of something else 它的情图 so before future before follow 未卜 It's a route. Dang it. I thought it was a path. I mean, yeah, it's about the same. So the incoming route, future. Interesting. I wonder why this is preferred over something that uses maybe like way or something. Okay, dan sheng no dang no dang sheng dang zhen dan shen oh no I'm gonna say 象征的命运未卜象征的命运未卜他的oh no 去向至今微博 Jing is still until now or still yeah okay until
未补
未补 okay
烘烤
烘烤烘 what the 烘烤 is roast 烘 oh by the fire roast by the fire to bake to toast as opposed to roast okay 烘烤它正在烘烤一些饼干烘烤食物需要 patience 什么心初心不是说耐心妈妈在kitchen 妈妈在厨房里烘烤蛋糕 no 鸡蛋 no 蛋糕 yeah 是蛋糕okay it's fine
烘烤避讳
避讳 B is to evade or dodge evade 会 taboo oh no 会 taboo 会 is weak it makes me think of 会 instead of 会 okay 老师量得很开放 interesting openly 没有什么避讳 interesting 开放 open yeah like openly like open and unrestrained openly 谈到死亡 no 还是 no 死亡 not 亡死亡谈 oh it's two it's not one I mean it's not three 谈到很多人会有避讳 interesting 我们不需避讳问题
避讳
对
嫉恨
what is 嫉恨 is to hate oh jealousy to hate jealousy 嫉恨 how does G work be neutral oh yeah this was sickness yeah sickness 不要嫉恨特别特人no 别人 oh my gosh 别人他嫉恨他 is it still 姐姐 okay it's just the other character for 姐姐 不要记恨别人的成就achievements 成就 achievements is tough. There's so many ways to express acquiring, satisfying, completing, right? Which leads to achievement, acquiring, acquisition, like gaining the skill of, becoming proficient in. There's so many of them.
嫉恨
How do you how do you how do you phrase this? To hate out of jealousy. Okay. I was gonna say to jealously hate. I don't think that sounds that great either. Oh, is it Tonga? Heck. Wait.
未卜
Oh, 4. So whoops. Tonga.
嫉恨
Whoops.
探戈烘烤避讳
Oh goodness. Okay. Today was this. Those are some. There are some rough. I think there are at least 6 or so rough vocabulary. All right. That's it for today. All right, folks. Go watch this there. 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, discuss, talk, yap, what have you. Until next time, 大家下次见. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I will be back for P3P. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back, everyone, to our, what is this, our 25th session. All right, let's go into our social links as a quick recap. So we're still in the social link farming time, right? So what have we gotten in terms of the C's stuff? We took down, I think we did the lover thing, right? Hierophant and lovers, the hotel, the special hotel stuff, where Yukari slaps Makoto Yuki right in the face, right? Misunderstanding, nevertheless. Magician, Genji is thinking about marriage to Emily. And then Fuka. Basically yesterday was a lot of Fuka, where pretty much most of the same things happen, but it's outside of the home ec class, right? So you don't do any of the cooking with her. She simply does the cooking on her own. So she did the most recent was the rice ball stuff, right? Hidetoshi, pretty much unchanged, right? Getting down to the cigarette butt thing. I think the next one is going to be the teacher trying to pressure him, strong arm him into blaming you for the stuff. Hierophant, we didn't advance Hierophant, interesting enough. In the Shiomi path, the route, you like lean on the Hierophant thing very quickly. Swim team, Kazushi, secret's out, right? He's gonna continue to push himself though until the teacher says otherwise, right? Everyone knows now though that do it for his nephew, basically make his nephew's dreams come true, or he's doing it so that his nephew would take the surgery, right? The treatment, going through rehab and all that. For Chihiro is becoming a little bit more open. He had a couple instances in the library. Oh, right now she's in a situation where she really wants to buy a book illustration, but some people are blaming her for the loss of funds, school funds. She's becoming a scapegoat at the moment. So you're kind of sort of probably encouraging her to defend herself and get to the bottom of it. Hermit, we haven't advanced Hermit at all. Toriyumi, right? Maya. Kisuke. He's very good at the violin. Was it the violin? Yeah, the violin practice. And then one of the club members had a exhaustion or an iron deficiency specifically. He was talking about iron deficiency. Yuko, fingers crossed for the 4th graders. She was helping out to take out the 6th graders in a race. Michael, very similar. This time we went to get takoyaki, and then it introduced Striped Shirt Man, Inari, which will open probably today. Ferosu being Ferosu, right? Or Farosu, sorry, Farosu. Bebe, we didn't advance Bebe too much yesterday. Then Tanaka-san did a bunch of reviewing of deep cuts, right? In this case, we talk about how someone who's underprivileged can be raised on animosity and righteous indignation. Animosity and righteous indignation can produce a narcissistic or egotistical way of boasting and like the satisfaction of just desserts, you know, you reap what you sow situations, which I contrast a lot, because overcoming adversity also makes you appreciate what it takes to overcome adversity, and you could be the type of person who would outreach, which is what Tanaka-san twistedly does at the end, which we'll witness today, where he chooses to donate, right? And then have this really warped way of trying to help out or giving back, like the investment forward that I usually refer to. And then, of course, Mutats, nothing changed about Mutats. At first, I thought there was a change, but it was because of my clerical reading error. So Mutats ends up finally going and facing his problems, right? Facing his problems, going back to his wife or finding his wife and son. And we'll see the end, see if anything changed. I don't think any of these things will change. And then we started the... What's his name? I don't remember his name. He said it a couple times, actually. So we answered a food quiz, and he's a gourmet, the gourmet king. So we'll figure out, there's an adult that is like after him for something. Don't know what the situation is at the moment. And then I think we have like 4 or 5 more social links left. That's a recap. Where are we right now? We are on the 18th. I don't know if we're about to head into the summer vacation thing, right? We just finished our final exams for the first semester. What can we do? Today is Saturday. Tanaka-san might be here. Yep, we'll see the conclusion. This is where he decides to donate this is a really warped way of looking at investment forward in a narcissistic way. I've decided to make a donation. She's raising money to help orphans in foreign countries. I don't look at it as a donation so much as an investment. Let me explain. Children who learn to cope with adversity are more likely to become rich and famous like me. I kind of disagree with that. Children who learn to cope with adversity can end up being 2 different things. They could be happy and sufficient. They're not necessarily likely to be more rich and famous. Sometimes overcoming adversity makes them less likely to, I would argue sometimes it humbles them to be less likely to be rich and famous because they understand what it's like to have enough, as opposed to constantly wanting more. At least I like to believe that I'm surrounded by people who are more conservative like that, coping with adversity. And I don't even think it's cope with adversity, but more like overcome adversity. I'm thinking of donating 10 million yen. Not a corporate donation, but a private one. When I told them over the phone, they sent me this. Thank you note. Right. I received it the very next day. Now I can't back out. 10 million yen is nothing to me though. Once those children grow up and become successful, I'll introduce myself to them, right? And for myself, the satisfaction is seeing them grow up and become successful. In no way does it bring any more satisfaction to me personally when them figuring out who it was. So that's what I mean by overcoming adversity doesn't necessarily lead to narcissistic, egotistical behavior. Tanaka-san just happens to be the archetype in which they do. I don't think there's an archetype. Is there a social link archetype in Persona 3 about the invisible hand? I don't think so. So what I'm talking about the invisible hand is what is another word for it? An angel investor, right? Someone who invests anonymously and do not end up introducing themselves. An angel investor, be it an invisible guiding hand or something. The satisfaction of helping people overcome adversity is also allowing them, in my opinion, their success and their ability to reach higher heights, in my opinion, is to allow them ownership of what they did. So you may help them and guide them with an invisible hand. However, they are more likely to be, in my opinion, successful and rich and etc. if they are seen or made to understand that they did most of the work, right? They create ownership. When you try to inject yourself into their life, you can also do as much as take away that achievement, that feeling of achievement from them. So I'm not saying either or is good or bad. Like, the idea is it's not always this way, right? Like, you don't, that he views it as, he warps it around as a transaction. Usually the 90% of the satisfaction of helping someone, at least in my opinion, of someone who would likely overcome adversity and stuff, is watching them become successful. Whether they know it's you or not, it's really up to them, in my opinion, right? You could even feel the satisfaction when those individuals learn to appreciate that they have. I've said this many times before. I'm not sure if the people that were around in my life would like me to consistently shower them with my compliments, but I talk about them at length a lot, the people who affected me, and I'm ever grateful for their contribution to my life. However, I feel like what makes them great people is because they did what they can, and usually they're not in it for themselves, right? So it's a very reflective of the people that help you. So you could make an argument, if he does in fact help someone grow up and become successful, and he injects himself in their lives, they themselves might then take after him, which that's another thing. I usually take after, I would say I take after the people that help me, and most of the people that help me are not like Tanaka-san, basically. They're successful people, they're hard workers, but they rarely ever like inject themselves and demand a transaction in return. I'll say I'm the one who made all this possible. Then I'll be well taken care of in my old age. This idea probably would not have occurred to me if it wasn't for our conversations. I don't know what I did. By talking to you, I seem to have developed an interest in watching others mature. That's kind of nice, right? I thank you for that. Actually, I should be thanking myself for wisely noticing this. Yeah, I'm sure. It's his, you could kind of read in between the lines and say, maybe it's his, that's the best you'll get. It's his way of maturing into someone likable. That's kind of how I would view it. Wishful thinking. Like, maybe this guy has a heart after all. Which is typically what I do. I want to see the goodness in people. The compassion side, however slim it is. You can keep that letter. I worked myself to the bone to earn that money, and all I get in return is a piece of paper? But it's not a bad feeling. I mean... I'm going now. The paparazzi could be anywhere. If any of them were to find out, my plan would be ruined. Oh, by the way, I've decided to pass on the exclusive modeling contract we discussed. Unfortunately, I got swept up by your enthusiasm and may have given you the wrong impression. Anyway, stop hanging around middle-aged men like me and find what truly makes you happy. Toodaloo, my dear boy. May you find success one day. You know, in his own way, caring in its own way. Alright, now we're going into the summer vacation. In his own way. Alright, what can we do? We can Maya, right? Oh, wait, can we just straight up interact with Maya instead of going... Yeah, we can. Why go... Yeah, let's just spend it with Maya. I went to the gym yesterday to work out. Smiley face. My muscles are sore, but I'm so buff. I'm sure you are. There's nothing a little endorphins won't cure, right? ORZ? I don't know what ORZ is. So much pain. Actually, I only went because I was so ticked off at that jerk. Ekoda sensei. Which one? Sorry, have kind of a dirty mouth today. What I meant was, I was upset because of this guy. Remember that Mr. E? Ekoda? The guy. The SOB, right? I made a small error in my gradebook and now he's all up my butt. You're supposed to set an example, he told me. He thinks he's all that just because he's a history teacher. Well, he's a... I thought he was the classic lit teacher. Doesn't he know who I am? I'm Maya, you old fart. Right. If Mr. Ekoda starts playing this game too, I'm putting him on ignore. You can't talk to him either, okay? Alright. Alright. Mr. E probably doesn't have a computer at his house anyway. He probably uses an abacus. Talk about a history teacher. Raffalocopter? Oh goodness. Ew, much better. Maybe I'll go take a shower now. Don't worry, I won't let that old geezer get me down, Tetsuya. She's so unhinged. She's also unhinged in public, really. Alright, we're taking the trip now.
Oh, ようやくはっきり見えてきた。すっげえ。やくしまー。
ああ、珍しい木がいっぱい。見て、あれなんて。
すげえよな。おお、すげえ。マジやべえ。
純平くん。
マジやべえ。
すごい。
リアルに世界の豪邸訪問だな。
So now I'm curious if the Aegis, right? The Aegis, Aegisuru, Aegisu? Aegisu? If she's gonna speak Japanese, but a bit more... See, I don't know how Japanese can be more monotone, but it would be interesting to see how if I can pick up like impersonations, like robotic impersonations or something like that. In English is quite obvious. They actually be quite dramatic, right? In this case, the Aegis, the English CV, she went with the characteristic staccato, monotone, and the inflections, like the tonality of the words, the prosodic stress is all janked, right? Like for example, this sentence, it's like we're in the episode of Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. She would say something like, it's like we're in an episode of Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, right? Like Fabulous, that type of thing, where her prosodic stress is all janked up, right? In order to do the... And then when she speaks across the words, they are less tonal, right? There's less ups and downs and volume changes to make it sound mechanical. However, in Japanese, that's actually because of the way pitch accent works, it's already really narrow. So I'm not entirely sure how they depict like an AI or something. That'll be interesting. I did hear a bit of the English CV of the P3R of Aegis, because Aegis is also in P5X. And they actually went, or P5X was the Japanese one. The English CV in the P3R, it's actually a lot more natural, so they didn't go as hard into the mechanical theme of the English. And near the end, she kind of spoke. I'm not sure if it was deliberate or not, where they slowly near the end, when Aegis ends up becoming more of a compassionate or emotional thing, that they deliberately switched the performance. It wasn't that noticeable.
今日から短い間だがよろしく頼む。
メイドさん、
メイドス。
そちらは語学友の皆様ですね。よくどうぞこちらへ。語学友って。
メイドって実在してんだな。
やっぱり
It sounds so
すごい
serious.
人なんだ。改めて実感。お久しぶりです。
あ、行っちゃった。今の人ってもしかして先輩のお父さん？
怖っ。
怖っ。
南の島だけに海賊ルック？
It's the casual. Every time I hear like the single casual e-adjective truncation, like kawaii, right? Kawaii, kawa, like ama, uma, that type of thing. It stands out so much.
そんなわけがあるか。
短い休暇だが、まあ存分にくつろいでくれ。
よし、楽しましてもらうっすよ。
Huh.
隣ゃすぐそこだし、まずは海だな。やっべえ、テンション上がってきた。早速ビーチに突撃。
Yeah, you just said yappe.
もう海？てか行くのはいいけど、そんなすぐ支度なんて無理だよ。
なら俺たち先行ってるぜ。つか、1秒も無駄にできねえからな。
Well, here we are. Now we stay on the beach. We're not with the ladies. We're doing the name calling thing. I remember this scene vividly. And it's also been memed a lot, so I kind of see it here and there pop up.
この B さんに足の指の付け根が食い込む感じ。
Although because of it's the P3P version, you can't see the weirdness because Akihiko is wearing a Speedo.
ようやく夏実感だぜ。
沖に目印になるようなものはないな。泳ごうかと思ってたが。
なんすかその水着。
何が？
ブーメランってな、ピッチピチのえぐいっすよ。
泳ぎやすいだ。
あー、出ました。遊びに海来たのに黙々と泳ぐタイプ。
悪いか。お前こそ何して過ごす気だ。
そりゃ夏で海と言ったらお楽しみは決まりっしょ。ほら、来た来た。
何？
おお、ゆかり選手、想像より結構強気のデザインでさ。やっぱ部活で絞れてるって自信が大胆さにつながってるんでしょうか。
パラソル、空いてるとこを勝手に使っていいのかな。
おっと、続いては風花選手ですな。つうか風花、お前めっちゃ気痩せするタイプ。んだよ、そんな恥ずかしがらなくていいじゃんよ。
Creeper.
変態カッツの。
変態カッツの。
そんで鳥を務めますのは。
どうした？
わあ、キリジョウ先輩綺麗。ほんとすっごい白くて綺麗。日焼け止めもう塗りました？
いや。
おい、お前ってどのタイプが一押しよ。
I'm not interested. Personally, I do like the flower court, like the corsage-esque thing.
おお、なるほどね。お前なかなかアグレッシブだな。いいなあ、こういうの。ほんと来てよかったよな。よっしゃ、それじゃそろそろ水に浸かるとしますか。行くぜ。
Okay. I don't know. I kind of like the but.
待て、1位は譲らん。
Off we go. You feel uneasy as someone is watching you? Yeah, I guess it. I guess it. All right, we're just gonna go. Time for some serious talk. Serious yap.
ご無沙汰していました。お元気そうで何よりです。
彼らは寮にいる者たちか。
すみません。ご休暇を大人数で騒がせてしまって。
彼らに明かしたそうだな。なぜ今まで隠していた？
別に隠したわけでは。
言ってあるはずだ。もともとお前が負うべき罪ではない。
ですが。
調和する二つは完全なる一つに勝る。南條と別れた折より我ら霧城に伝わる言葉だ。満、人を信じてみろ。どれだけ己を殺しても所詮は個の力。この世には一人ではなせないことがある。
はい。
I'm curious if they add additional scenes to elaborate on some of the stuff in the remake.
宗家のデータベースに入り込んだのはお前だな。
Because one thing they can elaborate on when you remake a game, it would be very difficult to like change up the social link and other stuff if they interact with each other. But the main story, like these cutscenes and stuff, they could definitely add stuff. So curious.
それもしかりだ。旅行などにかこつけず、なぜ初めから直に私に問わない。
申し訳ありません。
彼らを全員ここに集めろ。元より隠す意図などない。すべてを伝えるため準備をしてある。
すべて
を連れてきた中に竹場という少女がいるだろう。彼女が力に目覚めるとは、もはや
お父様。
満から大体は聞いているな。
あ、はい。
さよ、すべては大人の我々の罪だ。私の命一つで贖えるのなら、とうにそうしていたところだが、今や君らを頼るほかはない。父光悦が怪物の力を利用してまで作り出そうとしたもの。それは時を操る神器だ。
時を操る。
言葉の通りさ。時の流れを操作し、障害も例外も全て起こる前に除ける。未来を意のままにする道具と言ってもいい。
すげえ、野望のサイズがでかい。
だが研究は父の指示によっておかしな方向へ進んでいった。晩年の父は何かとても深い虚無感を胸の奥に持っていたようだ。今にして思えば父の乱心はそれを打ち破るために始まったのかもしれん。君らが全てを知りたいと望むのは当然のことだ。
これは
現場にいた科学者によって残された事故の様子を伝える唯一の映像だ。
映像？
この記録が心ある人の目に触れることを願います。
この声。
後藤氏は忌まわしい思想に見入られ変わってしまった。この実験は行われるべきじゃなかった。 もう未曾有の被害が残るのは避けられないだろう。でもこうしなければ世界の全てが破滅したかもしれない。
世界の破滅？
この記録を見ている者よ、誰でもいい、よく聞いてほしい。集めたシャドウは大半が爆発とともに近隣へ飛び散った。悪夢を終わらせるにはそれらを全て消し去るしかない。全て僕の責任だ。全てを知っていたのに成功に目がくらみ、結局はご当主に従う道を選んでしまった。全て僕の責任だ。
お父さん、お父さんって今の人が？お父様、これ。
彼は竹場栄一郎、当時の主任研究員だ。実に有能な人物だった。その彼を見出して利用し、こんな事件にまで追いやってしまったのは我々グループだ。栄一郎は霧城に取り殺されたも同然だ。
まさか。つまり私のお父さんがやったってこと？影時間もタルタロスもたくさんの人が犠牲になったのもみんな父さんのせいってこと？
おい。
じゃあいろいろ隠してたのって本当はこれが理由？私に気遣って隠してたってこと？そういうことなの？
竹場、それは違う。
かわいそうとかやめてよ！
竹場、
誰か言った方が。
彼女を追ってくれ。すまない。
Good performance
信
incoming.
じてたのに。こんなのきついよ。覚えてる？前に病院で言ったこと。私のお父さん子供の頃に死んだって。さっきの話で分かったでしょ。あの事故が原因なんだ。普通の人は真相なんて知らないから、当時は根も葉もない噂が立ってさ。父さん主任だったから世間から目の敵にされてね。いろんな場所を転々と引っ越したの。でも私ずっと信じてた。父さんは悪くないはずだって。小さい頃から大好きだったし、絶対悪いことするような人じゃないって。実は春頃ね、手紙が届いたの。10年前の父さんから家族へって。笑っちゃった。ほとんど私のことしか書いてないんだもん。だから信じようって思ってたのに。だから自分に力があるって分かった時は偶然じゃないって思った。怖かったけど、霧城グループのそばにいれば父さんのこと何か分かるかもって。だからペルソナ使いになって戦いも続けてきた。でもさ、なんていうか、そんなの無駄だったんだよね。気休めだよそれ。現実ってきついよね。怖いの我慢して戦ってるのにどうにもなんないよね、これじゃ。それに私、もしかしたら嫉妬してたのかも。あんなことがあったのに、なんで桐城先輩にはまだお父さんがちゃんといるのかって。みっともないね、私。すごいよね、君。いつもそうだよね。一人だけ冷静で余裕あって。そうやって私のこと慰めて支えてくれるってわけ。分かったような顔しないでよ。あなた私のこと何も。ごめん、私余裕なくてわけわかんない。なんか怖くてもう全然わかんない。教えてよ。私これからどうしたらいいのかな。信じ続けろってこと。すごいよね、君。ごめんね、私のことばっかり。あなたも両親亡くしてるのにね。辛いのには慣れてるから私は大丈夫。でもあなたと話せてよかった。連れてこいって先輩に言われたんでしょ。 やっぱりそっか。でもいいよ。ありがとう。
おーいまったく遅いよお前ら。みんな心配してるぜ。もうすぐ影時間だし戻ってこいってさ。
あ、そっか。
あれなんかお前ら。
そっか。影時間って場所関係ないんだよね。
タグ当たり前だろ。俺っち全然気づいてたぜ。
私さ、最近思ったんだ。ペルソナ使いは力に目覚めると影時間の体験を忘れなくなる。それって力と引き換えに目を背けられなくなるってことなのかも。忘れたい現実からさ。やるしかないんだよね。
だな。よっしゃ、じゃあ戻るか。
I guess it. Oh, I guess it. One thing I do have to say is I'm gonna be curious of paying attention to. So it was said yesterday I was talking to someone about the CVs, right? They were able to recast, or not, they were able to reprise the entire Japanese CV crew, right, for the P3R. They also, I think they advertised that most of the stuff was re-recorded. I'm definitely, while they probably adhere to the same things because it's the same performance, like the same cast, I usually like, I'm a fan of recasting because I'm not, in my opinion, I like the idea of characters evolving and changing with different types of performance. It's an unpopular opinion because a lot of times people think about trying to preserve the same things, right? Like nostalgia and all that. One thing that will happen in P3R is when they do like the really high emoting thing where they scream and like shout, at least in the P3P recording, it peaks. Like the recording has a peak to it, so some of the recording sounds when they shout and stuff, either it's from my side or the recording itself in the game, the audio is like you can hear the age of the audio. So I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing if when they re-record, which is what it was insinuating in the P3R advertisement, like the whole Japanese cast, the Japanese CV cast, they also went back into the studio to re-record their lines, right? And with modern technology, right, like even further down the road, because now we have to remember that P3 was like the swan song that took off for ATLUS, so now even more. You fast forward like over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. They have much more resources in the way of audio recording and whatnot. So it'll be interesting to see the performance like that get tweaked and how the quality of the audio may change dramatically. They might hone in on that because oftentimes I do hear like right now the P4R stuff. And whenever they emote and shout and fluctuate, it's really clean. It's like crisp. This one, you can kind of hear the peaking and muffling here and there at the lower end and at the higher end, especially when Yukari like basically peaked out the whatever recording device they had. So you kind of hear a bit of static noise in the background. So it'll be interesting. Obviously, I am, unpopular opinion, I am looking forward to what the new cast, new English CV cast sounds like in P3R. Again, I'm not, it's lovely and obviously it's great for the cast members or the actors to be able to reprise their roles, and that is a Japanese standard, right? It also creates a behavioral standard as well, especially from the consumer side, where when someone thinks they're biased towards something, so like the expectation is that when you want to play a remake, you want everything to be the same. And personally for me, the whole idea of a remake is to do it differently, like to go beyond it, not to reprise and try to hold everything static. So that's my personal take on things. I think the closer and the similar it is, I'm more at the further end. Like if it's mainly maintaining loosely the core of the experience, that's good enough for me. I like the evolution and the maturity and the changing of things. So when there's a remake, it's a remake. You remake it, right? So unpopular opinion, obviously. At least that's the impression I get a lot of times when people hear about remakes. They often say like, oh yeah, I want to relive my old memories. We had a long talk about memories the other day during one of these sessions. Memories are tenuous and consolidating. I honestly believe that things are richer when you don't consistently and habitually, almost, exclusively cling on to the past, right? That whole digression about Mutats, where he's constantly thinking about the past and being stuck in the past. So in my opinion, the first modern remake that I played was Kiwami 3, and despite having new cast members, right, because they have an English CV cast added to the original Japanese only CV cast. Did they have a Chinese cast? Oh yeah, they had a Chinese cast too. Despite all of that, how closely they stuck with the original, right? That didn't do it for me. So it's not that it's bad or good or which one's better. For myself, I like art to be transformative, like it's constantly transformative. I'm not one who feels rewarded or pleasurable to relive something as it is or as it originally was. So that's my personal take, and it is consistently, that's the type of people that I talk with. So when someone comes up and it's like, oh yeah, I don't know about this, about the we have language learners. I'm currently language learning, and then someone would say like, oh yeah, it is kind of, I wonder if they have the same cast members as the original, and like I hope they have different cast members personally, because the dynamics of language and the dynamics of different performances and stuff creates that richness of memories. If you want to play the original, play the original. So that's my personal take. I do not empathize with someone who like bickers and frame picks and audio picks about trying to stay consistent and be the same. I'm not here to play and rebuy the same thing. I'll probably be talking about this when we start P3R in November, and I'll probably retouch upon this when we play P4R next February. I think the original art is there. For RGG, there was a little controversy because access to the original was limited. They pulled a business move, right? So I totally concede in that one. ATLUS didn't do that, right? I'm playing P3P right now. Obviously, the original P3 and P3 FES, that's kind of hard to come by. So perhaps I can concede to that. Generally speaking, though, preservation is not the same as reselling the same thing. So to me, I'm not in the camp of being excited when like a studio or something reveals that, hey, we heard you, now we're just gonna recast everyone, have them exactly identically replicate the original so that people don't get upset about how they changed their boy or changed their girl and changed their favorite thing. From my take, change them. Like, that's kind of what a remake is. Now, a remaster, sure, right? Like, if we're trying to be semantics, remaster, okay, boost up the audio, boost the visuals, and good to go, right? I think that will satisfy a lot of people. In fact, oftentimes, what I look forward to in the next Persona games are that they will have multiple castings, multiple roles, multiple languages, and maybe even different takes. I mean, I'm still looking for a game, in my opinion. I can foresee a game with a gimmick where it would be kind of cool to have party members, right, like the storyline, actually take on new form. So basically, like, say it's a multi-timeline video game and the same character takes on multiple personalities, and those multiple personalities are voiced by different people. That would be really awesome. That's the type of concept that I would love to see as a like, it can be weaved into the video game. I would love to see multiple like for instance, multiple Junpei Ioris, where like there's a Iori that just is very serious, and then a Iori that, and you can still have the same CV try to play all those roles, because in my opinion, that would be pretty awesome. It would show the dynamics of like how the dynamic and skilled and experienced the actor is, right? That's my point of view. Most of the time though, people would reveal their hand and say things like, oh, you know, I wouldn't know about this language because I just do this, and I'm like, that sounds about right. So I guess I can't talk to you about the comparison of the language and whatnot. It's usually coming from a biased standpoint, and it happens either with nostalgia or language biases. And the irony here is it's interesting that there are individuals who are so gung-ho about listening or doing something out of comfort than listening and doing out of comprehension and diversity. So like whenever someone says like, oh yeah, this is the best sounding, and it's always like this, and I ask them like, do you understand what they're saying? Like, are you comparing and contrasting? They're like, no, it's just I'm used to the, like, they would say it's better, but when I ask them why, they're like, I always do this. And I'm like, so it's out of comfort and habit, not out of intellectual curiosity or conscious comparison to be expressed with someone. So that's my 2 cents personally. And I rarely ever get an opportunity to engage with someone who they make such a big deal about understanding the language, the sound of the language, the emotional acting of the lines and voice actors, when their experience is like in a box and it's so limited. It's so preferentially limited that when I talk to them, it's pretty obvious that they have they don't have an eclectic interest. Like, they're not cultured in the limits of acting. They're simply very, in my opinion, very selectively in their comfort zone. Whenever I think about like voice acting or like acting in general for video games, that's what I usually think of. When you ask the person, it's like, okay, what makes it better? Or what makes it interesting? Are you excited? And usually it's, I hope they keep it the same. I hope they only invest in one track, the one track that I'm familiar with and most biased towards. That's usually the preference. So, and it's really up to ATLUS to see what they do between their remakes to change it up. And I really love what they're doing with P4R's advertisement, because they're releasing back-to-back sizzle reels of the English CV and the Japanese CV, and it's showing an appreciation for the depth of their commitment to delivery of characters, right? Characters the way in both languages. Now, it would floor me if they go on to say like, hey guys, we have even more, and then they just like drop a bomb like, what about a Mandarin cast, for example, like something like that, which I was floored. It wasn't even mentioned as an advertisement in Ryuga Gotoku games that there was a Chinese cast. The day I loaded up Infinite Wealth, because I played it on day one, since they didn't advertise it, the moment I start up the game and it asked me which language do you want to select, and it had 3 choices, I was absolutely floored. So that's kind of my thing. The acting, CV acting is dramatically different, in my opinion, from the perspective of someone who like has some level of comprehension or invested level of comprehension, and then also can appreciate how the cultural difference between the performances are. Like, a happy person is not universally acted in the same way due to the nature of the language. And even more so from a multicultural perspective, a Japanese person who speaks English acting in English character is often depicted differently than a English actor, right, acting for an English role. So all of those things are incredibly wonderful and whatnot. I think oftentimes bias and comfort creates, in my opinion, to me, a perspective of unintentional xenophobia, if not more like preferential toxicity, and or maybe even perhaps aggressive apathy, so that it doesn't sound as malicious. So aggressive apathy is the thing, where when someone says like, oh, okay, I think they kept the same thing, that's good. And I'm like, okay, well, you and I don't have much to talk about, because what you just said was you think it's universally good that they maintain the same thing. And I'm like, well, I'm a bit biased towards the other way. I'm disinterested when they advertise, hey guys, we're just gonna keep everything the same, and slap a $70 price tag on it. And my first thought is like, well, then what is there? This happens very often now because remakes are a common thing, right? Every 10 years or so, 10 years, 15 years, and 20 years, depending on the cycles of production, you'll go through it. I imagine I'll live long enough to see another re-release of every single Persona game in another like 10 or 15 years. Fingers crossed that my health stays up. We'll see another generational cycle through all the Persona games. And I'll probably another 10, 15 years talk about the same thing. And maybe the landscape will change. I think, in my opinion, there is an incredible bias and almost unintentional preferential toxicity when it comes to, or even maybe I'll phrase it in a more friendly or neutral way, there is an inherent apathy of change. So I often look forward to change. I don't look apprehensive to change. The dialogue I have with more than 50% of the time is often an apprehension to change. Because, well, online, change is the thing that happens the least. And some people might argue, no, the internet changes all the time, you know, like memes and stuff changes all the time. Yeah, but people's preferences don't, because algorithms remind you of everything you are interested in day in and day out. That's how algorithmic behavioral drives everyone to try to stay in their comfort zone, to stay constantly engaged with the same things, to pander to them, right? When you go online, you always see what you want to see. You always get what you want to get. When you look for something, it's the thing you want to look for. Not, hey, will you buy a video game where it reinvents all the things that you thought you knew about a game? I'm on board with that. Others, I would say more than 5 out of 10 people will say, oh man, but they can ruin it because it's not the same anymore. And I'm like, I can't really empathize with you, and they can't really empathize with me. Like, I don't want to buy and experience the same thing again. In fact, I want more things different than more things the same. And it's been an ongoing like theory or narrative about remakes. I think for those who are like into video game journalism and all that, they would agree that usually the success of large games are like 80-ish% stay the same. Like, it's just different enough, and just different is on the minority side, right? Like, try to maintain the core of everything, and that makes up 80% of the game, and then maybe change up 20% or less. And for myself, that's like kind of saying you want to buy 80% of the same thing again, and you'll be satisfied. That's actually really good news, by the way, for studios and publishers. They don't have to take risks. You know, meanwhile, someone's asking, where's Persona 6? And I'm like, well, in reality, Persona 4 Revival is a safe bet if they keep 80% of the game the same and only change 20% of it, or even less. And because nostalgia and consistency breeds a safer business move, as well as a behavioral preference. Like, the minority are the people who say like, hey, you know, we're ready for Persona 6 sort of situation. And then all those people are like, oh, it's a safe, you know, like, we're all ready for Persona 6. If they release Persona 6, it's going to be a great hit. It's like, no, I don't think that's the case. I think the majority, like the business move and the data would suggest that re-releasing things and making them as safely the same as possible are safe. You get the guaranteed purchase and guaranteed replay. Nostalgia and echo chambers are the strongest telltale sign of safe moves. So I'm saying this because it's a deep cut into the current gaming industry's trends, like what they're saferly done, like what is a safer move business wise and also sustaining wise for optics and whatnot than taking risks, right? And I grew up in a time when video games were risky. They're not predicated on social media's echo chambers. Now, social media, the internet, is powered by echo chambers. So the harder core, the more selectively identifiable your video game is, the less and less you're able to take creative liberties and freedom, because that fandom will be more and more refractory to change. And I think ATLUS right now is in that kind of sphere, right? I mean, it's already said, you can already see in the sentiments of the P6 trailer, teaser, comments in most outlets or platforms where people are saying, well, you know, it's never going to be better than P5R, but I could be wrong. That's what I mean. Where they would constantly say like, well, it's not going to be the same, so it can't be as good. That kind of thing, that type of comment. And it's not good or bad. It's how effective, in my opinion, it's being realistic about how effective it is for the internet to reinforce the things you like and be adverse to change. Like, for example, learning Japanese when your native language is English. It can take a bit to adjust and appreciate something that is different, right? And this would be one of them. I think about it all the time when I'm comparing the CVs, like English CV with Japanese CV, and then contrasting between them, right? Comparison is a form of contrast, the similarities and the differences, both. It's a topic we'll discuss more at length when we roll around to our playthrough of P3R, because I've only had one experience so far with modern remakes, and that was Kiwami 3. And in my opinion, Kiwami 3 from RGG, which is part of SEGA, and SEGA is related to ATLUS at this point, like people, like some of the business decisions, right, are collaboratively between ATLUS and SEGA. They are more inclined to stick to like preserving the general sameness, much like the business standards of old. And while it might not satisfy me as much or interest me as much, I think it does fulfill many of the demands of the vast majority of consumers. So it's far more business successful if you pander to the larger. I would love to think that P3R, which I already know in advance that this is not the case, P3R, like half the game is different, or even more, like 70 or 80% of the game was rewritten as an alternative remake retelling. That's not the case. I think P3R, most people were very positive and viewing, and they celebrate it. In fact, the negatives about P3R are often comments about how it's not the same. Like, it didn't include the same things that P3P and P3 FES and P3 had. Like, for example, Kotone Shiomi was not included in that, and that was a negative thing about P3R, right? Aegis's thing was sold as a DLC as opposed to included in the base game because it already existed in P3. That's usually the type of thing that will create wildfire. For myself, if Makoto Yuki was completely rewritten, that would be pretty awesome, in my opinion. It would feel like a different game and still go by the same name. I'm all for that. So that might be a very unpopular opinion. I'll probably say this again, but I'm quite passionate about wanting to love something because of its depth and its variety and its diversity. I'm not a person who caters too much about my comfort zone, the sameness, and like living in the past, like constantly living and clinging on to the past. Which, by the way, in my opinion, is the theme of most of the Persona games. It's the idea that you make memories and cherish those memories. It's not through the constant preservation or the clinging of things in which it locks you down and not be able to enjoy life as it goes, right? Life is filled with moments. Constantly reliving the same moment or attempting to relive the same moment, I think, in my opinion, it ironically goes against why like the main message of Persona 3. So I mean, many of the characters learn about appreciating the actions they do and how time moves on, right? Whether they want to or not, at least in my opinion. So we'll see how different the Japanese CV team is the second time around. For myself personally, I'm honestly, if I had to be upfront, I'm far less interested in the Japanese CV team. Right, they did really well. I think their performance is wonderful here. That whole Japanese CV team could have been used in a different way, but I like to believe that the likelihood is they were advised to try to capture all of this, the original stuff, right? So you would probably notice a minimal change or a minimal difference other than maybe the boosting quality of the audio recording. Maybe some additional scenes here and there. I am very much looking forward to the English CV cast because it's an entirely recasting. And now I have something to compare and contrast. My 2 cents. I'll probably talk about this in my candid conclusions for the P3P thing. I don't know what it's like right now for P3R. I think the P3R, the entire English cast was recast. P4R. I'm pretty sure that the English cast is completely recast again, and then the Japanese CV stayed the same, right? And it'll be interesting to compare the subtle differences between the original, like the closest original game versus the versions, the different, I'm not going to use the word original, the different versions of the game, despite having the same cast versus a different cast. I did hear, by the way, Junpei Iori's English recast for P3R. And while it's a different voice actor, those two are nearly indistinguishably identical. It's pretty eerie, and that's kind of neat. However, honestly, that kind of, in my opinion, that's neat on occasion. Like, I think that's cool that they were able to do that on occasion. However, if the entire recast is to sound exactly identical to the original, right, I think, in my opinion, that shortchanges the actors, because the actors can do whatever they want, right? Like, or like, I would love to see that when game designers, like developers, they encourage the actors to bring in their own thing, as opposed to constantly be stuck trying to reproduce a facsimile, if they don't want, obviously. If they want to do that, that's perfectly fine. But it's, to me, I think it's really neat when actors are allowed their liberty to bring their own, like, flavor to a character so that it's a collaborative event, as opposed to like, hey, we're gonna hire you, but can you mirror this performance, please? And it almost feels like, well, either the person really, really loved to do that, which I'm okay with, or they're just there to get the paycheck, because in my opinion, it wouldn't be identifiable anymore. And I do understand that there's also people who want to do that. Case in point, I've been watching like the coverage of Avatar, right? Avatar: The Last Airbender related things like casting, recasting, double. I recently watched the new movie Avatar: Aang: The Last Airbender, and all of the CVs are different. They're different cast members. And over the time, right, there are people who died, who passed away, so they have other people replace. Oftentimes they try to keep it consistent, right, in honor of that person, as opposed to dramatically change them. I still feel that from a creative standpoint, it is great that actors are given a point of reference, but at the same time allow them to infuse their own identity, because it is their career, like their abilities. So whenever you hear like comments or compliments, in my opinion, where someone says, "Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that they had they had two actors. The second actor sounds identical to the first one." And in my thought, I'm like, well, that's pretty skillful and neat, but I kind of feel for the actor where like their identity is like grouped together with someone else's identity. I mean, out of respect, obviously. Like, maybe that's what they want to do. They want to sound exactly like someone else. I'm not in that way, I suppose. I'm a bit more Americanized, and for lack of a better word, I like that actors get to shine as as an actor themselves too. So sometimes I feel like I'm not an actor myself, or a voice actor or of any nature. So I guess I can't really speak for how I would feel if I was in that position, sort of, from a actual experience. From a vicarious experience, I wouldn't want, in my opinion, I wouldn't strive to want to sound like someone else. I actually think from an Asian perspective, like from a Chinese, a value perspective, I don't think I can ever be better or replace someone who existed before me. Like, that's out of respect. So it's more of a westernized take, in my opinion, who believe that when you mirror someone and do it just as good as they did, that would be a sense of respect. I go the other way around, where like I'm not here to replace someone who I look up to, who I want to strive to. I don't want to be a mirror of them or try to replace them. I want to give my best and still be identifiably me, because it's also out of respect. So it's a contrast between Western and Eastern values a lot of times, where when someone says they want to replace someone or be as good as someone, that almost sounds a bit disrespectful in its own right, because you're trying to say that you want to be as good or replace someone, right? Even in death, right? For myself, to honor that person is to take their work and then also put all of you in it, not just to imitate and replace them. That's kind of like the whole individualism versus group cohesion discussion from the other day. My personal take. So, looking forward to how the English CV cast maybe change it up. Who knows? If they don't, I mean, you can kind of see ATLUS is in charge of that. So I like hearing different takes on characters, and then hearing the unique intonation and stuff of different actors. I'm not saying that all the actors would agree with my perspective. I do genuinely enjoy when characters are brought to life by the characteristics of the actors themselves, as opposed to trying to constantly sound like each other, which that's kind of the internet's mantra. When someone says they like a video game and they go play another video game, they want to play the same video game than a different video game, right? I typically sway left and right between vastly different video games, and that's my personal bias. So you could see the con and pros and cons in that, versus the other way around, where someone constantly plays like games that are 90% identical because it's comforting to them. I usually like to play games that, like, either they're part of a large legacy, right? Most of Persona games will play like each other, but the next thing I play outside Persona is going to be very different. Like, if you're trying to compare how different it is between Like a Dragon and Persona, it's kind of a large gap, at least in my opinion. Alright, we're still in the forest. I think basically Makoto Yuki is on the beach, and this is just the girls in the forest, I think. In the Shiomi, we were in the forest with them.
パート代じゃ絶対できないですよね。そうだ、昨日の淳平くん、なんだかやらしい話ばっかりで困っちゃいましたよね。私たちだけで来てよかったかも。
まあね。
Yeah, so they don't address you, so you're not Makoto is on the beach.
はい、私です。待ってください。スピーカーフォンに切り替えます。どうぞ。
今島の研究所にいるんだが、廃棄されて動かないはずだった機械が勝手に出て行ってしまったんだ。
機械？
どういったものなんですか？車道以外だと勝手が違うので。
戦闘車両の一種でね、実は対車道兵器なんだよ。
対車道兵器？
対車道。
って要するに戦車ってこと？みんなに連絡しなきゃ。携帯。
It sounds just as ridiculous in Japanese.
実は今、男子3名と別行動中でして、全員の招集には時間がかかりそうです。
そうか。とにかくできるだけ早く当たってくれ。私もすぐに戻るから。
もし目標が捕獲不能と判断される場合、破壊してもよろしいですか？
破壊はね、多分無理だね。
無理って。
無理だね。
そんなの本当に止められるんですか？
とにかくやってもらうしかない。また後で連絡するよ。
ダメです。みんな繋がりません。
まあいい。まずは我々の装備を取りに戻ろう。そうすれば山岸のペルソナでも探せる。もっとも島全体となると簡単じゃないが。
もう肝心な時にどこ行っちゃってんのよ。
Meanwhile, the guys are gonna practice in getting the ladies.
あれ、彼女たちまだ起きてないのかな。もうお寝坊さんなんだから海は待っててくれないってのにね。
Okay. They use nebo for lazy bones.
まあ、日が陰ると水温が下がり、体力を余計に消耗するからな。
ああ、そうっすね。そうなんだ。
そういえば気がけに屋敷の使用人から手紙を渡されたんだ。おい、順平。
抜け駆け禁止っす。メイドさんからラブレターなんてお父さん許しません。
バカだろ。
何3人で縄文杉を見てきます。
これは山岸の地だな。
もう Interesting.
夏に南の島へ来てなんで海に来ねえんだ。いいのかそれ人として。
お前が原因だろ。
昨日のは重たい空気をなんとかしようって俺なりに気使ったんすから。
目に言うな。
まあでもそれはいいんす。大事なのは野郎だけでどうすんのっていう事実っす。持ち合わせがなければ現地で調達。これ兵法の処方なりってね。ズバリ名付けて屋久島磯釣り大作戦。
磯釣り？
磯釣り。
ナンパのことか？
ねえねえどうすか。つか真田さんいれば絶対いけますって。
お前の意見も聞いておこうか。
I don't care. I don't care.
二人とも青春の夏が乾燥したまんますぎてってもいいわけ。この流れはもう必然ですよ、必然。
ならいつもの通りこいつに現場指揮をさせる。
なんすかそれ。
作戦だと言ったろ自分で。
うわ、超へりくつだそれ。おい、ちゃんと真面目にやれよ。作戦だからな。
Oh man, they even added the battle music or like the like dark hour music. All right. Beep, beep, beep. Target acquired. Target confirmed. Let's move in for the kill. This is my area of expertise, so listen up. First off, think about something to talk about. Something they might be interested in. Give them an easy question to get the ball rolling. That's the golden rule. Something like, where you're from? Where are you from? Or having fun? Pretty soon you'll be tossing questions and answers back and forth like you're playing catch. I'll start things off, and you can ask the question, alright? Here we go. Hey ladies! Where are you, having fun? None of your business. Hey, no need to be shy. We don't bite. Why should we tell you? Come on, cut us some slack. We just want to talk. I thought you said you were an expert. Hold your horses. I'm just getting warmed up. Watch and learn. So ladies, are you in college? Don't tell me you guys are still in high school. That's right. High school kids vacationing in Yakushima. That kind of ticks me off. Well, we were invited to our friend's vacation home. Pretty cool, huh? Good for your friend. We, on the other hand, have to pay for our vacations with our hard-earned money. I guess we're just lucky. Yeah, lucky you. What do you want, anyway? Yeah. Naniga? Nanimo, right? Nanimo. And then take a hike. Alright, how about you? Hey, hey, Commander, look! There's a lady all alone. That means she's waiting for someone to hit on her. We're guaranteed some success with this one. Hey, cutie pies. Hehe, can I help you? Hello? Excuse us, we're looking for the restroom. Hey, Yuki. She's pretty old up close. Let's stop this. Hey, what are you whispering about? What? Oh, you guys in high school, aren't you? Yes, you have a good eye. I can't help it. My job, well, that's not important. You guys want to have some fun? Oh, yeah, that's not right, is it? I mean, our age. What? Akihiko-san, it's your turn. It was your turn anyway, and you're closer in age to her. Oh. Well. You have a nice body. You're thin, yet muscular. I choose you. You want to go on a vacation to the world of romance with me? Not really. You're gonna have to keep this a secret from everybody else. Hey, don't. Oh no. Danger is creeping upon Akiko. Order a retreat. We just remembered something we have to do. Let's go, Akiko-san. Sure thing. Aw, why? That was close. Okay. There's a woman all alone. I hope we don't have an experience like last time. Ah, it's okay. What are the odds of it happening again? Man, I feel success in the air this time. Excuse me, miss. Hello, can I help you? Whoa, she's hot. Are you alone? Yeah, I'm so bored. And I've been spying on you. You've been trying to pick up girls for a while. Well, how'd you do? Mission failed. Huh, that's what I thought. You guys don't understand women at all. Whoops. You in that hat, you're way too wrapped up in yourself. You don't think about doing anything for the girl to make her feel special. Yes, ma'am. You in the t-shirt, you're the stoic type, but not very experienced around girls. You may be right. Or rather, you seem like someone who's too much of a hassle to be with. Like, you're super logical about everything. Well, and you with the long hair. I'm not sure about you. What do you mean? I mean, you're mysterious. You got that whole androgyny thing going on. You know what I mean? Aw, you're so smart. I think you're my type. Hey, wait a second. Just joking. I like you a lot too. Really? Do you want me to teach you how to make me feel special? Yes, ma'am. But 3 versus 1 is too much. Can I pick one? I want someone fun and with a big heart. Good luck, Junpei. Yeah, nice choice, but there's something that's been bothering me for a while. Yes, what is it? It's just there's something on your chin there. Adam's apple. What? What? Did I miss a spot? Are you? There goes my chance. I was so close to snagging myself a little boy toy. This can't be happening. Maybe it was too early for you boys anyway. Come see me when you're ready to have your horizons broadened. Yep. There you have it. I look forward to hearing them in their recording of the scenes, right? Because all the scenes are going to be voiced. At least I think.
勝負にはこだわりたい。問題点は分かってる。お前の欲望が丸出しだからだ。
だね。責任逃れだ。
事実を言ったまで。
そういう真田さんこそ外ればっかじゃないですか。なんで女の子の前でもリズメなんすか。意味わかんねえっすよ。
なんだと。なったら現場リーダーどっちが悪いと思う
Oh, it's Junpei's fault. Oh, it's both. No, it's Junpei's fault.
当然だな
裏切りもん
Wait, Uragirimon. Oh yeah, Uragirimon. Okay.
ちゃんと考えて答え。
Oh, here we go.
どうした何かあるのか
Man, that low res.
最後にすげえ涙よ。憎いぜ神様。つうかマジかわいい。
確か
に。やっべえよマジで。これとりゃ今までの負けなんてチャラでしょう。ここは一つみんなで行かずに一人ずつ慎重に行く作戦でどうすか。
よし採用だ。
よし。なら順番決めるっすよ。勝った人から時計回りで。最初はグー、じゃんけん。
Janken. Sure. I lost.
やり勝ち。
Okay.
じゃあ俺1番、真田さん2番、お前が最後ね。よし。さっきからずっと海見てるね。一人俺順平ってんだ。もし暇してたら話でもしね。一人よか楽しいんじゃねえかな。
You know, I just realized how long Junpei's neck is. Is it just me, or I now recently noticed how long their necks are? Is it just me, or I can't unsee how slightly longer their neck is, like especially Junpei's neckline.
人を探しています。
へえ。
あなたではありません。
切られたな。予想以上に早かったな。
Okay, maybe it's just Junpei's neck.
手強いっすよ、先輩。
Okay, it looks okay, I suppose. Now that I keep staring at it.
よし。あとは俺が勝つだけだな。
Trying to think.
ああ、君、海が好きなのか。
何でしょうか。
あ、いや、海はいいよな。トライアスロンの選手はプールでの練習が中心の選手より海で鍛えてる人の方が強いらしいぞ、やはり。
そういった情報は私には必要ありません。
勝ったな。お前よりも長続きしたぞ。
長さの問題じゃねえっつの。なんか俺もう泣きそうっす。
泣くな。俺まで惨めになるだろうが。
というわけだ。お前がなんとか拾わないとトラウマになっちまう。
俺は負けてない。負けてないからな。あとは任せた。
I'll avenge. Okay.
あなたは
Oh, you know what? Now it makes sense that she recognizes him.
よく聞こえねえ。てか、なんかびっくりされてんぞ。やばい、俺らも突撃するっす。
Oh no, wait. Does she remember though? Right now? She might not remember right away though.
ひとまず危機回避を優先します。それに確認は静かな場所でないと。
お前何言ったわけ？走って逃げるって絶対なんかやっただろう。
Presumably, I guess should recognize you.
つかお前追いかけた方がいいって。余裕かましてる場合か。とにかく謝ってこいな。出なきゃ共犯になっちまうだろう。今行けばまだ間に合うって。
Off we go. Yeah, she just sounds. There's no.
見つけました。
Yeah, it just sounds normal. There's no like, hey, Maku, just popping in briefly before bed. How's it been? It's been alright. How are you doing? Pretty good.
あなたをずっと探していました。
Yeah, yeah. So the Japanese CV doesn't do the, like, a mix, impersonation of an AI or anything like that.
私の一番の大切はあなたのそばにいることであります。
Yep. Sounds pretty normal.
なんだそりゃ。そんなんありかよ。
バカな。どうなってる。声もかけてないはずだ。
やっといた。どこ行ってたの？探したんだから。
というか、皆さんなんで水着で森の奥に。
たく、こっちは大変なことに。ってあれ？
What do you think it refers to? How's it been? I don't know, just a day.
その子誰？
Because that's the only thing that separates us from the previous moments.
なんで抱きついてるわけ？
聞いてくれ。実は少し面倒なことが起きてる。休暇中にすまないが、すぐに戻って戦う準備をしてくれ。
いや、準備はいいよ。探し物は見つかったからね。
理事長、どういうことですか？
やれやれ、探したよ。勝手に出たらダメだろ、アイギス。
Agisu. Oh, it's not ge. Agisu. Oh yeah, that's right. I guess because it's A-I-G-I. Agisu.
はい。
Forgot it's not ge because of the vowel sounds.
いやはや、心配かけてすまなかったね。もう大丈夫だ。
戦車を追うとかいう作戦はどうなったんですか？
ああ、それもう完了だから。アイギス、こっちへ
Sen-san.
来なさい。
はい。
彼女の名はアイギス。見ての通り、機械の乙女だ。
はじめまして、アイギスです。シャドウ相当を目的に活動中です。
Yep. It looks like, at least from this perspective, the Japanese CV simply talks like it's normal. There's no like inflection points and stuff. It could mean your well-being or your experience or the total of the health of your toenails. Yeah, it could. Yeah, all of the above.
今日付で皆さんと共に行動するであります。嘘、まるで生きてるみたい。
I guess she kind of talks at a higher frequency, like a more authoritative, aggressive frequency.
信じられん。
こんな可愛いのにロボって。
It's not as like different. It sounds a lot higher in volume though.
10年前、シャドウが暴走した時の保険として対シャドウ兵器というのが計画されてね。アイギスはその中でも最後に作られた一体。そして
対シャドウ兵器ということは、
Shadow
ペルソ
Eki.
ナ。
はい。ペルソナ古書パラディオンを扱える仕様であります。
Yeah, so a lot more kind of like forward, authoritative tone.
彼女は10年前の実戦で大怪我を負ってここの研究所で管理されていたんだ。なぜ今朝になって急に再起動したのかいまいちはっきりしないんだけどね。
Although I wasn't paying attention if she was speaking formally or not.
まあこれから仲良くしてやってくれ。
Let's see.
精神が備わった対シャドウ兵器。すごいです。
ところでさ、ちょっと確認したいんだけど、あなたさっき抱きついてたよね。彼を知ってるの？はい、私にとって彼のそばにいることはとても大切であります。
Yeah, so maybe even a little fast. Also, she's speaking in more formal speech. You reply, "It's been good," without knowing you unintentionally said that your pleasure in others' suffering being meaning of it is good. You replied, "It's been good," without knowing you unintentionally said that your pleasure in others' suffering being my meaning of it is good. So I think you're like, in my opinion, I will counter that unintentionality. It is you that unintentionally, subtextually failed to communicate what it is. And now you're inferring that I am someone who has clairvoyance to understand what you mean when you fail to elaborate on what it is. Like, I could do a lot of things unintentionally by saying it's been good. Like, that is not something that I would have control over. So, using that as a counter argument or as a revelation, that's not a revelation to me. It could be anything. What you did was to put words in my mouth, basically. Like, I can unintend anything I am not aware of. You can say anything. So if I told you that you misunderstood me, it could be anything I can claim. It's hearsay. Like, I don't know anything beyond what you choose to share. So inferring what I know is also doing the same thing. You didn't know what I meant either.
人物認識が完全じゃないのかもね。
Null testing. Null testing is probably the related concept here. Null doesn't prove anything.
あ、それとも寝ぼけてるってことかな。そいつは興味深いぞ。
寝ぼけてるって。
ま、それは後で考えるとしてた。
Did Ikutsuki know about the relationship between Aigis and Makoto Yuki? He probably did. Yeah, he probably did. Well, if you sign a contract while being unaware what the terms mean, you couldn't say the contractor failed to make sure you understood the terms of the contract, could you? You could. That's called deception. A contract is a mutually binding agreement. You can accuse the contractor of doing something unintentional, just like the contract. Sorry, no, you're wrong in this case. The contractor can be accused the same way you're accusing being the contractor. If you say, I replied, it's been good, without knowing you unintentionally said that your pleasure and other suffering, I can say the same thing to you as well. You replied without knowing unintentionally what I meant when I said it's been good. It's a null test. It doesn't confirm anything. So if I signed a contract where the contractor failed to make sure I understood the terms of the contract, they are also responsible. A contract is a mutually assured thing. So that doesn't mean the contract isn't binding. The consequence of the contract will still move forward. That doesn't change the problem that the contractor is also at fault for not communicating the terms of the contract. Now, they can still achieve their intended results because they are also responsible for the deception, right? So when you claim that I intentionally responded to something, you can claim anything because it's a null thing. Now I can do the exact same thing to you by being incredibly sillily pedantic. You do not know what I intended or what I unintended. You asked the question and inferred that it meant that. Wait, could you really though? I would have thought that if they gave you a contract and you failed to understand the terms, that would be on you? No, it would be on both. As it would be up to you to understand all the words written before agreeing? No, it wouldn't be. Like, what I mean is, you're talking about the business transaction. So if someone got you to sign a contract, it's your fault for not understanding. That doesn't change the fact that the contractor failed to communicate all of its terms. Those are two different things. Like, a contractor isn't any less sleazy or deceptive by claiming that they failed and failed to obligate to you. We're not talking about morals or ethics when what you're talking about. Your qualifications is purely business-like. you're still responsible. Responsibility is not a business transaction itself. You could still be a liar regardless if the contract is pragmatically whose fault. This is the same thing that you do when you think about rights and wrongs. It only serves you conveniently that morals don't play a role when you're trying to make an argument about pedanticness. So like what you said about I replied it's been good without knowing you intentionally, you don't know that either. There's nothing about you're responsible for accusing me of something, right? So you take on all the liability too. I didn't say I unintentionally said that. So you yourself entered a contract in which I can accuse you of all wrongdoing because you're presuming things and you presumed incorrectly. So in both cases, it can still be refuted. Now, if you're talking about who's responsible for making... Oh yeah, I meant to say that whether you could terminate the contract based on that, but I said you couldn't say the contract failed to make sure you understood, but obviously you could, as the contractor did. Exactly. So, there's nothing stopping you from saying that. It's much like I have nothing to stop you from saying, I replied, it's been good, without knowing I intentionally said that your pleasure in others' suffering. Which I don't understand that at all, really, because it's worded really weird, being my meaning of it. That's perfectly alright. You can claim anything. Changing it into a contract is your way of circumventing the short-sightedness of your presumption. You presumed that that's the only thing I mean. That's fine. I can presume everything about you too, and what you have failed to include, right? You can presume many things because you phrased everything in the negative. So a negative thing doesn't confirm anything. So I could constantly claim that you unintentionally lied about something by referring to something you forgot to mention. There's far more things that someone unintentionally do without knowing than the things they intended to know. So if the contract is written and you signed it, it doesn't change all the things the contract doesn't say, which is everything it doesn't say. There's far more things that the contract hasn't said than it did say. What we typically agree on when it comes to contract is all the confirmed aspects to the best of our ability. Whether someone failed or not, it is through the mutual communication between the two. So you could have a conflict of interest where someone says, I didn't mean it by that way, but you agreed anyways. It still means that you failed to communicate that, but it's not your fault because they agreed to it. Kind of like a devil's deal, right? Like usually the stuff you're talking about right now is borderline on ethics. The idea of the devil's deal, or the deal with the jinn, or a genie thing. You signed a contract that was deliberately going to fail communicating the contract to your benefit. That's kind of like infusing facetiousness or like dubious deceitfulness for the sake of being pragmatic. In my opinion, making a business contract pragmatic and then creating a double standard on who is like the fault of the miscommunication, I think that's an argument of convenience. So like if the contract favored me, right? If the contract favored me, then it would be, in my opinion, dubious if the fault was with the person who made the contract or who signed the contract. Or like, if I'm the contractor and it favored me, then the dubiousness would be in favor of the contractor if it failed to satisfy the person who signed the contract, and vice versa. So it does deal with like which direction you are saying. I think the interesting thing about how you phrase things was in every aspect, you twisted the convenience towards your argument. And I specifically wanted to illustrate that your argument can also be used against you, right? I know it wasn't funny, but did you make your comments clear that you weren't making a serious argument, that you knowingly agreed your pleasure in other suffering is good? I don't really know what you even insinuated in that. You were just kind of joking, stretching the nebulous of when you said, how's it been? I don't see how the pleasure in other suffering can be summarized in it. Like, the idea is when you're communicating something, it is within the limits of the communication, right? So when you're joking about something, it's hard to joke about something that I don't understand. Now later, I'm more talking about later, your other things. You said, well, if you sign a contract while being unaware of what the terms mean, you couldn't say the contract failed to make sure you understood the terms of the contract, could you? Yes, you can. You can say anything. Just like how you said jokingly that it's been good, even though you could have been referring to it as your pleasure in other suffering. Well, I could have said that when I say it's been good, I could literally be referring to everything other than your pleasure in other people's suffering. Because you don't know. I never said it wasn't about it. Or I never excluded it because it wasn't in the contract. So what you don't say in the contract is also your responsibility. So if you said, how's it been? And you don't clarify what it is, the contractor is also responsible. So like what we agreed on in the contract is, how's it been? You did not specify what it is. So the person who's signing the contract can also argue what it is. Unless you're talking about the devil's deal, right? Like the devil's advocate. You're talking about the ambiguity of a contract always favors the person who wrote the contract. This is also like extending to the joke. If you are making a joke, then the joke would have to be mutually understandable, which obviously I'm playing along with the joke, right? That's kind of what I do. I'm entertaining your idea of trying to make an argument, a silly pedantic argument regarding contracts. Contracts can be bent to against the contractor. So if you're going to make a contract and you're being vague about it, the person who signs the contract can also accuse the contractor by spending their words as well. If you didn't qualify what it is, I can also qualify it. Because as you didn't explicitly state what it meant, you could technically take the word to mean anything, and pleasure in others was just a dark, absurd meaning that I could have technically meant. Yes, but I also signed the contract. So when I said it's been good, it could be anything as well, which invalidates what you were saying. I'm just to make it clear, like when you followed up with, well, you could unknowingly sign the terms. Yeah, the terms is mutually binding. So when I say it's been good, you were being ambiguous, but so can I. So it's one-sided argument. And then you follow up with, but you can't say that if the contractor meant it to be something. It's like, well, the contractor can mean it to be anything. The person signing it can also be accuse the contractor that it can be anything. So I could jokingly reflect that I literally meant it's been good outside of the pleasure in other people's suffering. You don't know. You didn't know. You projected a joke that technically was true or not true. Like, That's kind of my point I was making. I was like, well, yeah, you could say I intentionally agreed, quote unquote. I intentionally said it's been good. You don't know what I said. You qualified it, but it's not in the contract. So you didn't specify what it was. So my it could be anything too. Like the contract works both ways, right? Like if you sign something, you can agree and disagree on the terms because the contractor failed too. You forgot which way, but you think there's a rule in law that ambiguity benefits the one who signed the contract? I don't know if you know of that. Yes. And you weren't speaking on behalf of the person who signed the contract. You signed the person that did not draft the contract. Yeah, I understand. The ambiguity always benefits the person who signed the contract. So, as in the person who didn't draft the contract. You argued from the other direction. You argued that you can't argue what the other person didn't say, right? In the contract, the person who wrote the contract, drafted the contract. And I was saying that I could say anything because you didn't specify. You failed to specify. So the running joke still falls in the same category. When you said I could have unknowingly said it's been good in the pleasure of other suffering, I'm like, whoa, no, I could say everything outside of that if I wanted to, because you didn't specify well enough what it is. You're the contract drafter here. The person signing it was me. I responded to it, right? Not that I know where that is. I'm not sure if that's an American law or a British law. I'm not entirely sure how universal that is, so that could not work on cultural lines. Generally though, ambiguity is either mutual or it can be turned in both ways. Like my natural inclination is that I like to believe it's mutual. Like a contract, it's a mutually agreed upon thing. So if you're gonna argue, if you had tried to punk you by twisting the ambiguous nature of the word it as the contract drafter, what meaning of it would you argue it's meant to turn the table back on you? Everything that you don't think it is that harms me. So anytime you convince me that I unintentionally know something, I could argue that I did know it. The onus is not on me to clarify what I meant. Like when you told me that I unintentionally acknowledged that the dark joke is the pleasure of suffering, I'm like, I know. And when I was saying it's been good, I specifically mean everything but that. It's kind of like the way you're talking about it where you didn't specify anything, so you could say anything about me too. Yeah, and I could counter argue the same thing because I didn't specify anything either. So you could say, oh, I was referring to the pleasure of suffering in others. And I could say, well, when I said it's been good, I was talking about life. Or I was talking about my day. So you inferred incorrectly. It's a null argument against a null argument. So we could be talking about two different things that don't have anything to do with each other. There's nothing about turning the tables back on you. It's using what you did to deflect, much like the way you deflected by trying to reach a point of agreement versus deliberately joking about reaching a point of disagreement. Right? Your goal was to subvert. I could subvert using the same technique you decided. But what if you tried to argue that it meant something that you make you seem as terrible as I could, as ambiguous as ambiguity benefits? Would you just neutralize the meaning so it means nothing bad against anyone, or would you argue it means something that would make you seem bad? I would simply deny what you said. If your goal was to make someone seem terrible, then that is on you. I would deny what you claimed because I can do that. It is ambiguous. You deliberately made it ambiguous, so I can simply deny it. Whether that reflects poorly on you is also your attempt to make, you know, it only reflects poorly on you depending on what your agenda is. Since I don't have an agenda, I simply deny it. They're like, well, that's not what I meant. Right? It's like if you say I unknowingly agreed to it, I'm like, I didn't, because that's not what I meant. It's been good. I didn't specify what it is. The same technique you used. Right? You, it could be anything. Me, I say it's been good. It can be anything. So same deal. So I guess neither of us is arguing about anything. You instigated an argument by, you know, deflecting something, and I simply deny it. That I didn't refer to the same thing you did. Confirmation is the contract, right? A negative, anything outside of a negative result, you can take it for what you want. It creates further ambiguity. Like, you could say, like, maybe it's been good. And I would say, yeah, it's been good. You don't know what you were expecting, to be honest. Obviously, you wouldn't stoop to your level by twisting it back on you. I wouldn't twist anything until I know what we're agreeing on. So I would deflect. So the only thing I stated in this whole like weird situation is to cite that whatever you did, I can also do without like arguing with you in any way. When you say it meant something, I could simply tell you that when I say it's been good, I mean that the last 2 days been good since the last time we talked. So whatever you are saying is what you believe, and then I'm clarifying what I'm saying, and neither of us are arguing about it. Like, there's no argument being had. We both said two different things, right? So there wasn't a mutual contract. There wasn't a mutual exchange of information, right? Like, you could say, this game is good. And I'm like, yeah, this game is good. And then you're like, oh, I mean, this game as in the game I played yesterday that you don't know about. And I'm like, oh, well, I mean this game that I'm playing that you don't know about. So there's no argument there. Both of us were talking about two different things. At least that's how I would go about it. I was giving a much I was just giving a commentary on what you were saying. At least that was my focus. When you said that I unintentionally, unknowingly did something, and I'm like, I think most people can unintentionally, unknowingly do something. There are far more things you can unknowingly and unintentionally do. Do you think you feel guilt or think it would be immoral if you turned the tables and twisted the meaning to make you seem bad as I tried to do to you? I don't think you did. Or no, not really. I think a strong defense is all that's really needed. You're saying you did? Well, how do you feel? I mean, you certainly didn't make me feel guilty about something. I don't need to turn the tables if I'm not obviously you weren't actually trying to do it. You're talking about this hypothetical. So if you try to make me look bad, strong defense. Strong defense. I don't need to harm someone if they can't harm me. So to speak. Honestly, you don't really need to twist someone's meaning to make them look bad. Strong defense. Probably strong defense. No, not what you would do. I'm asking if you feel guilty if you did the same back to you. You're hypothetically rolling into something that I wouldn't do. So, if you are asking me if I was acting like someone who would, then they would probably either feel guilt or not. So you're asking me to be someone that I am not. So hypothetically, then the only way I can answer that is to be someone I'm not. So if I'm being someone I'm not, then they can either feel guilty or they don't. They can feel justified. Right? So if I did the same thing to you, which I wouldn't, then the only way I can speak about it is to be someone I'm not. So they either feel guilt because they harmed you and they have some sort of remorse, or they feel justified in twisting it because they're malicious. Usually when I think about people's I try to believe in the good, compassionate side of humanity, much like when I'm playing video games about humanity's graces, right? Like Persona 3. I like to think that there is some sort of guilt that they feel. However, they would also have a greater justification in order to commit the act in the first place. So, hypothetically speaking, I would need to feel less guilt and more justification in order to do the thing that you did, hypothetically speaking. So that means that I would inevitably, if I hypothetically do it, I would feel both guilt and sufficient justification for my actions. I think that's usually the most reasonable way of rationalizing people who in my scheme of human nature. I believe in the goodness of people. So when someone desperately tries to make someone else look bad, I believe they feel both. I think they feel both guilt and justification. So the justification has to be sufficient enough to overcome the feeling of guilt. That's what I would think. So if I ever succumb to being malicious, like intentionally malicious, say intentionally deceitful in a contract for your soul, for example, like in Persona 3, if you were to contract your soul away, like have a pact with death or something, and you're trying to be deceitful, I would say that despite feeling guilty, which would happen to most people who are human, this is my prerogative. Like, this is my choice that I made, that I believe that people have souls and compassion. They would still feel guilt. Their justification could be stronger than the guilt they feel. So I would argue that by default, I like to believe that most people, including myself, if I ever find myself in a position where I am deliberately malicious or deceitful, that I would also feel guilt simultaneously. Now, the idea is which one is stronger, right? Desperation, like people who are desperate, they also feel guilt, but they also are justified to perform the action. Like, for example, fear can override guilt, right? Or compete with guilt. So, like, someone could throw one of their friends under a bus because their fear is stronger than the guilt they feel by throwing their friend under a bus. So, that's kind of how I would argue with it. So, if I were to find myself in that position, I would argue that, yes, I would likely feel guilt. That would be the most safest response, because I do honestly believe in the goodness of humanity, and myself being human, I'm inclusive in that. However, guilt doesn't stop you from being malicious. It doesn't stop people from wanting to seize opportunities, be greedy, be narcissistic, right? You can still feel guilt doing all those things. Okay, imagine you blacked out and you found out you did do it back to me. How would you feel? Again, the default is that I have to black out, and I think most people should feel guilt, regardless if they're going to do it out of great justification. I think that would be my take on things. Usually, we talked about this before, Procall, when you say, like, I think it was you, why do you have to apologize if you're not wrong? Right? I err on the side of, like, the Japanese custom and the Chinese custom. Whether you do something or not, the guilt is that if there's a form of miscommunication and someone is at a loss, there is guilt involved. Now, whether that guilt would stop you from following through on certain things that causes a win-lose situation, that is usually up to the balance of it. I actually think when it comes to, like, public relations, especially in, like, a Japanese culture or Chinese face culture, the guilt is mutually shared. So it is that guilt that creates a desire to neutralize things publicly. So this would be an example. It would be a public environment, right? So Twitch and YouTube would be a public environment. So typically I would favor neutralizing something. Now, you could turn the argument against me and ask me, well, if you neutralize the thing, would you feel guilt? It's like, I would still feel guilt because I need to neutralize something that a miscommunication occurred, right? So guilt is not something that I would say have to be attached to being wrongful or malicious. It can be serendipitous, or it can be happenstance and unfortunate. So when you said that I might have unintentionally, unknowingly agreed to the pleasure and suffering by the way you decided to say what it was, I would simply feel guilt by apologizing. I could also choose to deflect and say, well, that's not what I meant. That would be a deflection, but you are still guilty of unknowingly doing that. So in no situation in which there's a communication error, that there wouldn't be a feeling of mutual guilt. Now, you can, obviously, other people could argue. Do you think an eye for an eye are both malicious behaviors from the original eye taker and the retaliatory eye taker of the original eye taker? And if so, are they both equally malicious if you can even do differing extents of maliciousness? Oh, now we're talking about maliciousness as opposed to like guilt, right? Maliciousness. Eye for an eye. I guess the we're talking about like the original eye taker would be the offender, right? Someone who is justified in their actions, or they believe they are justified in their actions. And then the other person feels like due to that malicious behavior, they are justified in return. I don't count. It's interesting, but here's my take on that. Making a competition on who is more malicious or who is equally malicious, that is a zero-sum game, and I don't participate in zero-sum games most of the time. Right. Let me make sure I use that term properly. Yeah, we're playing the zero-sum game here, which is that if someone is malicious 100%, then the other person must be 0%. Like, it's a competition between who shares in the maliciousness, or unless maybe you're not doing a zero-sum game and you're talking about, okay, who is more malicious, and they can both be exceptionally malicious. They're both malicious. Whether they are the extent of it, I don't usually concern myself. I see two people with malicious intent. It's not a competition for being worst, or a competition to, the lesser of two evils. We're not making an argument of the lesser of two evils. They are both malicious people. Hear me out. When I say people are malicious, I don't also mean those malicious people are incapable of kindness. Right. Evaluating someone specifically based on their circumstantial, like, one action, that is trivializing someone's life. So all the actions that person made is important to me. So on one case, when you're saying the original eye taker is malicious, they can also still be capable of kindness, right? So we want to keep that in perspective. In this case, they are both malicious. I don't know anything else outside of their act, so they can't. It's difficult to know if they're equally malicious or not. Like, it would be fallacious or maybe a little too bold to try to quantify people by an instance of their actions. At least in my opinion. It's much like quantifying that. But even if you won't engage on calculating, do you think there are different amounts of being malicious, or do you think being malicious is just a yes or no? Neither. Neither. How do I get neither? So malicious is not yes or no, right? Something that's malicious can be construed as an act of kindness. It's not clear, right? And then the amount of maliciousness is unclear either. You can't determine what the different amount... I mean, you could argue there might be different amounts of maliciousness, and then other people can argue there isn't a different amount. It's either yes or no. So I'm gonna say neither. For myself, you asked me, right? Do I think there's a different... I think it's neither. Or both. Or all of the above. Yeah, because I need to explain it, right? Why do I immediately think it's neither? Why do I think it's neither? The idea is neither because it can be both equal. It can be both equal and not a yes or no. So I could argue it's all of the above, so it's both and more as well. For myself, when you say, do I think there are different amounts, I can speak for myself here. I think maliciousness is a balance of intent. So maliciousness is taking into consideration kindness, justification, moral dilemmas, and all of that. Maliciousness is not contained in itself. So you have to know the nature of the maliciousness. And the nature of the maliciousness, you can argue maybe there's a different amount of being malicious if you take into account not just maliciousness. So like, why is the person malicious? It might not be quantified by the act of being malicious. Something that is appearing malicious, like, yes, oh, this person harmed this person. Why? You could say, well, they did the harm, so it has to be malicious. Well, yes and no. Like, do you think... I'll give you a dark... You started with a dark example. I will entertain the dark example. War. So I would say neither by that nature, by that... my thinking is that we talk about its justifications. So you measure the overall input and output. It's difficult to quantify malicious alone if you're only considering the whatever this quantification of maliciousness is. When someone do harm to another person, what are you measuring it by? Are you measuring it by maliciousness? Well, you can most definitely try to say, is it malicious or not? So maybe I can favor whether something is overall malicious or not, right? You might be able to argue that. I usually don't think about it. I think of it as all of the above. So like, if someone harmed another person, they're malicious and everything else. So you could say, I could say, yes, it was a malicious act, right? That's great. How much amount of it, I could also try to argue for that too. So both is in play. Or sometimes I don't know the why and the how, so I can't really measure the amount of maliciousness. And therefore, if I can't measure the how, why, and all the counterbalance, then I wouldn't be able to say yes or no to it being malicious. Like, for example, when someone is trying to make a joke. Well, if I don't know it's a joke, then how would I know it's malicious? It could still be harmful. Right? That's kind of the whole point of our digression here. Something can be harmful and misconstrued despite being obviously something else. So if you make a joke and you unknowingly committed a malicious behavior, well, that could happen. So if I had to think about it, usually I would say that I look at the how and why. So maybe you could say I measure how maliciousness is by the how and why. So are there different amounts of malicious? Yeah, sure. And do I think being malicious is a yes or no? Yeah, sure. We could do that too. I don't usually default to looking at the worst in people. So usually I look for the justification or how they did it. So when you were saying, well, the joke, right? I could have agreed to unintentionally say that it's been good, enjoying the pleasure of the pleasure of others suffering. I would say that, what makes you think that? Because there are a lot of things I unknowingly and unintentionally do in this world. In fact, how you made that argument is what I'm saying. There are so many things that one person can unintentionally and unknowingly do. They typically don't have omniscience. It would be interesting to operate like that in life, right? Like what that would create, in my opinion, a life of concern of anything you do, because anyone can twist your words by saying they unknowingly did something. So do I feel guilt from that? So here's another interesting spin on what you're asking. When someone is being malicious to another person, how do they quantify how successful they are? Do they quantify it by how much guilt they inflict? Because I also would argue that it's hard for me to quantify how guilty someone makes me feel. Usually, people who talk about guilt and maliciousness, they usually quantify on who is in the right and who's in the wrong. Kind of like your contract your contract argument. Who is in the right and who's in the wrong. We talked about this before. Oh, I forgot to highlight this. One of our first arguments, or maybe discussions, because I don't think I disagree with your definition too much. Like, you don't have to feel guilt, or you don't have to apologize if you're right. Alright? And I think my alternative perspective was that I would apologize by default. Like, I would apologize for the misunderstanding. Whether I apologize for the guilt of being a cause of the misunderstanding, that's a different story. I usually apologize when guilt is felt, when there is a misunderstanding, like acknowledging that there was a misunderstanding. It's not predicated on whether who's right or who's wrong. You apologize for the thing that has happened. Like being sorry that there is malicious intent. Like if someone was malicious towards me, I would say, I'm sorry that you feel that you have the justification or the need to be malicious towards me. Right? It's got to be something that I did, or something that involves me that justified that. Like, it could be my existence. Who knows? Like racism and discrimination. You could simply exist and it causes people consternation. So when someone is malicious towards you just because of your existence, that is still something that causes other people consternation, right? It's like, I'm sorry that you hate I'm sorry that you hate that I exist. That's still a form of guilt, by the way, like being responsible for something, right? You love that you seemingly always know the answer to whether A or B is true. Is that both and or neither is true? Knowing you can explore what options are true and false. Always a holistic Wally. I had these discussions before. I know someone who believes that as long as they understand that what they do was right, they are free of guilt. And I often argue I'm often on the opposite end, right? Because, or like an alternative end, not necessarily a contrasting end. I would say that I would still apologize for the misunderstanding, like the existence of a misunderstanding. I think, in my opinion, when you talked about like making people look bad, like overall in an argument, if you're who looks worse, right? If someone goes out of their way to make you look bad, is there satisfaction, the motivation of making the other person look bad to satisfy you? Well, I can tell you those things for certain, like from my perspective, because it's within my control. I don't feel I feel negligibly better to make the other person feel guilt. Like, genuinely, it doesn't bring me any pleasure, so I have no measure, like I don't have any motivation to do so. So if you ask me, but what if I did, right? But what if I did? And I'm like, I don't know what that is like. So my answer to that is I would have to pretend, I would have to imagine a scenario like that. So I would use like stories, like Persona stories. Like a villain in Persona, I would tell you what they would do, because I genuinely don't find pleasure in being motivated to make someone feel bad if they had any reason to make me feel bad. Like, why would they gain pleasure from making me feel bad? Usually I would be more curious about that. Do you think there's any A or B options you could present? You could be presented with that you could only answer as being either A or B? Yeah, any observational thing about history? Any empirical observation about history? Usually, I would say 99%, over 90% of things observable by history, you can present it as an A or B. Like, for example, did people die in wars? Yes or no? Yes, people die in wars. Like, we're talking about objectives now, right? So, as empirical as possible, you could present something that is empirically, objectively confirmable, that is within my knowledge, and I could answer yes, A or B. Right? It's still tough. There are still some that seem like obvious to other people. I would still argue A or B, but I think those are likely the case. Those are likely the case. Like, for example, do you think people should do you think people need to eat protein? Yes or no? Yes, people should eat protein. Do you think glucose is important to humans? Yes or no? Yes, glucose is important to humans. Right? So those things, but we don't usually discuss those things, right? We don't talk about all the conventional knowledge that we're inferring. We don't talk about those things. We usually discuss things that are subjectively interpreted, like maliciousness. So those things usually don't have A or B's. They tend to have like tons of things. However, when we were talking about like, have I played a Persona game before? Yes, I have. Right? Historical things. Like, have we talked about morals before? Yes, we have talked about morals before. Do you and I think morality is important? Probably yes. So the simpler ones. You skipped over most of the simple ones. You don't present... I like... The reason why we have long discussions is you present challenging situations, not empirical situations, which is, in my opinion, very refreshing, and also is a reflection of how much we have talked about things. we're not dilly-dallying on simple pleasantries anymore. Despite starting the day with it's been good, right? So yeah, you can definitely present me with those. Like you do it every once in a while. You ask me, have you played Pal World yet? And I would say no, I have not. We have plenty. We still have examples of you presented me with a yes or no or true and false. Those are like confirmations or negations, right? Plenty of those. How about a serious topic? Something like, I don't know. I don't want to go to too far of a dark place. What is like a tough one? I don't want to hit too many, like, yeah, I'll have to, yeah, sorry, that last question wasn't well thought out. Yeah, I'm trying to think of, do you think people are good? I would say yes. So like, I actually alluded to this, right? So there are many things that I said, there are many things that I preface. You can ask me something that's more controversial. The most controversial thing that I typically volunteer a lot of times is that if you ask me, do you think people are inherently good? I would say yes. Oh, you would be very interested in hearing what you were going to say before you decide you didn't want to go into a dark place? A dark place would be like, do you think people live forever? No. Do you think all things that are living end in death? Yes, they do. And then you could say, do you think life, if there's ways to transcend death? No, there's no way to transcend death. Those are controversial because some people could say, well, you could leave behind a legacy, and that legacy transcends death. So those are like darker places. Whenever you think about beginning and ends, usually beginning and ends are very dark places to go, because usually that deals with your comfortability with nihilism, which, by the way, it was the reason why I said I didn't want to go into a dark place, even though thinking about the dark place, is because we're playing Persona 3. Persona 3 is about death. It's about life and death. So most of the things we do are the memories we have, and memories transcend death. So the idea is to build memories as a way to not concern yourself with the inevitable fate of being alive. And then the relationship between life and death is that death makes life worth living, that whole situation, right? The preciousness of life is that it ends in death. So these are the dark places with yes or no questions, right? Is there death? Yes. Then is life worth living if it always end in death? The answer is yes. Like, why is that? Well, the relationship between life and death are those things. Where there's death, life is precious. And then you could argue, well, if there isn't death, then is life precious? Those are the type of questions that you would eventually, like, Procol, you have a habit of asking, like, placing a condition that I would not normally think about. So, like, you would ask me what I would feel if I was intentionally malicious. And my first thought is, like, I'm not entirely sure if I have a reason to be malicious. I'll probably tell you maybe one day when I'm deliberately being malicious. I can't really tell you from experience what would have happened, so I would vicariously try to hypothetically argue that. And then someone could say, well then, is that also the same approach you take about death? It's like, yeah, because by the time I'm dead, I can't tell you. Like I'm only going to experience death once. So even if someone challenges me and say like, well, you don't know that, it's like, I don't. Of course I don't. Right? And then someone will say, well, people can live twice in their life and die twice in their life, right? Figuratively. Like your old self. Separating that from a dark context, is someone that is never ending by definition unable to be precious or even appreciated? We don't know. Again, I was anticipating this, so I was setting you up for the inevitable question you're going to ask. You're going to go ask a hypothetical situation in which I can't answer that, right? Because it doesn't exist yet. You'll have to let me know when that happens. I think that one is it's a far more unreasonable than the one you asked me about being malicious, right? The other questions you asked me about how I quantify maliciousness. Since I didn't quantify maliciousness, I also don't have the skill to quantify maliciousness. Like I don't go around saying, oh yeah, this person is worse than this person. I echoed this to Drama before, where Drama was arguing about whose life is worse, like whose taxes are worse. Like for example, Drama argued, he kept trying to argue that German taxes are worse than the United States taxes. And I'm like, okay, I mean, I'll take your word for it. I'm not here to race to the bottom. Like, I rarely ever participate in quantifying or comparing and analyzing things to the bottom, right? Like, who's got it worse? I do like exchanging informations about what makes them the way they are. You still appreciate your mobile data even though you're on an unlimited plan? I don't. And I think I've been on the unlimited plan for many years. In fact, the unlimited plan, I use 0 data on a yearly basis, except outside one period, which is when I'm at Otakon. And even then, I might generate like 1 gigabyte maybe. So I don't appreciate my unlimited plans, regardless if I have it or not. Yeah. I fail to appreciate it because I don't use it. Like, my value systems are based on the memories I create from it. So you could make an argument, but maybe I still appreciate it. Like appreciate it in the sense that it created value from Otakon. Like, right, I could log in and do things. I appreciate it then. Do I appreciate that it's unlimited? That's irrelevant. It didn't have to be an unlimited plan. It could have been a plan to be just that much. So I can't, in my opinion, I can't appreciate things that are hypothetically there. So until I make something of it. Appreciation is a valuation of the things I have. So if I do, like, for example, can I appreciate the sky if it just exists? Actually, you don't think you do actively appreciate your mobile? Yeah, I rarely even think of it. I barely think about the data plan. The moment something, like, hear me out. I try my best to appreciate most of the things I am given in life. Like, I try. I really do try. I still believe that in the human condition, appreciation comes from scarcity, right? It's like it's a human condition. What I mean is you don't start to appreciate things without the risk of them being lost, or that whole adage of you don't appreciate life until death rolls around, right? That's what Persona 3 is about. You don't greatly appreciate your time with your parents until they're gone. You can still try to do it, right? Appreciation is the culmination of making value out of them. So when you say never ending, by definition unable to be precious or even appreciated, I would say they can still be appreciated and be precious. However, now we're doing relatives, right? Scarcity creates larger appreciation, relatively speaking. Like it's human nature, like a human condition situation. So if data was limited, you would think about it more often. Because when you go to use it, you have to consider its value. If it was unlimited, it would relatively have lesser appreciation. Not that you can't appreciate it entirely, right? So I do appreciate the sky, for example. Like I do appreciate sunlight. I can acknowledge that sunlight exists. If you don't go out and make memories under the sunlight, you would appreciate it less, despite the sun being there, regardless if you're there or not. That's kind of the thing, right? Do I appreciate my friends despite not spending time with them? Right? You can still appreciate things. We're specifically talking about the degree of appreciation, like how often, how frequently, and whatnot. And it goes back to the connection between favoritism and recency, right? I have an appreciation for the most of the memories that I have. So going back to Persona 3, right? The things I appreciate most are the things I keep to myself as frequently as possible. So if I'm not making memories with my unlimited data, then it does not appreciate in value. My unlimited data is as valuable as all the times I use it and have memories of it. And I do know what they are. It's whenever I go to Otakon. It's the only time in the year that I use my mobile data. And what do they look like? They look like photos. Photos and all the times that I logged in on P5X or something when I'm away. So I can tell you how much appreciation I have for it. It pales in comparison to right now, which is the time I have. So yeah, for sure. I would say instead of saying it's unable to be appreciated or even appreciated, I would say it's relatively underappreciated if something is given for granted, right? So I feel lucky. Things that make me feel lucky, I appreciate more because they are unlikely to happen very often. So the friends that I make, the people that I meet, they are far more appreciated than how much time I spend breathing. Again, not a competition towards negative. It's a competition towards positive. You imagine it takes an effort that opposes human nature to appreciate something you don't consider the finite nature of. Absolutely. Yep. Think about like, do you appreciate how long AI churns data for you? Do you appreciate how timelessly the YouTube algorithm targets videos to you? Or do you specifically appreciate the time you spent when you're using the YouTube, right? Like YouTube algorithm, like when you create memories from as a result of the tireless, infinite, like seemingly indefinite amount of permutations, right? That's kind of, oh, here's one. can you appreciate the evolution of humanity and its period in the life of the entire universe? Or do you appreciate your lifetime far more? And even within your lifetime, do you appreciate the moments that you have over the span of, like, for example, when someone learns Japanese, for example, in order to play Persona 3, do you appreciate your milestones and the particular parts of it more than like the recurring memories of the milestones? Or do you appreciate the consistent day-to-day details that repeat over and over again? To me, I spend most of my time trying to appreciate the effort that people place in video games and whatnot, like the tireless hours that they place in. Still fails though. Like, it still fails far shorter than people's appreciation for like the final product or the milestones. Like, I still can argue that you wonder if the fact that the effort of that kind of thing done for you is why it's often so greatly appreciated by a person who does that thing for you. Wait, I wonder if the fact that the effort of that kind of thing done for you is why it's often greatly appreciated by a person who does that thing for you. For me, yes. For me, wait, sorry for the appreciate question. For me, the question was, do you appreciate all the day-to-day, the effort being an effort that opposes human nature? I mean, yes. That and, well, it ends up being one and the same most of the time. So when someone shows me their tireless effort to showing great appreciation for all the tireless effort of something, that is one of the greatest feats in humanity, in my opinion, because it is grueling. It is incredibly, unbelievably opposite of human nature. I'll give you a case in point. When you do something and you do it for a very long time and you show that to someone a very long time, there is usually the vast majority of people will see it as impressive, right? Because it is difficult to do that. One of the highest achievements of effort is opposing human nature or feeling like you want to commit to doing something, like grinding, for example. Grinding is a great example. Despite grinding can be like varying, like you could grind many things, you could even enjoy grinding or hate grinding. Usually, universally, that is appreciated, even vicariously. So like doing something for a very long time and continuously doing it, it is very visibly appreciated, even vicariously, without even having the experience to do so. Because that commitment is very hard to do, at least in my opinion, even intuitively. We're talking about this cautiously, right? Consciously. Others simply feel it, like the dedication, right? Quote unquote, the dedication is palpable. Not everyone has to live life like that, obviously. Well, it's kind of paradoxical. When you live life, that's what you're doing. You're trying to appreciate the effort you place in your life over and over again. And it can be very tough. Usually, like, very specific things can astronomically make you focus on the stuff that you do every day. Like, for example, most people, at least that I've encountered, would appreciate sleep far less than the things that happen less often. I know that sounded like a double negative. Let's kind of reverse this. The things that happen more rarely are often more appreciated consciously than the things that happen very often. And it is through the focus, the attempt and the effort that you make on the things that happen more often that actually gains a lot of appreciation. despite it being ever present. Eating, sleeping, right? Humans, other humans, that's the irony here. Like on the internet, you would think the appreciation is that humans are the most accessible resources online. And what just happened in the last 3 years? This is taking like two independent, like two third-party resources, but human traffic has been dwarfed by artificial intelligence traffic. So hear me out. We're going to be talking about this in the future for sure. It's going to be curious if the appreciation for human interaction goes up, because that's my theory right now. That is my current narrative. I have spent the last several years where all of this stuff is to build a thing that I think will occur within my lifetime, which is when something supplants the availability of something that was plentiful. And one of them was online. Human interaction was excessive. It was excessively available. And yet you have Discord, YouTube videos, Twitch, all prioritizing parasocial relationships and undermining the importance and preciousness of interacting with other human beings. We have hyper optimized making less and less memories with each other because it was readily available, in my opinion. Like, oh, hear me out. It's like, oh, you know, I don't care if I'm really angry to this person. There's 1,000 of you, you know, there's 1,000,000 of you. Like, get into a Fortnite game or like a Call of Duty game. It's like, who cares? I can be toxic to these players. There are millions of them anyways, right? Now wait until that becomes a commodity. Wait till it becomes scarcer and scarcer, right? We're kind of in that dawn of a inflection point. Wait till human interactions become scarce to the point that it becomes a premium, a hot commodity. And it's happening right now. We're already seeing like some of the side effects, right? Loneliness, inability to communicate with each other, finding companionship. And then let's sprinkle on top, because despite that, there's still in excess of human accessibility. So let's sprinkle AI on top of that. And now AI traffic is greater than human traffic. In fact, it's accelerating so quickly that it might have already gained another 3 to 5% hold. It's over 50%. Over 50%, you know, this is based on like two independent, so take it with a grain of salt, but 2 independent reports about tracking internet queries, and more than 50% of internet queries are not made by humans anymore. So we'll see where that goes. But it's a great example of, is it human nature to appreciate things when they become rarer, right? The cheapest, like a low-hanging fruit example would be like precious metals or supply and demand, or like RAM. That would be a very fun topical example that would gut punch people, like RAM, for example, creating artificial scarcity, and it becomes the talk of the town. So I think, to me, I'm not going to deny human nature. I'm going to try to my best to not demonstrate that you can go against human nature, though. It does require a lot of effort. Is it rewarding? I don't really know. Like when someone says like, oh, how does your life feel more rewarding now that you care more about the things you do every single day, like more often? I would say yes for me. Like that's one of the hard yes or no's. when I talk about this stuff, like right now, what we're doing right now, right? This very moment, I'm still playing Persona 3 Portable, and we're talking about themes that exist in Persona 3 Portable. Meanwhile, you and I are having a discussion about humanity, right, and human nature, which is the prominent digression point for Persona 3. Is it worth it? Well, I think it's worth it to make every moment, like, you could see it as we could have just stopped at a very talking point, like the very beginning. We could have stopped at it's been okay, or it's been good, and then you could have made the joke and we could have ended there. And that would have been, if you have, like, if we exchange what we did today, this longer discussion, for 1,000 of those that we had, do you think we would appreciate the 1,000 times that we say it's been good to each other, or the one instance in which you've done a lot at once? Human nature, at least in my opinion. It is hard to compete. It's not even a contest. If you say hi, how are you, 10,000 times over a year, are you going to appreciate that more, like 10,000 times? Let's say that takes up like 100 minutes, right? Then having one discussion at one time period in that year with the 100 minutes. I would argue that the likelihood is that most people would appreciate that 100 minutes that they spent consecutively in that one instance, despite saying 10,000 instances of saying hi for, like, I don't know, 1 minute each. Or what was it, 100 minutes? Maybe like whatever the ratio is, like 10. I can't convert the ratio. Let's just say 100 times and you spent 1 minute saying hi 100 times, so that's 100 minutes. I think the large majority of humans would find a 100-minute discussion at one period during a year far more appreciated than the 100 times you said hi 1 minute across. Why is that important to me? That's what studying Japanese is like. So when someone asks, like, how do you stay motivated to stream every day? Well, we'll make it about streaming. Like, how do you feel like you're doing something if day in and day out you do the same thing, like working on a job? I would try to think of ways I can make that day slightly special, right? Like, and that's how I would negotiate. So I didn't do anything, for lack of a better word, I didn't do anything special in the sense of this isn't a life hack. Like, I don't like the context of life hacks. The idea is I use what I think I understand about human nature. Human nature is that you have to make the day stick out, right? So why not try to do that every single day? And then someone will say, well, doesn't that just take a lot of effort to make each one of your days special enough for you to observe it? It's like, yeah, it takes a heck of a lot of effort. And then someone will say, then why do you do it? Why can't you just take the easy road, right? Like, and just not pay attention and vibe. And my first thought is like, well, then how would I appreciate it? Right? That's the whole thing. Effort is proportional to appreciation. If you don't notice something and it's given for granted and it's low in effort, then you can't really appreciate it. Appreciate it more, like, relatively speaking. So we're being greedy here. We're being like, how do we want to live? Like, why do I get up elated to stream each day? It's because I'm trying to make it more. I have to invest in my effort. So going back to the original thing, I know you're here for a brief moment. Despite you constantly saying you're only here for a brief moment. 50 minutes later. Jokes aside, right? Joking, however dark you were trying to do it. We built something out of it, right? That's kind of the idea. It is interesting how you went to decide to make it into a dark joke. I think someone else made a joke 2 days ago. Oh yeah, Mock made a joke about President Trump. And then Mock made... I didn't like respond in the way Mock wanted. Like, I was like, oh, okay, well, that's a bit of a stretch. I was reading a Japanese sentence and it said something about not going to the bathroom enough, right? Not going to the bathroom enough. And then he made the jokes like about President Trump about not going to the bathroom enough. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's a bit of a stretch. And then we talked about it a little bit. But however, we appreciate that moment. It was cut short because we just agreed to agree or something like that, and then it ended. How much did I get out of it? I don't really know. Me mentioning it right this moment is making more value of that moment. So that's kind of what I tend to do. So how do I make moments in my life more appreciated? Keep it closer. Just constantly keep it closer. So if you're wondering how has it been, that's one of the examples. I had a conversation with Mock and he made like a joke and I responded in a way that he thought that he couldn't make a joke about the president of the United States, and I'm like, well, I mean, you could make a joke about the president of the United States. How I would respond to it is something that you may not have anticipated, because the way he said it was like, oh, I wasn't laughing, and I'm like, but it was a bit of a stretch, and he said, well, yeah, it was intentionally a bit of a stretch. And I'm like, then why are you expecting me not to have this reaction? And it's like, okay, I get your point. I'm like, yeah. And then like, but it was intentional. And I'm like, all the more reason. You knew the joke was a bit of a stretch. And are you disappointed that I didn't laugh with you or something? Right? That's kind of the idea. Anyways, same deal. You made a joke too, and was it unexpected that I would say something else? Because that is a good question. Like, did you expect that I would say something like, "Oh yeah, good point. Dang," and it just ended there? Alright, anyways. And my controller stopped responding. Oh, no, wait. Actually, because... Hello? Controller? Please?
実はここ、いろんなレジャー設備がずらり揃ってるんだよ。テニスコートにプールバーに、あとカラオケなんかも完備らしい。聞かせちゃおうかな、僕のメドレー。
Okay.
花の屋久島旅行も早3日目か。明日はもう帰るだけだし、正直3日じゃ短えよな。まあでもそれっぽっちの割にはいろいろあったか。
理事長の歌とかお前の歌とかな。おかげで昨日の晩はほとんど寝られなかった。
Sounds so dejected.
海岸で何かの任務でしょうか。
Yeah, she just sounds normal. Aw, I was kind of hoping I could. Maybe I'm not picking it up. Hold up.
そんなんじゃねって、ただ遊びに来ただけだ。
そういえばアイギスは遊ぶってわかる？
もちろんわかるであります。娯楽は心の栄養です。
Okay, she's always speaking in the formal, I suppose.
おお、そうそう。結構普通に話せんじゃん。ま、とりあえず帰る前に一遍くらいちゃんと泳ごうぜ。
あ、ちょっと純平くん。アイギス、塩水につけて平気なのかな？
そんなやわじゃないでしょ。
海に入るんじゃないの？
皆さんもご一緒されるのがいいであります。一人だけが楽しい行動は本当の遊ぶではないであります。
Okay. The one obvious thing that I guess does as the CV is that she speaks in Tenego the whole time. Like, as opposed to like, it's kind of one of those tropes where anyone who's like withdrawn emotionally, right? Any character that is consistently withdrawn, detached, kind of like even a recluse character, they tend to speak in Tenego the whole time, which gives them feeling of stiffness. So like that's what at least what I can tell from it. In terms of her tonality, it can kind of sound like it's hurried, like it's authoritative in a way too, but I still think it's all they really like. The really noticeable thing is, I guess, for robots, right, for AI or something like that, they specifically try to sound stiff by Japanese sense. Whether the pitch changes too much, I think it sounds fairly in the box. So there aren't any like pitchiness, like deliberate pitchiness, which can be done in Japanese, but maybe it would make it really hard to understand, possibly. So hear me out. I am really curious. In P3R, there's going to be new voice actors. There are going to be, like, besides the regular cast, right? Earlier I talked about the Japanese CV for the main cast, our recast. Now, or our reprive, they kept the same cast. Now, they did have to cast new characters, right? Because all the social links and also the other links with the fellow cast members, they had to record those. Like, those are the new situations. So I'll be able to see new situations for sure. As well as it'll be interesting to see if I can pick up any accents. Like, for example, Bebe. Bebe would be a great example where he's a foreign French student, right? A French foreign exchange student. And I'm curious if they go with the French accent, because I don't know what a French accent in Japanese sounds like. Or they simply go with, I don't know what they're gonna go with. So this one, I was kind of thinking maybe they go with something else. Sometimes they do. I'm not saying they don't. Here, though, for Persona, they decided not to, where make them sound a little bit pitchier.
めんどいな。変なとこ律儀なんだから。
At least I can't appreciate it. Despite her words earlier, Yukari is having fun. Yeah.
私たちも行きましょうか。
そうだな。
どうだい？楽しんでる？いやー、いろいろあったけど、なんとか今日は終日羽を伸ばせそうだね。
そうですね。
真田さん、何してんすか？真田さんの番っすよ。
俺の番って何をやってんだ？
何を言ってんだ？
楽しそうでよかったよ。明日のことだけど、帰りの船の時間は言ってあったよね。
Trader.
僕は多分先に港へ行ってると思う。 朝早いから遅れないようにね。
はい、伝えておきます。
I wonder if they embellish. Oh man, it's such a great opportunity for them to like embellish some of the background scheming or something.
じゃ、寮に帰ったらまたよろしく頼むよ。
はい。
真田先輩。
やれよ。俺たちも行くか。
待ってってアイギス、水鉄砲ってそういう意味じゃないから。ああ。
俊平くん、ダウンです。おー、総攻撃チャンス。
Classic attack.
タイムマジ無理だっつ。
I wanted to hear more of the Aigis personality. All right, SEGA and Shinjiro.
随分と苦しそうですね。
お前らか。
やべえ、あいつらだ。
ああ、あの3人が例の。本当だ、来てんね。
バカ、行くぞ。なぜ他の者は私を見るたび姿を隠そうとするのでしょう。まるで路地裏のネズミですね。
さあな。
ジン、彼にカプセルを。
悪い。礼はいつもの方法だ。
町屋。今回は代価をいただく代わりに話を聞かせてほしいのです。あのペルソナ使いたちが何やら騒がしいのですよ。彼らはこのところ月が深淵になるたび宴に繰り出す。あの塔にも頻繁に立ち入っている。なぜあんな戦いを始めたのです。知っているのでしょう。言えませんか。仲間だからですか。
違う。俺はもう連中の仲間なんかじゃね
え。なら教えてください。赤の他人より今はカプセルの方が大事なのでは。
離れてた身だ。詳しいことは知らねえ。ただあの敵を全部やれば影時間やあの気味の悪い塔が消える。そう聞いてる。
影時間を消すということですか。どういうことです。なぜペルソナ使いが影時間を消すなどと。
あ？
しかもあの滅びの塔までも。
Now, in retrospect, I don't know. So, hear me out here. So, what's his name? I forgot his name. But this guy, right? He knows about the Tower of Demise. Now, it's interesting that SEGA knew about the Tower of Demise, but they failed to comprehend. The Tower of Demise was supposed to be a giveaway of how, right, the, what did they call it? The Apostle? No. The Harbinger? No. The, whatever. The bringer, right? The bringer of death, right? And they understand the nature of why it's called the Tower of Demise. And yet, they were unaware that defeating, like, the way this person is reacting, I guess this is before they come to realize that they shouldn't stop, right? They shouldn't stop what the gang is doing, because it was all part of Ikutsu's scheme. Now, I don't know when did they realize, like, how did they realize that that's what was happening. It's probably at some point when they started doing the cultist thing, right? Where they started that cult in the background. So here's the thing though. It's kind of a curious opportunity to embellish the SEGA peeps a little bit in the background. There's this whole section there's this whole section where the 3-month period, right, or technically the 1-month period, the month of January, where you just have to infer that that's where they learned everything. They learned that, oh yeah, the Tower Demise is the coming or conduit of, what was the Nyx, right? The coming of Nyx. However, this guy have referred to the tower as Tower of Demise for quite some time. It's interesting that where did they get the information? And how are they so shocked at this information that Shinjiro showed?
滅びの塔だ。あんな不気味なもん消せるってのは試すだろ。
高谷。
Oh, Takaya. Yeah, Takaya is.
ええ、分かっています。
And then what was his? Rin? Was it Rin? And then Chihiro? No relation to the other Chihiro? Oh no, her name is Chidori, not Chihiro. Chidori.
今さら戻れっか。俺の力はもう無く。
Alright, we're back. Yeah, I don't know when did they start realizing that, oh yeah, the gang, you know, just let them do whatever. We still achieve our end goal anyways. Probably during the last month sometime. What do we have here? Say, hey. So we have nothing to do on evenings anymore, right? So not even Koromaru. There's legitimately Makoto Yuki has nothing to do in the evening. So I anticipate that in P3R they probably shift some of the social links to the evening. Like you could like interact with it for like a more balanced thing. Because legitimately after Tanaka-san and Mutatsu, there's really not much going on. And I don't think you can do anything else. Now we just sleep. I obviously, you could argue, well, you still have to study and do all the other things. I get that. So I'm talking about more like the balancing of the availability of the social link, right? What time is it?
朝です。
I have to get up early tomorrow for a personal family matter.
起きていただきたいであります。無事に起床しましたね。任務完了であります。
It's kind of funny how Claire she speaks though.
私の一番の大切はあなたのそばにいることであります。ごめん、ねえ起きてる？実はあの子がどこ探してもいなくてちょっと手伝ってほしいんだけど、屋久島の時みたいに勝手に出てったかもしれなくて。私の名前はあの子ではありません。アイギスならここにおります。
Yeah, she speaks so clearly though.
アイギス、あなたいつの間に？
This is where like my Japanese is more understanding. Whenever they're doing banter like this, your standard walk in, talking about the situation stuff. Whenever they go into like explaining the Dark Hour or the past or Tartarus and complex like situations, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna try to pick up a phrase, like get my bearings on the core phrases here and there.
この方は就寝中でした。ドアの開錠には2分かかりました。
Yeah, so the characteristic thing that makes Aigis sound like a robot or like an AI, like a cyborg or something is she's consistently talking in the formal, in the polite, to make it feel like she's like detached or very unemotional, right? Emotionally unnaturally detached.
もろ不法侵入じゃん。夜は作戦室にいてって言ったでしょ。
今後私の待機場所はここが良いかと思いますが、何か
唐突に何言ってんの？
問題点があれば速やかに対処します。
問題点は多分領則に違反してるはず。てかあなたも何か言ってよ。何 OK 出してんの？ダメだから。しょうがないな。じゃあ3階に部屋を用意してもらうからそっち行ってよね。あと勝手に寮の外へ出たりしないでよ。
命令であれば従うであります。
なんか疲れた。じゃあ私朝練あるから行くね。
なるほど。皆さん本来は朝になると学校へ行くわけですね。
Okay, so there's less prosodic stress as well, and her vocabulary is. You could argue her vocabulary is pretty stiff and like straightforward too.
なるほどな。
Nothing like way out of the box. From like the typical speech pattern that I can glean. She just sounds very stiff, like vocabulary wise, or like speaking wise, I suppose. We scored the highest score. It's fine. All right, back to doing stuff, right? Who are we hanging out with? Actually, what persona? So we started the moon. We completed devil and we need to get magician, right? It's kind of humorous. We started with the whole contract analogy, and this game literally, like almost quite literally started with a contract. A contract that you just randomly sign, despite not knowing what you're agreeing to. We can drop tempers for now. Or oh, I did drop them. Let's drop. I need a magician. I think we're kind of getting close to the end of Kenji's questionable situation. I do often forget there's a shortcut to exiting out of the place. Alright, Kenji. Hey, I'm really sorry, but you're not on your stream for about the last 20 minutes. But what contract did the person in this game sign at the start? They signed their soul away. Not really their soul, but they signed a contract with death. It was a metaphor because they're really signing a contract with themselves. The storyline is that your MC, the main protagonist, he had his like life bound to the harbinger of death. So he signed a contract. He walked in and signed a contract. But really, it's more like there are two consciousness, and he shared the body with the thing. So the contract was he signed it, and then you discover what the contract is as the character yourself. So one of the storylines is you realize that by the end that you the embodiment of death, the embodiment of death was you were the host of death. So that ends up in near the end. Hey man, sorry I asked you to come here. Oh, never mind. Are you in trouble? Right, Kenji calmed down, then began to talk. Dude, I don't know what to do. Well, the whole school knows about me and Emily. Oh, it's a huge scandal. Yikes. Wait, did Miss Kino leave the school? I don't think so. Emily is being transferred to a school in Kyushu. Oh, is that why she suddenly disappears? Hold up. In Shiomi's timeline, right? The female MC line, did Emily just disappear? I don't know if they made a nod to, because Kenji still does his thing. Maybe he doesn't. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even notice, but she did disappear. Miss Kino. What should I do, dude? You should go to her. Yeah, that's what I thought. I should go with her. Or go with her. Kenji is nodding his head in agreement. But Emily told me I couldn't. He's talking about his teacher, by the way. One of his teachers. Is this my first play? No, it's not. It's technically my 4th playthrough. This would be my 2nd playthrough, but different character. You have a female and a male MC. So this storyline, this social link is different from the female storyline. It's like all of a sudden she won't take my phone calls or reply to my text messages. She's probably only doing this to protect me, but still. Also, did you hydrate? Yeah. Yes. Kenji seems like he's going to cry. I can't just sit here and do nothing. I gotta think of a plan. I need your help, dude. What do you want me to do? He's outed with his relationship with a teacher. Later, dude. Thanks for the talk. Alright. Sure.
おかえりなさい。
I just did. Let's see. I think we're... I don't know we're on track for... Do we have justice? Just meaning as I've been typing you after I came back? Yeah, I just hydrated just now. Literally when you type the... Literally when you... Oh, this is our training... Our swimming training thing. Yeah, I kind of take a sip whenever they're talking about messages anyways. When they're talking when the main story stuff happens. Let's see. Whoops. Do I have justice? Who's justice here? Fortune, priestess. Oh, angel is justice. Alright, I'm not sure where we are with Chihiro. Help me with your homework. Alright, we're going to the library. The missing fee money. No one's found it yet. Oh yeah, that's right. Are you drinking water or some other beverage? No, it's water. Sometimes I drink other things. It's usually in their container though. Whenever I'm drinking from a flask or from my from this thing, it's only water in here. No one said anything to me, but I know what they're all thinking. I can't take this anymore. I don't want to be here. Sorry, I shouldn't be saying things like this as a member of student council. She's being framed for losing the school funds. I'm going to go look for some books. So yeah, there's no way it could be anyone else. It has to be her. That girl in student council, the sophomore with the long hair and glasses, the one who's always reading. It seems they are gossiping about Chihiro. I hear she stole the class's money. 2,500 yen per person. Dang, I could buy a brand new purse with that much. I hear she has no father. There's no way they could have any money since her mom only works part-time. Oh, she's... Okay. How could it not be her? She has such an innocent face, though. Do we glare at them? Or do we say something to them? Is it known by the player who actually is responsible for it? Oh, well, we don't know. We'll find out. Let's say something to them. What do you want? Are you a friend of Chihiro's? Then again, maybe not. You don't look like you'll be hanging out with her. What is that supposed to mean? Excuse me, this is the library. Please show some courtesy. Let's go outside. I'll tell you the whole story. Oh, I guess we'll find out. Or maybe the students left. Oh no. Oh, they were talking to their friends. Never mind. I didn't find any books. Hiro looks like she's about to cry. Oh, she overheard the conversation. Let's get out of here. We left the library. Main lobby. You heard that rumor going around the whole school, right? The only time I feel safe is when I'm with you, Makoto-san. I have no one else to turn to in school. Good luck! What the heck? Let's talk to the teacher. Right. I gave the money to him, so I should ask him for an explanation. But what if he thinks I'm accusing him of stealing? Now I'm scared. I may sound like I'm weak, but I'm fine. Really, I am. I don't think it's right for me to always be counting on you, Makoto-san. She's on the verge of tears. She's student treasurer. Excuse me. Oh, she ran off. Or to be continued.
Konbanwa, お元気そうで何よりです。
ほれ、薬や。
そういえば彼ら、また一人面白い仲間を加えたようですね。もとい。あれは一人ではなく、一つでしょうか。
別に興味ねえ。
あなたから聞いたこと本当のようですね。彼らは本当にやる気のようだ。まったく嘆かわしい。これでは私たちも立たないわけにはいきません。彼らが何をしようと構わない。力の使い道は持ち主が決めることです。しかし彼らは影時間を消すと言っている。それは力そのものを否定することです。それだけは何があっても許容できません。好
きにすりゃいい。
町屋、お前どないする気や。知っとるで、戻ってこいって誘いが来とるんやろ。
ムカつくぜこのストーカー野郎が。
わしらはあいつらを止める。あいつらに味方する言うんやったら真っ向敵同士や。
前にも言ったろ。俺にはもう関係ねえ。
おかえりなさい。
Yep. Ken is no longer one of the social links. They don't have that long exposure. He does have a pretty a lack of a mother figure, right? Sunday. Bebe? Okay. Chihiro. Oh, I guess I could have chosen Chihiro. We got Hermit. Do I have a Hermit? I do have a Hermit. Oops. Oh, no, wait. No. Hermit is Maya. I think we're fine if we do Hermit, right? We don't have a persona, but it's fine. Alright, this is our trigger happy, not teacher, but definitely teacher. You solved a difficult problem. Oh, wait. What? Oh, I accidentally studied. No. I meant to. Oh no. I meant to. Oh no. Dang it. I was supposed to interact with the MMO, not. Dang it. Alright, I'm really screwing up, but I think we're still fine. Alright, now we're going to the swim meet. I meant to interact with Maya, not study. It's okay. You're training really hard for the tournament on August 2nd, so now we got the swim team practice as opposed to volleyball, right? I don't think it... I wonder what changes. Let's see. Hey, quit slacking off. You're not gonna win against Mamoru Hayase like that. Wait, that's the other character. Probably. That name sounds familiar. Oh, no, wait. We haven't gone on the special training yet. Okay. Hopefully I'm not gonna be too late on some of these social links. I'm like falling behind. We don't have anything to do in... Okay, special training. Oh, never mind. It goes day to day. Oh! Oh, wait! We don't actually go to the school. I thought... Oh, no. Just kidding. This is the special training before we head to the school. You know, the Persona 4... The Persona 4 highlight. Alright. My body feels light. Alright, we're just training before we go to the... abroad. Man, I'm forgetting the series of events here. Where are we at? Okay. Wait, can we interact with... No, we don't even have Koromaru yet. Okay. Alright. Gonna keep going through our training. More training. Last lap. Keep it up. You gotta beat Mamoru. This is our year. Mamoru is definitely one of the characters. I wonder how you interact with him. Maybe some time outside of school. Just gonna keep going to bed. Rest, train, rest, train. Oh, Koromaru.
何事っすか？
市街地にシャドウの反応だ。さっき山岸が偶然見つけた。
This is Koromaru.
なんで満月ってまだのはずじゃ。
違うの。反応はごく普通のシャドウだから。でもシャドウは普通タルタロスの外ではこんな風に暴れないんですが。
場所は長泣神社の参道前のあたりだ。近くにいた秋彦が先に行ってる。あいつ一人で十分だと思うが、念のため準備してくれ。
了解っす。
はい、こちら山岸です。
今現場にいる。悪いがすぐ来てくれ。
どうした？苦戦してるのか？
いや、シャドウが片付いた。というより、片付いてたと言った方が正確だな。
何があった？
俺の代わりに怪我した奴がいるんだ。できれば助けたい。
代わりってどういうこと？
俺に聞くなよ。
とにかく行くぞ。
しっかりして。
知ってるのか？
はい、この辺じゃ有名な犬で。てかすぐ手当てしないと。
とにかく止血と消毒だな。
まったく大したやつだ。何しろ犬がシャドウに立ち向かって。
待てよ。それってつまりこの犬からペルソナ使いってこと？
守ったと言っています。ここは安息の場所だそうです。
Oh yeah, that's right. I guess can understand doggo.
あそこに花束が。あの花束、もしかして神主さんが亡くなった事故の。
本当に守ってたんだ。
つかアイギス、お前犬語翻訳機能付き？
Not really. It's just
犬
inferring.
に言語はないであります。でも言語だけが意思伝達じゃないであります。
とんだ変わり種もいたもんだ。
全くですね。
お前もだっつの。
よし、理事長に報告して作戦は終了だ。あとは獣医の手配か。夜中だが、まあなんとかしよう。
頑張ったねお前。犬にしとくのもったいないよ。
Koromaru. Oh, here's a fun thing. Koromaru is just a bunch of like stock sounds in this version. However, Koromaru has a CV as an actor for the P3R one. And it definitely shows. It definitely shows. So like Koromaru's whimpering and like acknowledgements and stuff has an element of humanity. Like kind of a more anthropomorphic barking and whatnot. However, in this version, in the OG, like in the older version, they're just sounds, like stock sounds. Chicago. Great lap. 3 days until the tournament.
おかえりなさい。
Swimming all day long. Wait. Koromaru is not here? Okay. I don't know if you can interact with Koromaru. What's happening now? Oh, wait. Oh. Faros.
や、こんばんは。
Faros.
それにしても、君の周りもだいぶ賑やかになってきたよね。
どう？仲間のみんなとはうまくやれてる？そう。なら安心だね。あと1週間で次の満月だよ。準備はできてるかい？って、最近はあんまり心配してないけどね。でも気をつけて。また会いに来るよ。
Your standard. Okay. Continue. Special training. I beat the record. Oh, I'm second on the team. Only one person. Who could it be?
あ、おかえり。
Who could it be? Faster than Makoto Yuki, man. Bed we go. Do we never go to the school? They focus tournament tomorrow? Yeah.
帰ってきたか。
He's a tough competitor. Oh, are we talking about? Yeah, okay. This is different. I feel like we stayed for the volleyball thing. They stayed at... Is it not the same? So now don't they spend the next day to the regional? Yeah, so we go to the host school, right? Oh! The opening ceremony has begun. We pledge to compete fairly and uphold the ideals of good sportsmanship. Okay. The opening ceremony has concluded and the tournament has begun. The roar of the crowd fills the air as the participants put their hearts into competing. Soon it'll be your turn. Hey, you're almost up, Makoto. How about it? You ready to do this? Absolutely. That's what I like to hear. Now, since this is your first time, let's give you some advice. Just give it everything you've got. It takes guts to win. Don't give in to fear. Alright, dude? Go for it. Okay. Did we win? He dove in at the starting signal. Squeals. Wow, he's so fast. Keep it up. Whoa, dude, he's fast. Go, go, go. Your body feels light as feather because you worked so hard during summer vacation. Alright. Did we win? Your turn is over and the competition has come to a close. I did it! Personal record. ER, man. Looks like all your work paid off. It's too bad he won again. Oh, Hayase? Alright. Heckin' dude. We sure could use someone like him on our team. Next time we won't lose. Hey, isn't that him? Hey, what's up? Dude, you were fast. I've been training. Yeah, I can tell. Hey, I was thinking, maybe we could hang out sometime. Sure, I don't mind. Cool. You still need to work on your technique, but if you keep at it, you could be really great. I think you might help me push me. I think you might help push me to test my limits. I usually grab a bite to eat at the strip mall in Iwatodai after school. Stop by sometime if you feel like it. My name's Mamoru. Nice to meet you. He's unique. Wow, Makoto-kun, he must really be impressed with you. If you see him again, tell him this. Next time, I'll... Okay, win. I'm down, guys. That reminds me, that Nimura guy from Sanhai, you know, Mamoru's rival, he didn't show. Yeah, I heard from the guys at Sanhai that they couldn't get in contact with him. They didn't find him at his house either. So he's missing. Did he run away from home? Maybe he was freaked out about facing Mamoru. Oh, or wait, is it because of that apathy syndrome thing? No idea. Hopefully he shows up soon. He was a great guy. Yeah. Anyways, we shouldn't get all depressed too. Our school did great today after all. Good job out there. Is that person a lost soul? Oh. No big deal. Alright. Not like... Oh, Junpei. Okay. Huh. Alright. Monday. All Souls. I should really get a hermit now, shouldn't I? Because of my failure. Let's go. Oh no, wait, I can't. I actually have to just do this. Because if I step out, it's gonna change the time. Okay, Maya's in the room. Listen, Tatsuya. Nowadays, I just log on to MMOs with bedhead and all, like today. But when I was little, people said I was a real cutie. Okay. Guess I missed my chance, right? Nobody thinks I'm hot anymore. Do men only want younger women? Be honest. Guys like younger chicks. Yeah, I thought so. Everyone knows it, but it sucks to hear for real. ORZ. I still don't know what ORZ stands for. Fair is fair though. I go for teenagers myself. Whoa. I'm bad, right? But I didn't make sense. I should know better. But I didn't make sense? I should know better. I teach composition. Okay, I'll be calm. I'll compose my complaining carefully for you. Do you think you'll always think of new questions when reading the same part of dialogue every playthrough? New questions? Probably. I wouldn't know, I don't really keep track. But usually. Also, the playthroughs don't have the same characters between the male and the female. So Maya's actually a different character entirely. Like when you asked about, do I know who has the missing funds? I don't. Because the characters aren't, half the characters aren't shared between the two, the female and the male character. One of my coworkers is really ticking me off. I'm trying to avoid her. She might be talking about Kano. Despite Kano and Kenji having that scandal, I think. Is this your first playthrough going through this line of gameplay then? No, it's still not, because the original had this. I played this back, like I played Persona 3 back in its original days on the PlayStation 2. We used to teach the same grade and we were together all the time. It's been a while, but that kind of thing sticks with you, you know? Anyway, she said she needed some advice, but then she just started bragging about some student asked her, okay, it's Miss Kino, and a guy she doesn't like proposed to her. Ugh. Yeah, that some student is Kenji. And she acts like it's nothing. OMG, right? I hate skanky peeps like her. Just give puppy dog eyes and guys do whatever. She even stuffs her bra. Just calm down, man. Talk about fake, right? What kind of woman has to use pads for her boobs? I'm fine with massaging in the shower and drinking more milk, all natural. Ugh. Okay, so I don't remember this gameplay. I remember here bits and pieces. OMG, for reals. I saw Miss K running in late one day, okay? Her pads fell down and it looked like she had 4 pads? They're fake for sure. And my school is full of teachers like that. Man, Tatsuya, talking to you is better than getting a massage. Complaining online is now an important part of my days off. Little does she know you are one of her students. Okay. Dramatic irony. Ahoy. We are supposed to be fighting demons from hell, right? But after what I said, I might go to hell anyway. Ooh. Well, I rented some DVDs, so later, Tatsuya. Thanks for chatting. Signed off. Okay. Okay. Wait, what do we have? No. Oh, his shirt is pretty good. Itsuke has some drip, man. Alright, we're gonna go... Pretty sure the Gourmet King... Yep, okay. Oh, Nozomi is his name. Okay, alright, buddy. Alright, what's going down? Gyudon. Okay. You have a pretty good appetite. You even kept up with me. We're not burping. You must be one of those people with an extreme metabolism. Sometimes I run into people who think they can take my title of Gourmet King. They're jealous. Remember that middle-aged man who I scared off that one time? I'm pretty sure he was an assassin of sorts. They think they understand how I got this far, but they're wrong. The sooner they accept that, the better for them. Because of your courageous appetite, I would declare you as a supporter of the Gourmet King. This is something history places upon you, so you aren't allowed to refuse. Thanks. No, I still don't quite remember where this is going. Your name's Makoto, right? I think you're a year younger than me. It kind of feels like I have a younger brother now. So, how about it? Do you want to have me as a big brother? Sure, okay. There's a bit of resemblance, but alas, it's not to be. We'll have to remain friends. A bit of resemblance? Are you sure about that? Why is it that you're playing portable rather than the original? Because the original is not available on the PC. Isn't it always the way? I get my mind working and it just makes me hungrier. I just finished that beef bowl, but I'm already aching for more. Nozomi is still hungry. Think I should keep eating? It'd be staying true to myself. And that's good, right? Maybe I'll get even more hungry if I walk backwards. That works sometimes, right? Alright, here I go. You're coming too, right, Makoto? You have to. You're one of my supporters. By the way, I made up this backwards walking thing, so don't steal it. Okay. Okay. Walking backwards to lose some weight. You wonder why that is? The PSP version has most of what the P3 and PFES has minus one thing. So it might be a publishing thing. Let's see here. It's more dealing with the publisher and kind of like the definitive version of things and whatnot. Publishers' opinions about the definitive version of things. It doesn't actually have everything from the original and the FES version, but it has most, and the most things, I suppose. The most. Alright, now we have to do a quick run up to floor 89. I don't think I need any like special guys, right? I don't think I need any special guys. So we gotta do this right quick. So the original version has character models like this for the cutscenes, but the PSP version, due to like we'll just say memory and stuff, they opted for visual novel presentation. So like you actually move around as a character model in the PlayStation 3 the PlayStation 2 version. It also featured animated cutscenes, which was not now because of like whatever you want to argue development process. It's not in this version as well. And then also in the P3 in the PlayStation era, it was re-released. There's a new chapter with Aegis called in the P3 FES version, which I have both of those versions. I just don't have a working PlayStation 2 per se, and there's no way of streaming that, right? So they have this chapter, and that's not part of the PSP version. However, the PSP version, the P3 Portable, does have the entire female branch of the game. So that is the largest addition to the Persona 3. Now, Persona 3 was then re-released or remade, Persona 3 Reloaded, in 2024, which is more than 15 years later, right? More than 15 years later. And they include all the things that were in the original Persona 3 PlayStation 2 version and the extra chapter as a paid DLC in the PlayStation the Persona 3 FES version, which was also released on the PlayStation 2 later. Now, what they don't have is the PSP version, which is the female character. So that was omitted from the remake. So in all sense, the only version that is not encompassing is probably the original Persona 3. The Persona Reload covers the original Persona 3 and Persona 3 FES. What it is missing is the thing I'm playing that is exclusive to the PSP version, which is the female character, which I've already played. That was the first playthrough, the female character, which it was not present in the original game. So, even though I played Persona 3 back in PlayStation 2, I did not play the first playthrough of this game because it's not in the original versions. So that's how I would say they argue keeping the PlayStation Portable, because the P3, the original Persona 3, and the original Persona 3 FES edition is completely eclipsed and covered by Persona 3 Reloaded, which was released back in 2024. It is the modernization and updated of the entire original Persona 3. So all of that content is covered. Now, why is the P3P version still available on Steam is because it covers the thing it doesn't have. that P3R does not have, which is the female character. So we played that first, and that's probably the argument. It's about like the inclusiveness. So PlayStation 3, not PlayStation, P3P, the PSP version is the only place that you can play the female storyline that they've written. And then you play Persona 3 Reloaded to play all of the content that was included in the original Persona 3 and the Persona 3 FES. Which we'll do in November when we come back around. Yeah. That's the quickest way to summarize what the biggest difference that make the portable version, like people didn't like the portable version, is because the anime cutscenes were cut and the running around was cut with character models and stuff, and then they were replaced with like visual novel things. But there might have been some technical limitations for that. Technical compromises. Let's get her. Alright. So now we gotta run up a bunch of staircases. We gotta run up to what? 89? Yeah, so the original PlayStation 3 version, you have like these character models, like your main character's character models running around in town as well. But that was cut out as well. It's okay though, because in P3R, P3R is quote unquote the definitive version of the original P3 experience. Oh, there's the stairs. We're just gonna split up very quickly. Everything should cower regardless. And we just find the stairs as quickly as possible. And we played the first playthrough in English to hear the English CV. Nah, we're still going. We don't need to rescue any peeps anymore. Get in. It's a race to the staircase. Okay. Oh. Sentinels. We're just gonna bop them very quickly here. Okay, that makes sense. Interesting and a bit confusing. Yeah. Obviously. Very confusing. This happens. Remakes make things confusing, I think. Oh, like the next game we're gonna play is Persona 4 Golden, the golden version. And then before Persona 4 Revival comes out in February. And why are they both available? It's probably because there are changes between the two. And if you're curious, what happens when you remove originals and whatnot, RGG, the Like a Dragon crew, tried to remove things and do the whole definitive version thing, and that was really negatively received. So there is reason for including the original if they were. However, the thing I would probably say here is it's probably because the PlayStation version wasn't ported back then for ATLUS related reasons. Oh, staircase is right here. Here's also your usual comment like, why wasn't the female MC Xiaomi included in the remake? The official response is cost. Obviously, since Persona games are on the PC, there are a lot of fan projects to mod the female character into the game, so there's always that. We might try something like that when we get back around to the Persona 3 Reloaded. It's over 3 months from now, so we still got some time to think about how I'm gonna go about doing that, if I will. Persona 4 top. Okay. Alright. What did I say? 96? You play P4? Sort of, yes, but the plan is to play P4 after this. This is a legacy project, so eventually. Okay. Play P4 remake, not when it comes out. I mean, it hasn't come out yet. Why would you? I don't see why not. Mean Golden? Both? Not new? Both? I still don't see why not. I know exactly what you're talking about, but both? I don't think you're understanding me. I don't see why not.
みんな3回個別行動を取ってください。
習得物あり。
え I answered both questions. We're doing both. But we're playing all the Persona games. P3, P3P now. P4G this month, next month. P5R the month after the next because I have something happening in October. And then November and December is gonna be P3R. And then February is P4R. So it's gonna be before. We'll be playing most of them before, right in time for P4R. What's happening in January is Stranger Than Heaven. So we'll be playing Stranger Than Heaven then. Alright. At least that's the plan. Alright. We're not, nope, not these two guys. Do we have Hangman? I think we have Hangman on it. No, your English is fine. I just happened to answer both of your questions. Both. We're doing both. Alright, I don't think Michael is not going to change, except for the end. I'm genuinely curious what the father figure says at the end sequence. Because her father kind of hits on Kotone Shiomi. But now we're playing Makoto Yuki, so it would be kind of weird. I don't think these sequences change though. Next will you can pick this time. Oh, this is her by one of her random of 3 lines because we don't have enough points. Not enough points. And we already concluded the Tanaka-san and Mutatsu lines. Operation time, right? Full moon? Yeah, full moon. I think that we're at Chariot and Justice.
さて、また今月も満月の晩が巡ってきたわけだね。
山岸、どうだ？
はい、確認できています。やはり今回もシャドウの反応があります。
そう来なくちゃな。
場所は岩戸台の北の外れにある廃屋が並んでる一帯です。ただ反応は10メートル以上の地下から確認されてて、それがちょっと。
単に建物に地下があるってことじゃないの？
港湾部北側には建築時に地下10メートルを申請している建物はありません。
Yeah, you could kind of argue her pitch accent is a little bit more narrow, like her intonation is a little bit more narrow. However, it's not really as startling as the interpretation of the English CV.
ですが、ずっと以前には陸軍が地下施設を置いていたという記録があります。
It is very much like she's speaking like very sharply, and it's actually really clear. Like she doesn't have the kind of a bit of a inflection, so it sounds a lot more mechanical, which ironically makes it easier to, like, for me it makes it easier to listen to because of listening practice exercises.
陸軍そうなの？
彼女にはこの辺りの地形や建築に関する情報が一通り記録されているんだよ。
What?
最も放置していたので、最後の更新は10年前だが。
10年前であります。
更新しようよ。
で、結局どう解釈したらいいんだ？
詳しいことは実際に行ってみないと何とも。
戦争の異物か。今回は状況が未だ不透明だ。よって前線を誰にするかは現地へ行ってから決めることにする。
了解だ。
了解であります。
If you're asking what I was talking about, I was talking about IGUS. IGUS is Japanese CV. Played any other Megami Tensei games? Sort of, yes, sort of.
では行こう。
We might get to the other games at some point.
ターゲット、この辺りのはずなんだけど。
We only play on the PC, so Shin Megami Tensei San and Go remastered might be something down the road. There's also Raito, right? They released a Raito on the PC platform.
お見事です。
誰？私のレディアには今まで
Raito.
何の反応も。
Sure.
お目にかかるのは初めてですね。私の名はタカヤ、こちらはジン。ストレガと我々を呼ぶ者もいます。さて、今日までの皆さんのご活躍、陰ながら見せていただきました。聞けば人々を守るための善なる戦いだとか。ですが今夜はそれをやめていただきに来ました。
なんだと？
お仲間が随分と急に増えたようですね。きっとここが罪深い土地だからでしょう。タルタロスは今宵も美しくそびえている。
あんたたち。
それと戦いをやめろってのと何の関係があんだよ。
簡単なこっちゃ。シャドウや影時間が消えたらこの力かで消えるかもしれん。そんなん許されへん。
この力？まさかペルソナ使いなのか？
もう少し頭を使ってほしいものだ。あなた方は力が消えてもいいのですか？ペルソナは誰もが使える力ではないのです。影時間はその私たちに開かれたテリトリーだ。そして滅びの塔もね。
そんな、だから邪魔しようっての？分かってないのはそっちでしょ。シャドウをほっといたらどんなことが起こるか分かんないのよ。
シャドウのもたらす災いですか。災いなど常にあるもの。シャドウでなくとも人が人を襲う。誰がどんな災いに見舞われるかなどどの道分かりはしないのです。それよりもあなた方は気づくべきだ。自身が影時間を知る前よりも今の日々に一層の充実、楽しみを感じていることにね。
楽しいなんてそんなこと。
本当にそうでしょうか。他の方はいかがです？ 前の退屈な日常を取り戻したいですか？
んだと？
私楽しんでなんか。
お前らには個人の目的しかあらへん。どいつも本音はそのために戦っとる。お前らの正義はそれを正当化するためのただの言い訳や。そんなんは善やない。ただの偽善や。
Interesting.
そんなもんに邪魔されとうない。
That was much more casual.
せいぜいあがきや。
Oh, that's interesting.
閉じ込められた。
きっと大丈夫です。今は見失った目標よりもシャドウのことが先決と思うであります。そうね、冷静さをなくしたら思うツボか。
シャドウが動き出しました。今の振動で私たちに気づいたみたいです。
よし、本来の目的に戻るぞ。勝てなければ脱出も何もない。先行するメンバーを選んでくれ。戦闘の準備だ。
Okay. All right, we do have this running section. Studying Hanzi. Yeah, I'm studying Hanzi. Well, yeah, I'm practicing Hanzi anyways. It's been a while since I've looked at a new character. Rip. Depth perception. Lack of depth perception. Well, you say Hanzi. So either. Both. Yeah, it's been a while since I also looked at new kanji as well. Like learning kanji and Hanzi. Or mainly practicing. Most of the time is practice. Oh, I wanted to look away. Are you a language learner? You clearly read a different language. Including English, obviously. Oh yeah? What are you doing right now? Yeah, right now we covered, you know, we had our first exposure. Our first exposure for 2000 kanji, right? It's actually like 2100 kanji, and then we're like 4,100 Hanzi. So we're in the period where basically whatever I do is to practice reading them. And it's usually doing like sentence structure, grammar stuff, and then like word discovery and whatnot to consistently refresh or find more and more uses of the characters. Other than that, I'm more or less playing video games on the side to do simultaneous translation and listening. And then eventually we can mix and match where we'll do like the Japanese, the kanji when the English CVs are up, and then reverse that, right? Like in this case, the reverse of this. And then maybe we'll do some experimentation where it'll just be entirely in Japanese. The reason why I'm kind of not doing Japanese like UI with Japanese is largely because of streaming accessibilities, and also that I'm actually actively practicing doing translation and listening at the same time. I'm intentionally doing it. How much HP do you have? How are you doing with your studying? What are you doing as your routine nowadays? It's been a bit. You don't know any Chinese? About Japanese? Or kanji? Oh. Do you have any interest? Let's see. No, skoshi Nihongo, right? Skoshi, just other languages, okay. Yeah, 少し日本語を話す right? 中文水平很好一点 Really though, most of the time my parents and I speak am I Canadian? I am not Canadian. I am American, yeah. Asian, Chinese American. So my parents are 胡椒人，父母 right? We use a mother tongue, so it's Fujianese is the basis of my other speaking abilities. So most of the time I'm trying to learn Mandarin or how to read Mandarin or traditional Chinese because I was illiterate like a little over 2.5 years ago. I was illiterate. I grew up in a multilingual environment. However, the language that we know, the mother tongue that I know, is not read. It's orally learned. But then gotta at least work on the Mandarin.
はいはい、僕だ。
And un poco español, right? Hablo un poco español. Largely due to Americano.
こちらミツルです。目標のシャドウは鎮圧しました。
そうか、ご苦労様。
待ってください。実は今回はそれ以外にも報告すべきことが。
Can you listen to Japanese? I don't know if you can listen. I asked this because I grew up with orally transmitted language, so sometimes I occasionally meet people who are they can listen, but they don't necessarily read things.
作戦中、謎の者たちから妨害を受けました。おそらくペルソナ使いです。
It's something that I do that I think other like multicultural people, like immigrants, like immigrant childrens do. The situation where you can hear and understand what's going on, but they may not be literate, so you might not be able to read, but you can still hear and understand what's going on. It's something that is fairly common with Asian Americans in the United States. They tend to be able to like still talk and converse, but they often don't have literacy.
ペルソナ使い?
Oh, and I'm not a native Japanese speaker, so we're still working on that too.
しかも一人ではありません。影時間の中に平然と現れ、我々のことも知っているようでした。
その相手は何か手がかりになるようなことを言い残さなかったか？
そういえば、自分たちはストレガと呼ばれていると。
ストレガ？あ、なるほどね。調べてみるよ。
お願いします。それと実はもう一つ報告が。
So I'm basically learning to read for Chinese, yeah. For Mandarin and traditional Chinese, I think a large majority of it is learning to read and speak from the reading. So like speak based on reading as opposed to speak based on conversation. So whenever like someone speaks to me, I can only reply in like basic stuff because that's all you really use. And I'm trying to improve my speaking through reading. Japanese, I can't really read either. And then the speaking thing is very much the same as the Chinese thing, where I would listen and I would respond, but the response, I'm not leading conversations. English and my mother tongue's pretty rough too. English is probably the only language that I can lead a conversation. So like I'm incredible, like I have a higher education ability in English, so I can talk about complex topics like physics, mathematics, and long form conversational debates in English. I can't do that in any other language. They're usually conversational stuff like, how was your day? How are you? Like what did you do? Do you like this? Do you like that? What kind of game you're playing? Those are the type of things I can answer and read in actually most comfortably in Spanish, but that's where we're working on at the moment. So basically, like whenever they're speaking, whenever they're doing this type of thing, when they're reporting things and speaking formally, that's kind of the tough stuff. When they're bantering and joking around, that's usually pretty standard.
そのストレガという連中に一杯食わされて閉じ込められてしまって。
わかった。もうシャドウの危険はなくなったわけだし、 後で誰か人を送るよ。
申し訳ありません。よろしくお願いします。
我々以外のペルソナ使いか。
So he didn't know, huh? Despite planning all of it. It's interesting he didn't end up collaborating with SEGA. SEGA. Summer vacation. Wait, what is the rest of the summer vacation? I think we're okay with him. His shirt is very snazzy. Where can I get a shirt like that? I think I might actually have a shirt like that. Hermit. Oh no, I still don't have a hermit. Yeah, it's okay. It will be fine. This is the time for the... Nothing like spending your summer vacation indoors playing an MMO, right? Been there, done that, literally. I hope Tetsuya gets here soon. Sneaky peeky. Maya's walking nearby. I'm not even complaining today or anything. So rare. But I have to tell Tatsu because he's my MMO partner. I'll be brave. This is kind of a weird reverse role with Kenji and Kano sensei. I used to make these emotes in World of Warcraft. I'm so lame. I'm blushing for reals. For reals. Oh noes, now I'm starting to get sweaty. Hurry up and tell me. Oh, hey Tatsuya. I wanted to tell you last time, but I chickened out. I've never typed like blush using like using semicolons to create like a visual non-verbal word before, back in the World of Warcraft days. I'm kinda interested in someone from school. Huh. He's kinda teenager though. Eef. Oh my god, I said it! None of the male teachers are even in my league, so I gave up looking for boyfriends. Wow, boy/friends at work. I never thought I'd fall for a student. Yeah, this really does feel like a reverse role. And going for younger guys is kind of new for me. What is he like? He's kind of quiet, but real mature and intense looking and hot. Oh goodness. I love watching his expression in class. Is that bad? I imagine it's supposed to indirectly reference Makoto Yuki. He's one of my students, of course. He just transferred in this year. Alright, fair enough. He just transferred in this year after his parents died. I will comfort him. Maybe I can abuse my power and convince him I'm a guidance counselor. Whoa. This English dialogue though. Oh, by the way, you don't need to be jealous. He just summoned someone I like, right? Wow, that's a little tough. Someone is a little tough to read. We're gonna have to come back to these games and play in Japanese because I really want to see if they actually type this stuff. Like, how does... I'm genuinely curious how they like... especially for Toriumi, how the Japanese is used to reflect this stuff. So she's, you know, in English, she's using English abbreviations, right? Like the old school back in 2000, circa pre-2010 MMORPG lingo. Now, the question is, if we switch it to Japanese, which I'll probably have to check myself, I should really save a point and then look at it. We could probably do it when we play P3R. If they kept this, how did they change the Japanese? Like, is it difficult to read like this, where everything's like truncated and like maybe there's a bunch of conjugations or contractions here and there? That would be really interesting. Like, you can't really alter kanji, but you can use mimetic forms of kanji and then like add cha, ya, nya, kun, kyun, or like something like na, nano, demo, like a de everywhere, just to make it seem really weird or something. Because this, I don't know how you would do this in Japanese. Like the writing in Japanese. Or they just go with using like super casual Japanese or something like that, as opposed to like something more formal between strangers. And then I don't know. It's so interesting to imagine what this would look like in Japanese. Tatsuya is the only gamer partner for Maya. No worries. 大丈夫だ. Yeah, how do you illustrate those truncations and contractions and drops in Japanese, I wonder? I haven't made my appointment yet, but I'm going to go to a salon. Makoto-kun will fall in love with me before the week. Oh, okay, so they literally mention your name. Alrighty, Tetsuya, I gotta go. Let's think positive. That's so unhinged. I earnestly do not recall that art from 15 years ago. 15 plus years ago. Okay.
やあ、調子はどう？また少し思い出したことがあるんだ。
本当？
終わりはどこかの誰かが引き起こすわけじゃない。それは大勢の人たちに望まれてやってくる。まるで最初から決まってたことみたいにね。でも変だよね。終わりを望む人がいるなんてさ。そっか。確かに嫌なことなら早く終わってほしいもんね。たとえ全てが嫌になったんだとしてもね。まあいいや。実はね、今日はもう一つ君に伝えたいことがあるんだ。もうすぐ毒のある花が芽を出すよ。向かいの花壇に3つ、そして君の庭にも1つ。終わりと関係あるかは今はまだわかんないけど、気をつけた方がいいよ。そう言ってくれると嬉しいな。また何か分かったら知らせに来るよ。僕たち友達だもんね。
ね。
それじゃ、おやすみ。
おやすみ。Okay. What is this? Is this the new path? Okay. Alright. What other social link? Oh.
私だ。
Okay.
休んでるところすまない。少しいいか。おはよう。実は全員に伝えておきたいことがあるんだ。ここで話してもいいが、実際に見てもらった方がいいだろう。
コロマル？
夜になったら4階の部屋に集合してくれ。じゃあ、その時にな。
Probably Koromaru's gear. Where Michael? Where Michael? All right, Michael. I don't expect anything to change from you. Did you know it was my birthday the other day? Oh, this is where her father made it. At least Mom and Dad didn't forget about my birthday this year. They remembered. I'm happy for you. They were smiling and happy and everything. We haven't really eaten together as a family for a while. We used to eat dinner together every night. How come Mom and Dad don't get along anymore? I know. I'll just ask them why they want a divorce. If I can get rid of the reason, everything will be fine, right? I'm going to do whatever it takes to get my parents back together. You'll do what you can to help, right? I think the next one is where a bit of domestics. It kind of escalates a little bit. Kind of really extreme, actually. The next event. All right, I'm gonna go ask them. So maybe we can play again some other time. No change there. Koromaru.
集合命令ということはこれから作戦でありますか?
Yeah, I feel like there is definitely a cadence to her speaking that makes her recognizably more stiff as well, outside of her constant use of the polite form.
さあな、でも警報とか鳴ってねえよな。
あれ？コロちゃん。
I'm still looking forward to when yesterday someone was asking about the CV. I'm looking forward to hearing the human performance of Koromaru, because P3R has a human performer for Koromaru. Right now P3P has just your sounds sound effects.
怪我はもう大丈夫なの？って、あれ、この首は？
その首輪はペルソナの制御を助けるものだ。いわば犬用の召喚機といったところだな。
それコロマルも一緒に戦うってことですか？
正直私もこうなるとは想像してなかったが、テストの結果十分可能らしい。というか理事長からの強い要請なんだ。面倒もこの量で見ることになる。
コロちゃん、いい
の？助けてくれた恩を返すという意図のようです。
いや、あんたほんと義理がたい犬だね。
いいじゃん、俺的には大歓迎よ。別に人間じゃなくたって仲間が増えりゃ楽しいじゃん。
You know what would be really funny? I've been making a list of like what would be a crazy like way ATLUS could like left field Persona 6. One thing that I can think of is like, what if Andy Serkis voiced a anthropomorphic character in the next Persona game? It's kind of like what Stranger Than Heaven's happening right now, where Ryuka Gotoku got some like left field integration with like Snoop Dogg and whatnot. Man, what if Andy Serkis just played like the mascot character for the next Persona 6 game? Let's get Andy Serkis. Wouldn't P3R be better for learning since it also has voice social links? It would, and I'm playing both of them. So, like, the whole idea is to play all of them. So this is a point of comparison. It's not about better, it's about both. So, something that will be a very common theme here that I answer a lot of times. The question is, it's never better. We're not doing substitutions here. So it's not better or worse. We do all of it. So it's always comparison analytics. So comparison and contrast at all times. None of the internet hustle culture related thing, which is better or worse. It's all of the above.
よし、俺散歩とかしちゃうもんね。ちょうど夏休みだしさ。
そうだな。ただ休みを楽しむのはいいが、学業の方もちゃんとしてもらうぞ。
Unless you're talking to the other person. Sorry. I'm not sure if you're talking to the other person because I can't. That's not one of the languages I can read. I imagine you're answering the question that they're asking. Because that person probably asked me, have I played P3R? And then you answered that other person and said, no, he has not. Yeah. The order that I'm playing it in is P3P, right? P3P now. P4G, number 2, P4G. And then P5R. And then we're going to go back to P3R because we're comparing all of them. This is all the legacy things. So P4R, and that will be by November and December. Stranger Than Heaven comes out in January. And then after January, February, P4R comes out. So we're doing we're going in like a, you could even call it chronological order in terms of release. It's kind of how I went about playing Like a Dragon as well. So 2 years ago, or over 2 years ago, we played all the Like a Dragon games as well. And every version, and all the versions available.
来週から夏季講習だし、長い休みだからといって気を抜くなよ。
夏季、今なんと？
夏季講習だ。聞いてないのか？学校で集中的に補習をするんだ。私たち寮生は全員分申し込んである。
And this is, we're in the Japanese, all of the Persona games are going to be played in both CVs. And I haven't decided if I'm going to start swapping the UI. Like the later games, they will probably have instantaneous UI swapping. So we're probably going to do that. You've never played a Yakuza game? Interesting. Yeah, so Yakuza games are my bread and butter right now because the modern Yakuza games, so Like a Dragon, Ryuka Gotoku Studios games, they have 3 languages. So we play through all the games in all 3 languages. They have Mandarin as the 3rd language. So all their titles have 3 casts, 3 language casts, and everything is dubbed in the 3 languages. And then Persona, I wouldn't be surprised, but I would be impressed if sooner or later they would include it. Because the current project that they have, right, ATLUS's current project, which is before P4R comes out, is P5X, the Phantom X. And Phantom X is a collaboration with a Chinese company, a Chinese developer. So they do have that market interest. It'll be interesting if they incorporate a 3rd language. Oh yeah, we do plan on playing them through with different languages. I'm actually going to be prioritizing some of those things. Usually though, in between the big projects, I would be playing indie games. So like the recent one was Dave the Diver's DLC. Into the Jungle was 2 months ago. And technically Dave the Diver is a Korean title. Nexon, you hear Korean things. I don't know any Korean though.
日頃戦いと学業を無理に両立してもらってるからな。勉強の時間も思うように取れなかったらすまないと思ってるよ。
We'll probably do, after Persona, we'll probably do a Final Fantasy 7 specifically. P4R is going to have Chinese voice acting, or so you heard. Oh, really? That would be a joy. Like, I wasn't sure if it may happen, like in P4R, but I was fairly certain, or like I was willing to bet more than a greater than 50% chance that Persona 6 would have 3, because it's part of like Sega's thing, and since Sega and ATLUS have like monetary agreements, usually you want to hit the 3 markets, the English and then the Chinese market, right? The Chinese speaking market, and then obviously the Japanese. So I was thinking probably Persona 6, but it would be really surprising that it's sooner, that they would do like the P4R as well. P5X, the live service game, the live service gacha game, it's heavily budgeted, so they don't even have an English cast, they simply have a Japanese cast. And then the game is localized in text to all of the regions, so Chinese, right? Chinese would be included, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, and English. Those are the 4. Yeah, we're gonna find different ways. Sometime down the road, I have a couple of Spanish games that I might throw in there so we can practice, or I can talk about Spanish. I usually talk about like how the language and the cultural sound changes, like how they perceive. So earlier when you said you typed what when you were coming in, I was trying to listen to IGUS and like how does Japanese people make robot sounding things. So since I've been largely listening to native speech, like native sampling stuff, and also AI generated stuff, I was kind of curious if IGUS sounded like Siri or something. Like for example, in English, you can think about the stereotypical things like, please come home when the time is right, that type of thing, right? So I was kind of listening for the Japanese. I'm like, okay, it's more like the Japanese is even more closed off. It sounds like a bit more mechanical, but it's not as blatantly overacted in the way that, or very distinguishable like in the way English is. Too bad Persona doesn't have any Spanish voice acting. Yeah, I would love to hear what Spanish. So far there are very few games that are in Spanish. I recently played, last year I played Clair Obscur, right? Clair Obscur, and it was in French, right? I played French first before we played the English, and the English was actually the default production. The French was fun to listen to. I don't know any French either, so it was really fun to listen to like the sound that they make and how they act, like how do they change their accent. And it was tough to pick up accental differences. When you hear the English, they went all over the place. The English cast, like even the recordings and stuff, they had different English accents, like ranging obviously from UK and all around the UK. So we even had some Welsh and Scottish accents in there, so you could hear those. However, in French it was hard to tell because I didn't know enough French. Japanese, I have often wondered if they, since now I can at least listen to some Japanese, I often see if I can pick up if they try to do something with it. Like, for example, one of the characters that I'm looking forward to in P3R is Bebe, the French foreign exchange social link, right? If the Japanese decided to spin a little bit of a French accent, because I have no idea. Japanese, when it comes to like European accents, that's obviously most examples are 99% in Japanese, like regionally dialect variants, but not necessarily what like a French person would sound like if they were speaking Japanese. In English, they're gonna try to do that, obviously. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they adapt things like that. I'm very particular about wanting to hear multilingualism. And for example, the new quote-unquote Like a Dragon game, the studio Like a Dragon game, Ryuka Gotoku Studios, their Stranger Than Heaven game is going to feature a hybrid multilingual cast. So you're going to go, like, even the main character is going to swap between English and Japanese in one thing. And I really enjoy that type of thing. It's obviously rare and it's kind of hard, difficult it's a kind of a mixed bag for people. They typically like to hear one language or the other language, kind of like Persona games. For myself, you just gotta wait till some people are like, oh, why don't you play in Japanese? I will eventually. So maybe if they're interested, you just wait for the Japanese playthrough. Right now we're doing the Japanese playthrough, basically listening to the cast, the OG recording, right? The P3 recording. And then as far as I know, yesterday we were talking about the cast members. Japanese CV stayed the same. They were able to, at least for the main cast, and then they added new social link ones. So I'm very curious what Bebe is going to sound like, the French foreign exchange, and then how they do like caricatures, like if I can hear Japanese caricatures, because in English I'm expecting that. So English, the entire English voice cast got recast. So the English CV got recast in P3R, and they're going to be casting the social links, and I'm expecting to hear the accents, like a French accent. And it's very entertaining to me to hear the dynamics in English when compared to Japanese. And Spanish is a whole nother story. Like, I look forward to Persona 6. So I haven't played these games. Like, as a disclaimer from that other person, I haven't played these games. That doesn't mean I haven't seen these games. So I often watch people play too. So on and off, I have bits and pieces of things that people tell me about. And I'm not that, like, I know other people might be upset when games are spoiled for them or whatnot. I usually find ways to incorporate all those things. I like when people tell me about how their favorite moments in a video game that I haven't played yet. And then when I go to play them, I'll talk about all the things that people have told me. So I usually play video games for a very different reason. And for myself, it's usually to do this type of thing. I talk about cultural dissonance and like Asian, East meets West, cultural diversity stuff when I'm playing these games. So I usually pick video games that do that, like that talk about cultural norms and social norms. Yeah. Spanish voice acting. That would be something that I would like to hear quite a bit more. I played a few Spanish games in the past, like for example very Spanish light, like I'm not sure Grim Fandango, like I think you can play that in Spanish, I'm not sure, but Grim Fandango would be a really wonderful game, like a Double Fine game with a point and click adventure games. You can probably find them in Spanish. Now CDPR games, I do enjoy CD Projekt Red games, and most of CD Projekt Red games do actually have like multiple European language dubbing. Like they do have voice casts for that, I think. Like for example, I'm pretty sure Cyberpunk 2077, which I haven't gone back to play, like Phantom Liberties and whatnot, and I'm pretty sure they have a Spanish cast. So there are a couple large production games that have multiple things. Like I like to think that Ubisoft, like an Assassin's Creed game, probably has Spanish voice acting.
理事長からも強く賛成されてね。竹場や山岸に伝えておいたんだがな。
Plenty of reasons to learn a language while playing video games. At least that's what I'm trying to encourage.
マジかよ。つか聞いたことねえぞ。
ごめん、忘れてた。
Like for example, if I was learning maybe like Ukraine or Russian, I'm not sure if they have it, but maybe like Stalker might have voice acting in that, or it might be there by default, right? Things like, yeah, you can start digging for other reasons to play video games on top of the video game itself. I like language quite a lot because I listen to I listen to acting a lot. I watch movies and TV shows for the actors, and for the cinematography less so. To the in like mainstream things, I usually listen for the actors. Wait. Interesting.
てかあんた成績あれなんだから行かなきゃダメに決まってんでしょ。
あれとか言うな。ああ、最悪だ。お前もだろ。
Totally.
まあ少しの間ですから頑張りましょう。
頑張ります。And we don't have a social link with Koromaru as Makoto Yuki. Okay. Oh, what time is it? 2 a.m. We'll probably do a little bit more. Call it a day. Yeah, we're gonna try to start P4G before the month's over. Chihiro, I think I kind of want to take this. Pretty sure I kind of want to take. Oh, wait. Oh, hang on. We can't take. I have to get the fountain pen, right? Koromaru should have the fountain pen. Yep. Oh man. Inari, no, Akinari. Oh, I kept calling him Inari. Akinari. I remember now. He has another character in front. Yeah, Akinari's like social link is, man, I practically bled. My heart was bleeding the first time I read his social link. Especially the ending. I remember you. You're the guy who was playing with that elementary school girl. She was very bright. Her face shone with the warm light of new life. And then there's me, cooped up in the hospital, struggling to breathe. Compared to her light, I'm but a vanishing shadow. Misery is a harsh mistress. I feel as though I'm lying in an unyielding darkness. Can you understand how I feel? I think we don't have a requirement, right? I think I might. What a selfish way of thinking. You don't know the first thing about what I'm going through. Or do we? It's either. Any day now. I'm going to die. I have a genetic disease without any known cure. Unless you're in my situation, you can't understand what it's like. Well, being the embodiment of death is certainly one way to look at it. Dramatic irony, obviously. But I prefer it that way. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. A personal line from my library too. I wouldn't wish misfortune on people just to understand me. Like, I talk about childhood discrimination and racism. I wouldn't wish that upon people just so that you can understand me, right? Line from my own pocket. Rarely do one want to wish misfortune on people just to get the point across. At least in my opinion. There isn't anything you can do to slow this down or make things better. He fell silent. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to depress you or anything. I haven't spoken to someone my own age in a long time. It's natural for those in darkness to yearn for the world of light. I'm glad we met though. If there's a God, I'll be able to thank him soon enough. Yeah, dude, I was like, I was gonna channel my tear making abilities when I was reading his ending, like when his mother read his message to you. Oh man. Or you read the letter anyways. However, I would rather you not come here ever again. You only live once, right? So why waste your life among the dying? Goodbye. It's the toughest one. I haven't lived long enough to be next to talking in in that type of environment where I am a witness or a companion to someone's dying days. Not yet. I'm not that old, but I am old enough to witness, to have experienced a lot of losses already. We don't have anything. We don't have any evening activities anymore. I think we have summer school. Oh yeah, summer school time. I think these are autos, right? Yeah, these are autos. Man, reading all of Edogawa. Wait, oh, you know what? I am looking forward. Tell me, yeah, they have to, right? P5, yeah. I'm looking forward to hearing how Edogawa sounds. There's no way I'm going to be able to understand what he says in Japanese, but I'm very curious what Edogawa is going to sound like. Edogawa sensei, he rants so long. It is so difficult to consistently read his magic thing, right? He's gonna talk here, yeah. We're fine. This is where he explains the whole like arcana and the whole tarot system. I'm waiting to hear someone explain all of that to me. I'm curious what he's gonna sound like. I would totally read it. My thought in my mind is like some TED talk or something. Right? Just cramming along. It's fine. And then we have another. He should come up again, right? Yeah. or magic. I think this is the... Okay. Last day. I still can't do anything in the... You think Edogawa's lessons are in Persona 4 Golden? Don't know about voice acting though? Oh! Yeah, I only played, so in terms of Persona 4, 4G, P4G, I played, oh man, did I notice Edogawa? Like his lessons? I played way back, like 5 years ago. I think something like 5 years ago. I started playing P4G and then something came up. So I played like the first 15 to 20 minutes of 15, not 15 to 20 minutes, 15 to 20 hours of it. So, Edogawa, I really like his thing. His bit is really fun. So, reading it is pretty laborious though. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Or my ears peeled. His magic thing is genuinely very interesting. It's someone whoever wrote the segment for E3 had a blast. I did like how they like intersect the different things, like because that is a common narrative when you're thinking about science and empirical observations. Oftentimes what seems magical at first it's magical because it's inexplicable, that type of thing. And then Edogawa does the thing, the whole transition from, you know, your alchemy like things, and then even go into like acupuncture, mysticism, energy related things. It's really neat. Someone really just went hard. Edogawa's rants go so hard. I think we're taking Fuka because we need the data points. Oh, do I not have a priestess? Yukata. Oh, this is the festival. Any demons or personas you recognize before playing personas? Most of them. The shadows, like, yeah, most of them, because they're all baked into religion, like religion, spiritualism, most of them. Especially the Indian are obviously the ones that I'm more exposed to. So the Indian ones, the Hindu, the Buddhist ones, Buddhism, Shintoism, Taoist, Confucianist. Christianity, right? Catholicism. There are quite obscure ones that I'm not familiar with. Like, there are some Aztec, like South American, right? South American ones. And there's still a lot that I don't recognize, obviously, but the ones that I'm most exposed to, which are, it's fun to see things like Shiva, Parvati, right, Ganesh, right, that type of thing. And then we have like Quetzalcoatl, right, Quetzalcoatl. There's also the Chinese ones, of course. Chinese ones. And then lots in the Western like the Catholic ones are pretty standard. Like all the angels, Gabriel, Michael, Sandalphon. That's because like lots of shows, like TV shows, tend to use the Catholic, like paranormal shows tend to use demons and angels, and then in anime does use quite a lot of, like, they use similar in persona approaches where they would incorporate pan-Asian deities and gods. One of my my guilty pleasure is Journey to the West. So when it comes to Buddhist gods and goddesses, right? They're represented in Persona. And then we have like the more recent one, P5X. I was talking about this with another person who was playing P5X as well. The two new like personas, the shark. I forgot what the shark's name is. I think it's just a shark god. And then the Nianshou. The Nianshou was great. Nianshou, the lion, the demon lion in Chinese folklore. I was told by that person that they are exclusive to P5X. The shark god and the lion, the Chinese lion demon, the demon lion. Don't want to stand out too much, do I? I usually don't wear this kind of clothing, so I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Those sunflowers really do. Her yukata is fantastic. Really? Thank you. Alright. You know, wearing this has made me think. Yukatas are so light and airy. They're perfect for the humid summers we have here in Japan. In fact, sumo wrestlers wear yukatas all summer long. Oh yeah, that's a fair point. Well, yukatas. Oh, sorry, I guess that's not really what people talk about at a festival, huh? I mean, I would talk about it. Oh, it's time for dinner. Let's get something to eat from one of the food stalls. Takoyaki? Ne? Of course. May I please have an order of takoyaki? You sure can. Here you go. One order of takoyaki. I threw in an extra one. I hope you and your boyfriend enjoy it. Thank you. She gave us an extra piece of takoyaki. Let's eat, Makoto-kun. Must have been too hot. It's a little too hot to eat right now, but I just can't help myself. It's so good. Oishii desu ne. It tastes just like the takoyaki at Octopia. Oh, right, the stand, doesn't it? Oh, wait a minute. Do you think she's the same person? Oh, wait. Hidden lore. Hidden lore. Maybe they're twins. Oh, look, masks. These ones look like animals. Kitsune? What's this? A cat, a dog, an octopus? What about a fox? Oh, it's a Yotoko. Yotoko mask. Nomaji just doesn't help me out at all. Oh, that one. Okay. His face is so funny. Look at how his eyes bulge, yeah. These masks really set the mood for the festival, don't you think? Hey, you two. Would you like to play Lucky Draw? All you do is pick a ball. It's easy. And everyone's a winner. Lucky Draw, huh? Let's give it a try. But I'm not very lucky, so I think you should do it, Makoto-kun. You stuck your hand in the box. The box is filled with individually numbered balls. I don't think we can lose, can we? Oh no, wait, we're always winners, right? Now, let's see what you actually won. How's that I mean, congratulations. Well, here's your prize. You want a kaleidoscope? Okay. You won a prize! Wow, that's amazing! Sugoi ne, Makoto-kun. Right? The sky is covered in darkness. We've been here for quite some time. We should probably get going. This is the first time we've had a chance to spend time together like this. So, thank you. I had a lot of fun. Tanoshii. 楽しかった。楽しかったよ。ね? Okay. I think we're fine with we're fine with it. Today's daytime. Oh, I still don't have a hermit. I hope she's not like locked out afterwards. Attention players. Although we initially planned to allow Innocent Sin to run indefinitely, recent feedback has shown that player participation is not adequate to continue. We are terribly sorry for any inconvenience this causes for active players. That's a deep cut to modern games, man. Like online only games? Yikes. However, the server will remain open until the official end date. We hope that you understand that you enjoyed your time with Innocent Sin. Sincerely, Innocent Sin staff. You logged onto the game. Okay, Maya's in the room. You got that message from the admins, right, Tetsuya? She faces away from you. Imagine role-playing as an avatar. It said they're canceling Innocent Sin. Think it's for real? No way. I know, right? How dare they? I really found a place to let out my frustration, and now this? Tetsuya, do you think we'll still be able to see each other? So weird. The dramatic irony is so weird. I think so, right? Yeah, we can meet each other in different ways, I guess. Maybe there'll be another MMO, or we could hook up IRL, but still. Ooh. Maya seems sad. No, we have to stop wasting our time. Maya's not going quietly. I'll beat them to the punch. What are you planning? Oh, don't worry, Tatsu. I won't do anything dangerous. Even though you might be a mid-aged man or a 12-year-old girl. Innocent Sin is inspired by Persona 2 Innocent Sin. Have you played? Oh no, I haven't. Yeah, have no access to it. Oh, that's what it is. I see. Innocent Online. Oh, I didn't even make that connection. I was thinking of when they talk about Innocent Sin Online, they were combining the aspect of like the SAO period and the World of Warcraft period, because that's where the time frame was as well. But Innocent Sin, the name, the subtitle from Persona 2, that makes sense. And I thought they might have made a slight jab at PSO2. But PSO2 comes much later. PSO1, like Phantasy Star Online 1, was around the same time too. Which is a Sega property, right? This is before Sega acquired ATLUS. I think it was around 2009 or something like that. Yeah. Thanks for picking that up. I forgot that Persona 2's subtitle, like the subtitle is Innocent Sin. Yeah, I didn't have access to Persona 2. It would have been cool. I'm looking forward to seeing how they bring it back. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'll be there. I'll be there when they bring it back. That shouldn't matter. tell you the truth, I kind of hope you're a handsome guy, though. Man. Dramatic irony. Don't worry, Maya will protect you. We'll always be partners, okay? Small world. You just pirated to play it? Ah, fair enough. I think someone else said they emulated it to play it too. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna go write my email with our convo log. Don't mess with Maya and friends or you'll regret it. Mwahaha. Next time we'll celebrate our victory, okay? Bye. She's so unhinged. I'm gonna be real though. I also kind of sounded like that when I was in graduate school and also teaching students to like being the teacher assistants. I also typed like that online. But Kazuhisa Wada said they have to bring back P1 and P2 duology eventually. Yeah, I know. I hope so. We'll be there, or I'll be there. Like, hopefully we both get to share that experience together, that excitement. I look forward to it. I really do. I missed the boat, by the way. Like, when I was growing up, playing video games was a privilege. So my family really afforded me the privilege to play video games. So PlayStation 2 was one of the consoles of choice, right? And that made Persona 3 the default title that I had access to. I also tried playing back then when ATLUS distributed the Nippon Nichi. I actually don't remember how they went. The other line, the Disgaea developers, and ATLUS distribute their games in the US. So they were the publishers. That's how I came across Persona 3 eventually, which was, ATLUS proper. But they used to publish the Nippon, Japan, Ichi, I forgot what the studio was called, and they're still going on now. They published those, the Disgaea developers. So those are the titles that I played that were like in this kind of niche genre. Most of the games I played back then were Square Enix games, or Squaresoft at the time. So Final Fantasy games. The next project I'm probably going to do is, since FF7's Revelation is going to come out next year, we're going to probably play like the FF7 OG and then go through our FF7 stuff. There is that work in progress FF9, which is the last Sakaguchi title that is coming out eventually. There's also like Final Fantasy Resonance along their first like HD 2D game. Plenty of other great classic video games, or reintroducing old school meets new school stuff. In fact, it would be kind of neat for P1 and P2 to take a HD 2D approach, and then with visual novel cut-ins. That would be kind of fun if they ended up like completely upending their design just because P1 and P2 is very different. I mean, I'm okay. I do enjoy how coherent all the designs are that they're having. They're like synchronizing all their design language in ATLUS. I kind of also would love to see ATLUS do like experiments on a side indie of some sort. See what they can make. A ATLUS produced HD 2D game sounds pretty rad. I think we want, yeah, we're gonna, because we're still in summer vacation, right? Yeah. Where are we at with Bebe? This is the character that I'm very interested in. Like, I am looking forward to hearing and experiencing what the P3R version of this character is. It is so hard to read Bebe's lines. Okay, I think we're doing movie. Okay. Movie there, French films, of course, naturally. Let's go find our seats, Makoto-sama. Okay. What does he say? Yeah, fun watching the movie and learning some common French phrases. Okay. That was fun. I haven't heard my own language in a long time. We should do it again. Next time, samurai films. Oh, okay. He didn't say too much. All the summer outfits. Nice. Okay. Just gonna... We don't have any evening links anymore. I do like the evening. The evenings were great. Tanaka-san and Mutatsu-san. What is this? Probably Lost Souls again? No, we're good. This is probably Michael. We're just basically, we have to complete all the social links because Michael's end conclusion might be different. Probably fairly tame. Alright. Oh, this is like, this one was like, it just escalated. Oh, hello, my dad, he... Wah! Michael ran into you. Okay. You wait for Michael to calm down. Dad, he hit me. I don't know what to do. That's terrible. I know it is. Why would Dad do that? Why? All I did was say I wanted to know the real reason they were getting a divorce. They told me I was too young to even understand it. So I kept asking. But then Dad got angry and then Mom said since I was so annoying that it was my fault. I'm not sure they love me anymore. I bet they wouldn't care if I wasn't even here at all. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that isn't true. Are you sure? But then, why are they so mad? What if I ran away from home? I want to find out how they really feel about me. If they love me, then they'll try to look for me, right? Which they did. It's a secret, okay? Don't tell Mom and Dad I'm running away. I know you won't tell. Kids. I mean, I tell. Well, I have to go now. We can play more later. Oh, kiddos. I don't think I've ever been in a position like that. Been in a lot of positions where younger kids told me how they're like ignoring and deliberately locking their parents out though. Like locking their parents out of their lives. And usually the complaint is the complaint that they have is that their parents are too much are too concerned with their lives. Like they're trying too hard. That's kind of one of the disheartening real world like actual experiences that I've had. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have enough social points to lock in my Chidori. Right. Is this the Chidori thing?
なんか蒸すな。
なんか蒸すな。蒸すな。Really?
もう20日かよ。夏休みもうすぐ終わんじゃん。ってすることもねえけどさ。
なんか特別な力とかあったところで世の中結構つまんねえな。あの子絵描いてんのか？似顔絵とか描く人？てんでもねえか。誰もいねえし。何描いてんだ？なんもねえだろこんなとこ。
Does Japanese have tones? Yes and no. Japanese has pitch accents, so the pitch does go up and down. So if there's anything, technically, for my sub, I think of Japanese having tones. However, they're not like Chinese tones. So like, Japanese has atamadaka, where it goes from low to high, and then atamadaka, is it the other way? From high to low, and then odaka from low to high, and then heiban or flat. So you could kind of hear them as tones if you separate things like that. But generally speaking, traditionally most people will say Japanese have pitch accent. You change your pitch. So like kairu, kairu, right? Kairu, kairu. So kairu, kairu, which are two different things. And then kairu, kairu, right? If you wanted to flatten it. So there's always a flat, up and down. And in Chinese, it could be heard as tone 1, which is ah, right? Or ah, or mid-tone. So ah, ah, and then ah and ah. So ah, right? Ah, ah, which can line up with Japanese atamadaka, odaka, and heiban. But generally speaking, it goes up and goes down at most. Or it goes up, stays up, it goes down, stays down, for the most part. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Wari.
Wari. Oh. I said wari instead of like something very polite like sumimasen. Yeah, wari again. That's wari. My bad. Or at least that's what I would equate it to. That's interesting.
しかもあのキモい絵。芸術は爆発ってやつ？ま、いっか。
Interesting. Yeah, Junpei uses a lot of like super like casual phrases, even around like bumping into strangers and whatnot. He's like super chill. Let's see if we can get The conclusion? Maya's in the room? Okay. Oh no. We don't have enough. Okay, we're gonna have to squeeze in a Maya thing at some point. Can I squeeze it in here? Or do we go on a date? I think she'll be more accessible, so we're gonna skip the date. And then we're gonna talk to Maya. Okay. Maya isn't in the area. A mysterious light engulfs Tetsuya. Honan District. A gray colored sky stretches as far as they can see, right? A barren wasteland lies before Tatsuya. Maya is staring into the distance. I saw you log on, so I brought you here with magic. Sorry. I should apologize. About what? About, all that stuff I said. Maya seems confused. Remember how I said I would send our chat log to the admins before? I don't think I will. Now they'll end it for sure. Oh, is that why you're sorry? Kinda, but I meant something else too. Maya seems nervous. Maya's kicking the ground. This is so weird. I read over our chat log and I didn't like what I saw. What kind of person plays an MMO just to complain about coworkers? You shouldn't have had to put up with me doing that. I'm sorry. I actually I talk about this quite a bit, why Persona 3 leaves such a mark on my original on my teenage years. I did this. Like this is me. Like that's how I was back then. I was like a keeper of secrets. I basically just sit there most of the time. I'm being the guy who listens to everyone and then says exactly what they want to hear most of the time. It was interesting. Like, looking back, I actually don't think being a silent protagonist is very interesting. Like for myself, like now I'm a very different person now because of growth and interacting with people and being more expressive, right? But back then it was actually coincidental that whether they did it for a mechanical purpose, right, like a storytelling purpose, or a mechanical gamified like MC purpose, I related to the main character, not related to his aptitude or like his ability to do things, but more like his function. It's his semantic function in this game, which is to be a conduit for listening and then pleasantries, like, or sycophant type of thing. You're always saying, echoing what they need to be encouraged. So this happens a lot, which is like, it kind of describes quite a lot of my early teenage years. And then nowadays I still do this. However, I am more of a person who ends up being approached to have a more active role in the conversation. So Maya really deep cuts that, where like, oh yeah, you know, I just noticed all I ever do is complain to you, and hear me out. The underlying thing is, it's okay. Daijoubu da, right? It's my pleasure situation. Like, that's kind of what I do now in my 40s. For the most part, I legitimately spend the large majority of my time hearing people complain about things. And it's not that they shouldn't complain about things. They should. And then have someone encourage them to learn about it. Like, learn why they are upset. Understand it a lot better, right? And then they can try to be happier, that kind of thing. Or maybe use it utilize the whatever regrets and remorse and whatnot. That's kind of what I do on a daily basis. So not a stranger to this position. I'm sorry, what the... Are those supposed to be... What is... Oh. Oh. Putting your head down on the... Oh, I see. Some teacher I am, right? I know it'll look like I'm chickening out on and stuff, but I'm thinking about quitting the MMO today. I don't think I'll see you again. I'll miss you. I'll totally miss you more. Since nobody can see my face on the interweb, I could be mean. So I just have to look at myself in the mirror and make it right. Yeah, right. I never would have figured this out without your help. Tatsuya taught me to be thoughtful even when I'm not around people. How the F does one understand those letter emojis? I used to make those emojis all the time too. It's my way of fitting in. Alright. Wow, so no closure? Oh, you know what? I wonder if there's a follow-up on like on the end days. Oh man. Now I gotta know. I gotta know if there's a Toriyumi thing on the last month, the January month. Or March, sorry, March, before the end. The 2 days before the end. Well, I better go now. I drew something in the sand for you. Check the ground once I log off, okay? It's kind of embarrassing. One of the emojis, the carrots using like the greater and less than sign, I do it so much that my key, the key on my keyboard, it double actuates. So all of my underscore, my greater and less than, my /, the semicolon and the apostrophe, they all double actuate because I make the emoji faces. I still do that by habit, especially the shifty eye one where you're looking to the right or the left. If you upload a screenie to your cell phone, you can keep it always. True. I don't even cry during romance movies, but my eyes be red tonight. My eyes will be red tonight. Oh, I do the crying emo for sure. Remember, let's think positive. GG, Tetsu. Thanks for everything. You searched the area where Maya was standing. A message is written in the sand. Okay. You took I am genuinely curious how they wrote that in Japanese. Maybe Daisuki? Maybe Daisuki with an arrow to the left, because that's 3 characters, right? So just Daisuki, right? Or it could be like they could have used aishite, maybe. Aishite. That's 1 character. No, I think that's only 2 characters. No, I think it's 3 characters with a te form on the bottom. Interesting. Curious what they wrote. All right. Who's... Yes. I think we're okay with Kazushi. Kazushi is fine. I think we're going to Michael, right? Oh, this is where she like acts to run away from home. Real talk, I wouldn't like, I would be very uncomfortable in this situation. I don't think I've ever been in a situation where a much younger person, like especially a minor, conspires to run away from home, right? I have been, in my life, I've been around younger teenagers who would want to run away from home. Like, they talk about running away from home, but they don't necessarily run away from home, which is very counted lucky, right? Like, I think I was fortunate enough, because being in a situation like that is really tough. Like, what do? You kind of don't want to. It's not your place, obviously, and you don't want to wedge yourself as someone who you meet online. That's very inappropriate. So, however, when someone younger says these things to you, like when you're a lot older, you feel responsible, right? You got to be responsible. You can't be negligent and turn a blind eye situation. So I have, luckily, like, fortunately, there are people who always joke about running away, and they usually don't. And then when they got older, they find their way in with their current situation. Pretty sure this is the one. I can't handle it anymore. Mom and Dad just keep fighting. I yell at them to please stop fighting so much, but they just told me to leave them alone. So I made up my mind. I have to run away from home. Ochitsuke. Ne? You're right. This is no time to be selfish. But I made up my mind and I'm going to run away. I better start packing soon. So what do you think I need to pack if I'm running away from home? I need lots of snacks, right? What about my health insurance card? I almost feel like that was written in because of the English-speaking audience, as opposed to... I'm not sure how Japanese validate their insurance. I'm pretty sure it's not the same way. And that should be enough. Really? Wow, running away is easier than I thought. Oof. Now I just have to decide when I can sneak out. Michael is in deep thought. No worries. She's fine. She'll be fine. Either way, I'm going to try. Don't worry. I'm going to be just fine, okay? I'm gonna miss you though. It won't be easy to be alone. It's okay. She'll be fine. We have future sight. That line is just for the Americans. Yeah, pretty much. Well, not just, well, it was directed towards the United States, but it's not the United States is not the only place that have insurance cards. Once I run away, Mom and Dad will have to work together to find me, like insurance identification. This is gonna be great. It takes a lot of hard work to get ready to run away. Because you don't know what they're translating. It'll be interesting to see what's in Japanese though. This is why we learn different languages. We'll get to see in the future. I'll probably be very interested in seeing what is it that they translated analogously. It could literally just be an identification card. Okay. I don't know what the window is for Akinari on this path. We probably want to start. Yeah, probably. Get to get my groove on the melodrama. We're gonna have to skip one. Melodrama time. Excuse me. Okay. I don't think we need a sun. Yeah, we don't need a sun. He's just good for the most part. You're not like the others. Really? I honestly didn't expect you to come back. Nobody treats me like a normal guy, not even my family. We know his mother. I can tell by how they look at me. The pity in their eyes is unmistakable. I don't need their sympathy any more than I need their curiosity. I'm sorry, but I don't expect anyone to pity me. Dying isn't so unusual, is it? What is there to gain by staying in this world for a long time anyway? That's a good point. You must have a hopelessness festering inside you as well, then. I can't remember a time without it. Hey, thanks for coming today. You don't seem like everyone else. I'm not sure I know how to describe it exactly, but you don't look down on me the way everyone else does. You say what they want to hear. Dang it. What did I do to deserve this body? I hope we can meet again.
お帰りなさいです。
Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't hear it that formally. That's a good question. Maybe both. Both reasons why school is closed on summer. Okay, I think we're gonna truck along the Maiko path, right? Maiko and Akinari.
てめえのしつこさに呆れんぜ。
何度でも来るさ。俺は諦めが悪いんだ。
何度来ようが同じだ。驚きはねえ。
実は面白い仲間が見つかってな。動物がペルソナを使う。あ、半年くらい前にシャドウ絡みで主人を亡くした犬だ。こいつがまた中堅でな。俺たちのところに来るまで原因の事故が起きた場所にずっと居座ってた。辛い思い出のある場所にわざわざな。
真田さんがいる。誰と話してるんだろう。声かけちゃダメそうだな。
一昨年の10月、俺たちの前でやはり一人の人が死んだ。あれからもう2年になるな。あの事件のことをいつまで引きずっている気だ。駅前裏のたまりは誰と親しいわけでもないのにいつもいるのはそのせいだろ。
関係ねえ。あれは俺がやったんだ。一度起きたことは消えねえ。てめえ勝手なけじめをつけたからってそんなことでどうなる。何が戻る。ミキノはお前の妹の時とは違うんだ。
シンジ、
終わったんだよ。思い出したくもねえ。もう二度とな。
2年前って な。名前シンジって言ったな。
Okay. Yeah, so I'm guessing we're gonna squeeze in. We have to squeeze in Michael here. Pretty sure we need a buy on this. Thanks for your help, but I have to say bye for now. Yeah. Run away. Maybe not to tell mom and dad, okay? Bye. Oh, wait. A woman approaches you. Oh, this does advance. Yeah, this is where the mother and the father shows up. Hey, you. Have you seen a little girl? She's in elementary school. The woman seems especially nervous. A man walks out from behind her. Just calm down and think, dang it. Calm down? Calm down? What if something happens to her? Oh, please. This is what happens when you force a child. Oh, please. This is what happens when you force a child to study non-stop. They begin shouting. This is ridiculous. Look, you're Makoto, right? I heard about you from Michael. She said she hung out with a high school kid instead of practicing piano. This is the first time I've heard of it. What the heck did you do to my daughter? The woman's ticked off. Shut up. Stop jumping to stupid conclusions. Look, we're Michael's parents. And basically, we haven't seen Michael since this morning. We found a note in her room that said, I'm running away. She's never done anything like this before. Yeah, I'm sure she must be around here somewhere. Why, Michael? Starts to cry. Listen, son. If you have any idea where she is, I'm begging you to tell us. Takoyaki stand. The takoyaki stand. Oh, that takoyaki stand. Hurry, let's go. And we're over here. We found Michael. Yep. There you are. Mom, Dad. Oh, you came too. Well, I shake it. Are you okay, darling? Are you hurt? What happened? Yeah, I'm okay. Oh, what a relief. How dare you run away from home? Do you have any idea how worried I was? You almost gave me a heart attack, young lady. Ah, jeez, calm down. Can't you tell she's scared? You guys made me worry too. I was so scared. You said you were getting a divorce and I didn't know what to do. I don't want you to get divorced because of me. Alright, she's crying. Oh, so that's what this is all about. We're really sorry, Michael. Why don't we go home and talk about this? I'm not sure what to say. I'm sorry we pulled you into this. Oh, you know what? It would be kind of interesting if Michael chose the opposite, the other parent. I don't actually know. We'll find out. I told you to keep it a secret, but thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't have kept it a secret, obviously. Michael was happy to know that her parents care about her. Wouldn't play along for that long. Honestly, being an enabler it's kind of scary. Like an unintentional enabler. Sleep? I'm sleeping. We are geniuses. Alright. I think that's gonna be we're not gonna get through the summer vacation period at the moment. That's gonna be a wrap for today. It's what, 3 a.m? Yeah. I do, so let's look at our social links right now. So haven't seen the conclusion. So the unique ones, right? Unique ones. We haven't seen the conclusion Kenji, which was unique, right? Luca looks like she's playing out. Yeah, take care. Take care, Balam. Hidetoshi stays the same. The Bunkichi and Mitsuko stays the same, right? So we haven't. So there are a bunch of unique ones for Makoto Yuki still coming up. Gotta get. And then we started Moon and Sun. There's still Mitsuru. Oh, there's also the Mamoru guy that we just met. That's Mamoru is unique. And then I imagine that's all the other, like I guess is gonna be the same. Okay. All right. That's it for today. Got our social link farming just to compare in the future, right? All right, folks. That's a wrap for our session of P3P today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up P3P for yourself. There's actually a constant surge of opportunities to buy any of these games if you want to play them again or own them again, right? Again, I'm not affiliated with ATLUS, but this is the 30th anniversary of Persona. So each and every time they're releasing, they're basically just ATLUS, like ATLUS's YouTube channel and all that. So there's like constant barrage of like new things trying to get people interested in Persona because it's 30th anniversary. So there's promos everywhere for anything ATLUS. So always feel free, pick it up, give it a go yourself, play at your own pace. Obviously, I don't have the friendliest of pacing when it comes to playing video games. I play video games for its significance to myself. So I like to talk about, like today, me and Procall, we talked about something completely unrelated. The idea of maliceness, right? Malicious intent, how to measure malicious intent. And then we talked about dark themes like life and death, because I was thinking about that. It's kind of hard to not think about that when you're playing Persona 3. We turned a joke, a seemingly like darkish joke, into something very deep and pedantic, largely because we're all about making memories here. Just communication skills, what have you, in the spirit of P3P, right? People are ways to create and measure value. Whether they're malicious or not, you can make an argument about and justification about their motivations and like moral standings and whatnot. And I would stick to the yes or no question. Like Procall challenged me, like, is there anything that I can say that he can ask that has a yes or no or an A and B? I would say the most hot take TLDR is that if someone asks me, do I think humans are inherently good and they are valuable, right? They are all, a life is worth and valuable because of its goodness or its potential for goodness? The answer is yes. Whether other cynics and stuff would say, well, that's not true, and cite the bad actors and whatnot, that's fair enough. That's one of the things I typically volunteer. Oh, people, I gamble on people every day because people are worth it. You make memories, right? Make memories. Life is precious because death is inevitable. So, hats off. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, challenge, derail the playthrough, but we'll bring it back. I'll be able to bring it back to whatever we're doing. Right? We talk about life most of the time. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.